we're live.
Okay, here we go. Welcome everybody, Wednesday, June 24th, 2020 to the Pajaro Valley Unified School District regular board meeting. I will open up with a pledge of allegiance. And if Karen is here, Karen, do you think you can lead us for the pledge of allegiance?
Yes, she is in my office coming now. So here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Next up, welcome to our board meeting. We'll be holding this meeting virtually. Each public comment will be read by Vice President Holm and will be limited to no more than 2 minutes. Any presentations or videos submitted as a form of public comment in the Google form will be shared up to the 2-minute limit. A phone line was also provided for those who wish to leave a voicemail comment. Comments made during the allotted times will also be shared by Vice President Holm. So agenda item 3.3, superintendent comments. Dr. Rodriguez, our superintendent, will make a few comments.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to just share my screen really quickly. So something to note, just so that everyone knows, we are now we have 2 streams. We have one that is happening in English and we have one that's happening in Spanish with Virginia dual translating. So tenemos algo nuevo en que hay 2 líneas diferentes para ver. Hay uno que está pasando en inglés y otro que están traduciendo para cada persona en español. Virginia lo está haciendo. So si está escuchando esa parte que está en puro inglés, por favor de checar porque tenemos otra función en puro español. So I want to encourage everyone to read our contingency, our PVUSD contingency plan, and to provide us feedback just within just between earlier this afternoon and now. We're already close to 4,000 results already. We definitely want to reach above our 7,000. Today we started providing paper and pencil surveys at the food distribution sites. And what you are seeing right here on my screen is what we are putting in each one of the food bags so that people know. Actually, it also says underneath in English and Spanish, mine doesn't, but the one that's in the food bag says, if you need a paper and pencil copy, please ask for it. And the staff has those copies ready to provide out. If not, we encourage people to go to our website and to use the QR codes or use the clicks. 2 other really great things to talk about. One, I want to make the announcement that the school district was chosen for the parent engagement initiative with CDE for the grant. We tried for it last time. We were number 6 out of 5. The 5 could be admitted, and they really wanted us to be part of the first cohort. We were not able to. We were early recipient, and so it's going to really help us to be able to continue to focus on parent engagement in the work that we're doing. So congratulations to everyone who was part of getting us to that effort. So Alicia Jimenez, Ruby Vasquez, Andrea, Carlos Willie, and Starlight Elementary. So the principal, Jackie Medina, her parents, and her staff were all part of the interview process both times. So congratulations to all of them. Lastly, just reminding everyone that we have a summer reading challenge that is happening. It started on June 8th, and it's going until August 14th. So we encourage all of our readers to continue to use Paso a Paso, Creciendo Juntos. Wanted to let you know, I met with them this week. I guess it would have been Monday, and they provided us access to their virtual summer school. It is really a wonderful thing because it not only has every single day has, in both English and Spanish, has teachers reading some of their books out loud to students. But it also has something called Family Fridays, where there are activities that go with the book of the week. And so we're going to be focusing on getting those materials out to our parents so that they can have fun and do fun literacy with our parents. And so those packets will be available online, but they'll also be available on Fridays through our food distribution for the next 5 weeks. So we're excited to launch this in an effort to have our students do more reading over the time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, agenda item 3.4, governing board comments. Reports on standing committee meetings by any of our trustees, or if you'd like to say some words. And I would like to start off with Trustee Holm, if you have anything to say.
I'm going to be reading quite a bit throughout the meeting, so I will waive my comments for now.
All right, thank you very much. Trustee Orozco, do you want to say something?
Sure, thank you, Danny. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us at tonight's meeting. Tomorrow, I will be attending a virtual meeting with our JLAC parents, where information will be provided on the contingency plan for reopening of our schools and possibly budgetary decisions that are made at tonight's meeting. I want to thank all the 4,000 plus parents who have completed the second survey on the reopening of our schools. And thank you to staff and admin for making a paper version of the survey available during lunch pickup times for our parents who may have a hard time completing it online. And I want to thank our community members who have met with me and emailed your feedback regarding the SRO item that will be discussed later at this meeting. And lastly, I'm just very excited that we were selected as part of to participate on the Parent Engagement Initiative. I've been a huge advocate for parent involvement, and I think, that's an area of need in our district. And I think through this initiative, we're definitely gonna be moving, the district in the right direction as far as that is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Osmundson, do you want to say any words?
Okay. Yeah, so thank you for all the people who filled out the surveys. That's super great. And all those who will continue to do that. That's great. And for our parent engagement, that's really great too. I went to a couple meetings. I went to the intergovernmental, what's it called?
Like in a governmental meeting.
Yeah. So they did talk about the recreation with all the schools that were mentioned. They did talk about that. They took about their worries about the clusters of COVID that have happened when families have really gotten together and, just spend a lot of time, and people come from different places to get together with their families. And so they're concerned about spikes of COVID when everybody gets together. Let's see what else was there. Well, I was a little bit late. So Michelle, there was somebody who talked about how wonderful the SROs are in our schools. Was that a policeman that was there? Michelle?
Yes, it was a captain.
Yeah. So the captain talked about them. I was thinking, I bet it's a policeman that's talking about how wonderful they are because, just based on the way he was saying it. So yeah, he did talk about that. Let's see what else happened there. I can't remember a lot of what else. If you want to say anything, because Michelle, you were there too. I don't know if there's other stuff that we can talk about. I also had a meeting with the Migrant Head Start, and well, we talked about, obviously budget concerns and trying to, see, working on parents and, well, there are home daycares that are trying to see if they can still meet with students, with young people, and have them be safe at the same time. And what else? I can't remember. So yeah, and then I talked to them a lot about our contingency plan because we had already had our meeting when I had the meeting with them, which was the next day. So I was able to talk to them about, and they were able to ask me questions about it and everything like that. So there you go. Thank you. So I should find out about the DLAC meeting. How do I get on to the DLAC meeting from Maria? Because I'm a DLAC member too. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Osmundson. Trustee DeSerpo, do you want to say anything?
Hi, yeah, sorry. Am I on? There I am. Hi there, everybody. Thank you for everybody who's attending and working with us virtually. Just a couple of things. I watched a live feed of Tony Thurman, our state superintendent of schools today, which he does often, and he's very, very interesting. He announced that he will be having a hearing on June 30th at 10 a.m. in the morning, which will be, again, a live feed on student resource officers. He's asked for data statewide, and it's kind of a deep dive on that topic. So I'm looking forward to listening to that. I did attend a Pajaro Valley Prevention Services Association meeting in the last 2 weeks. And on Monday, June 29th, we'll be attending the Santa Cruz County School Boards Association, where we say goodbye to a very beloved school board member, George Wiley, who's moving out of state. He's been our loyal secretary for a long time and just a really lovely human being.
Yeah.
And so he's announced that he is moving and stepping down. So that should be a really interesting meeting because schools from all over the county meet together and we discuss sort of what's happening. And we'll be having a presentation that I've arranged with sort of the CBO of the County Office of Ed. So she'll be coming to give sort of a state of the state on budget stuff. So if anybody wants to come or tune in, please do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee DeSerpa. Trustee Schacher, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I will just keep it brief because I know we have a long meeting tonight. So thank you to all the parents who have responded to our surveys. Also have been doing various meetings out with our community members, hearing their concerns, and keep encouraging them to fill out the survey and email us. Also went to the intergovernmental committee meeting. I know the district is working very hard. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez and Joe Dominguez, for trying to provide some recreation for our community in a safe manner. I know we are looking at some school sites that we can hopefully have some safe social distance exercising on in the near future. And then also I'll be with Kim on the June 29th meeting for our Santa Cruz or California section of the Santa Cruz School Board meeting. And then lots of interesting live streams happening. Tony Thurman's had some, various political figures have had some. So if you get a chance, look on Facebook because there's been a lot of live streams and a lot of about a lot of different topics from racism in schools to dealing with budget crises and mental health. I attended a very interesting mental health one. So I just want to wish everyone a happy Father's Day who's dads. I hope you enjoyed your Father's Day this past Sunday and stay safe out there, Watsonville.
Thank you very much. Trustee Acosta, did you want to say any words?
Thank you, President Trustee Judge Jr. Yes, I'm going to actually yield my comments because we do have a very packed agenda tonight. But I did want to reiterate a request that hasn't been fulfilled yet. At the June 10th meeting, I had requested the information to be forwarded to me about site by site throughout our schools, how the number of fully credentialed and emergency credentialed, non-credentialed teachers. And I have yet to receive that. So if I could receive that, Dr. Rodriguez, Chona, that'd be great.
It was in it was in the weekly update to the board. You received it that same week that you requested it on that Friday. Everyone received it.
There must be an issue with access for me on that. I didn't receive that. So, okay.
We can resend.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Acosta. I quickly also want to say thank you to everybody who's filled out the surveys, sent emails. We all answer back. We all encourage everybody to do the surveys. I also want to remind everybody that 4th of July is coming up. They are allowing the sale of fireworks. So thank you very much, everybody, the city council and the city manager for letting fireworks happen. Just a reminder to please follow guidelines. There is an increase going around, so please stay home and try to limit the numbers of people at your homes. I also just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Jones. He recently retired. His son put together a pass through and a walk through at his house right behind Minnie White. I was able to attend. I walked by. So thank you, Mr. Jones. He was a history teacher while I was in high school, and he affected a lot of lives positively. And I just also want to say thank you, Senator Modding and Stone and Assembly Member Rivas for helping push Gavin Newsom to not cut K through 12 education. So thank you very much. Next up, agenda item 4.1, approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I will give a motion.
Approval.
Is there
No,
a second?
Second.
Okay, Maria and Karen, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. Agenda item 5.1, approval of the June 10th, 2020 board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Okay. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Agenda item 5.2, approval of the June 17th board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll
Is there a
second.
Second.
Okay, we got a first and a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. I will now open up our public hearing. Our public hearing is 6.1, AB 1200, Public Disclosure of Collective Bargaining Agreement. This report will be presented by Joe Dominguez, the Chief Business Officer for our district.
So here we have this evening, this item is AB 1200, and it's to signify that through a negotiation process that we can meet our requirements for the financial commitments out of negotiations. So for this item, every annual year through negotiations, both for certificated and classified, school districts have to submit this to our county office of education to show them that we can meet the financial requirements and obligations. And so in this case, if we can click on the 2020-06-24, and we go to, so you see here on the screen on the year 1 and year 2. And the reason this is not a multi-year spreadsheet is because it was a one-time off the salary schedule agreement. And so for, you have salary schedule, step and column, 11,300 and 5,700. Other compensation is the majority of $532,520. And that is from the savings due to from COVID-19 and sub costs. And so because of the savings throughout, we were able to do the one-time concession in negotiations. You also have the statutory benefits that are added into that. And so then on the bottom of that spreadsheet, you see the total compensation of a little bit over $675,000. And so this has been reviewed by Santa Cruz County Office of Education, and they're in agreement that we can meet our financial obligations as it pertains to the outcome of negotiations. And this is the public hearing portion. And later on in the agenda this evening, you have the actual approval of the item. So we are full confidence that we are able to meet the outcome of our negotiations with PVFT.
And so just to make a note, so I just to continue to highlight, so the average employee is going to receive a one-time off the salary schedule of $558. This is only for PVFT. This does not include management nor CSEA, who we haven't settled with at this point. I do want to note that as this document shows, the public disclosure is done to show that we can, in fact, afford this. It was done knowing all the cuts in which we have laid out in the plan were going to happen. And so I mentioned that this was actually approved contingent on the cuts that we put into the budget. And I just wanted to express that point here. So later on, when we're talking about any of the cuts, then you'll know why we were able to do that. Because, and we'll get more into it later on, but just some information.
That concludes the public hearing portion of this agenda item.
Thank you very much. Trustee Holm, do we have any public speakers to this discussion item?
Not on 6.1.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing none, I will now close our public hearing. Next up, agenda item 7.1, public comment. Do we have any public comments, Trustee Holm?
Yes,
Okay.
we do.
All right, here we go.
So let's see, hold on one second. Opening up that screen. We have 4 non-agenda item comments. And the first one is from Carrie Gill. And she says, I have been impressed with the planning our district has done to prepare for the upcoming school year. Thank you for creating a clear plan and communicating it early. That has relieved anxiety for many of us. As a teacher and a parent, I see that distance learning was a challenge for many of our students for a multitude of reasons. I see a lot of parents online commenting on how they want the schools to open ASAP. I would like to remind those parents that without their health, a child's education is useless. Please continue to stick to the side of caution in reopening our district. We all want to be back in our classrooms when it is safe. As a parent, I would like to know how the district plans to assess students who are waiting for a SPED assessment when the pandemic hit. My daughter was supposed to have a speech evaluation. As we know, speech early intervention is extremely important. I have contacted the SELPA and was told by Heather Gorman that it would take place next school year when we return. I would like more concrete details, as the district is out of compliance with the Federal Department of Education stance that all student deadlines and timelines must be honored, and we are far past the 60 days. Thank you. And President Dodge, I just wanted to remind the public that we will be cutting comments at 2 minutes. From Edith Ruiz. Dear Board of Trustees and Dr. Rodriguez, my name is Edith Ruiz, and I'm a proud parent of a student at Lakeview Middle School and a student of Watsonville High School. Dr. Rodriguez, I want to thank you all for the work you are doing and for leading the way for the SIP. I also want to thank all of the PVUSD employees. Here are some things that I'm concerned with. I have a huge concern in the potential decision being made today in regards to the EAOP program. It needs to stay. EAOP is at the 3 high schools and our communities need it. EAOP offers students and their families support in many ways, learning about college, filling out applications, taking students on field trips, a place to study, etc. My daughter has been part of the program since her freshman year. This program is very important in all of the high schools. Our board and school district can't just say Black Lives Matter, make resolutions, pass them, and then cut services that provide students with an opportunity to close the achievement gap. EAOP is essential. Cutting this program would be a huge loss for our students. Our high schools do not need an SRO. I have asked every high school kid I know, having a police officer doesn't make them feel any safer. The truth is it makes them feel policed. We support the police. If the police are needed, they are just a call away. The police department doesn't need the district's money. They will be getting some more from Measure Y. What we need in our high schools are programs that can benefit the students, such EAOP or more counselors, therapists, social workers, etc. Thank you for your time. And from Ome Garcia. Dear Pajaro Valley School Board members, are you aware that 50% of youth on probation in Santa Cruz County are from Watsonville and almost 70% of youth in Santa Cruz County Juvenile Hall are from Watsonville, even though Watsonville is only 20% of the county's population? Do you also know that PVUSD suspends students at a higher rate than any other district, and the annual budget includes $500,000 for each year for school police SROs? And have you taken any of your time while in the comfort of your homes to educate yourself about systemic racism in schools and the school to prison pipeline? And do you now understand the depth of your responsibility to our students today to finally abolish SROs and redirect that funding to counselors and teachers? During the last 8 years I've worked in schools throughout PVUSD, I have witnessed firsthand the impact school resource officers, school cops have had on our youth. I saw students being profiled, harassed, and in one case even arrested for something that was very clearly a mental health issue but was not treated as such. I also saw how the counselors were not able to meet the demands of students needing their support. And I saw how afraid many migrant students were to even attend school because Watsonville PD was providing information to ICE officers who were targeting our community members. SROs do not protect our children and do not belong in our schools. Their very presence actually creates a state of disease and fear. How are students supposed to be in the right mindset to learn if the very place that fosters their education is also a place of fear and criminalization? At what point do we stand up and say that there is a better way? At what point do we prioritize the needs of students over the status quo of past administrations? I believe, along with hundreds more that didn't speak up today, that we need to take a long, hard look at the policies and practices that exacerbate the criminalization of students of color in our educational system. The school to prison pipeline is very real, and it's time we acknowledge our role in that. We know why Santa Cruz City Schools pay for only one SRO, or PVUSD pays for at least 3. We know that implicit bias exists and it is affecting the health and safety of our children because the color of their skin, their language, their culture, and their history. And we know that we have provided you with irrefutable evidence of this fact and are now relying solely on your humanity to make the right decision today. Permanently end the contract with WPD. All right. And from Adam Bolaños-Scow, there are many agencies holding meetings in the R that provide the ability for the public to comment on agenda items in real time during the meeting. It is time for PVUSD to do the same. What's the excuse? Does PVUSD not have the technical capability to do what many other public agencies are doing? Of course it does. This is especially important given the big decisions being considered tonight and in the near future. Thanks, Adam Bolaños-Scow. That's it for the non-agenda item public comments.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 8.1, the employee organization comments. Now is the time that we hear from our employee organizations. Each will have 5 minutes. Trustee Wilholm will be reading the comments from our union leaders. 8.1, we have the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers.
Oh, hold on one second. Need to set up so you all can hear it properly. One moment.
And they have 5 minutes each.
And we just have PVFT.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Rodriguez. It's summer break, and many people are enjoying their summer break and this wonderful weather we've been having, but many of us are also very anxious about what is to come in the next year. So we're very glad that we are in negotiations. Everything does seem to be going pretty fast, but we are grateful for having that opportunity to negotiate on the impacts for reopening. We have met with our elementary teachers and will now be meeting with secondary, SELPA, ECE, adult ed, and then we'll be meeting with the district in regards to the virtual academy. So all of these different groups have very specific needs that are very important to address so that we can ensure that we are providing quality education at the same time, ensuring that our members are protected. We also are grateful to have TA'd and ratified the cycle from 2019 to 2022. We, PVFT, set aside asking for money on the salary schedule for the 1920 school year and instead accepted a bonus, which is not something that we would typically want to accept because we understood that in this time, the district does need a little extra to help with ensuring we have the resources we need for this upcoming school year. In order to provide a safe learning environment, we need all hands on deck. We need all of our resources, which is just one of the wonderful reasons for being able to negotiate. One of the important points that I hope that our nation has taken to heart is, or understanding, is that public education is vital. Funding public education is important. We ask that everybody write a letter to the Senate. Let them know we need them to pass the HEROES Act. But most importantly, we want everybody to vote this November. Please vote for the Schools and Communities First bill. That bill alone that will amend a current property tax law, it amends it, would bring in, or it will bring in, billions of dollars to California. And part of that will go to education. That would be ongoing. We hope that our community will make sure to vote yes on Schools and Communities First. PVFT is proud of its members. We're proud of the work we do. We're proud of our profession. We want to continue doing what we do and to deliver quality education to our students. And we look forward to this continued negotiation and collaboration with the district. So thank you.
And I do have, I have a statement from CSEA, but it addresses a later agenda item, and that's when it will be read.
Okay, well, I'll just go down the line just to say that we did it. So agenda item 8.2 is CSEA, but you said it talks about something else.
They're addressed, they have a statement for a later agenda item.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it out loud. Agenda item 8.3, the Pajaro Valley Association of Managers.
No.
Agenda item 8.4, the Communication Workers of America.
Nope.
Okay. Now we're on agenda item 9.1, the 2020-2021 PVUSD budget adoption. This report will be presented by Joe Dominguez, the Chief Business Officer.
Let me share my screen here. All right. All right, as we presented during the public hearing at the last board meeting, we gave a thorough presentation and detail breakdown of our budget. This PowerPoint this evening is a summary presentation of that presentation that was provided at the public hearing. And so one of the foremost key things that we've addressed in our budget is the considerations is making sure that we're student-centered, and that we make sure in reducing positions or having reductions that it has the least impact to our students and to the classroom, and making sure that we can meet those obligations. Another component is making sure that we can enhance internal efficiencies and improve current process or find ways to be more efficient throughout our district. And that's both business operations and on the program side as well. And then what we're faced with is recession planning. As the state went in recession with COVID-19, is making sure that we plan for additional reductions in future years, loss of COLA, declining enrollment. And then we heard loud and clear from our union leadership and from our Q&A and from other previous presentations, is making sure that reductions across all groups, but an emphasis on management and non-classroom positions. And we strongly took that in consideration and were successful. In collaboration with PVFT and CSEA union leadership, the committee had several recommendations, and PVUSD leadership implemented those recommendations. So reduction of management positions was one of them, and we were able to reduce 29 management positions, approximately 16.8 reductions in 2 years. And we also have 3 days of furlough. Another component that we heard was reduce consultants and professional services contracts. And so we accomplished reducing consultants 2 million in 17-18, 1.5 million in 18-19, and then 1.3 million in 19-20. And that's on continue to look at internal efficiencies and how we can build internal capacity. Another component that was recommended by the union leadership was reduce teachers on special assignment positions. So we reduced 5.5 teachers on special assignment. Another area where we can limit the impact on employees and people is postpone curriculum purchases. So we still are able, and there's an agenda item later in this evening, we are meeting our Williams compliance and textbook adoption, but we postponed curriculum pilots and for high school English and high school science and still meeting our obligations. And then another area that we really took a thorough review is looking at all our vacancies. And for classified, we were able to freeze 19.5 classified positions, which also reduced the amount or impact on positions that people held. So we made sure to look at empty positions and have a less impact on employees. So administration and district office staff reductions in 1920, I just wanted to recap that we reduced 3 positions, 2 AP positions at the high school level and 1 teacher on special assignment. In 2021, at our second interim, and this was in March, we reduced 12.5 positions and wanted to stress once again that this was pre-COVID. This was specifically for to address the deficit spending, but also to right size our district due to declining enrollment. And so making sure that our staffing aligns to the students that we have. And so 9 after school program coordinators, 1 coordinator for college and career, 1.5 in special education and special assignment, and 1 lead counselor. And in 2021, our July adopted budget, 22 additional positions are slated, 11 management / confidential, 7 academic coordinators, and 4 teachers on special assignment. Total of 29 management and confidential positions were reduced, which is equivalent to 16.8% reduction in staff. And that is a huge accomplishment and a huge undertaking that leadership was successful to make sure we maintain fiscal solvency. But what would that look like if that were to our union leadership or bargaining units? So for CSCA, that would equate to 151 full-time employees. And for PVFT, that would equate to 195 full-time employees. So taking reductions away from the classroom and students. On the left side of the PowerPoint slide, you have the May revise as presented by Governor Newsom with the summer layoff window. And we recently got information that the governor and the state Senate and a state assembly have come to an agreement, and the current or the proposed agreement has no summer layoff window. So we will be focusing on the right-hand side of the PowerPoint slide. So reductions to management and confidential positions, 20 positions equated 12.7%. Reassignment of certificated positions of 3 positions, and reduction to classified 4 positions. And so we really made the adjustment, and given the new information that we have and not having the summer layoff window, we were prepared with both scenarios. And so on the right-hand side that I just went over, that's what we'll move forward with. So in order to balance the budget and submit to the county and ultimately the state and maintain fiscal solvency, we had to provide proposed 2021 budget reductions. And I went through this list last time around with the board. And as you recall, I also mentioned this is pending given the outcome or update from the governor and the state legislature. And so we have received recent information, and we're still going through that information. What does it look like? But the state, one of the items that they mentioned is instead of a negative COLA, it's a 0% COLA. And so the 10% state reduction is not going to be as severe. And we are still waiting to get further information on that. But in the highlighted green area, now we're looking at bringing back, as we mentioned, if this 10% state reduction did not go through, then these are positions or items that we will look at coming back. And so it's the reduction of the 7 academic coordinators, the 3 furlough days to management, the freeze hiring of 19.5 classified vacancies, reduce 7.5 classified positions, reduce 3 teachers on special assignment, reduce 4.5 release teachers, and reduce 13 intervention teachers. And one thing I wanted to point out, just to, as we shared, the budget is a living document, and so are our assumptions. And what we did is, if you look at the gray area right under where you see the 7.5 classified positions, you'll see that reassign of 2 ELS positions. Previously, we presented that at 2.5, and now it's been reduced to 2 ELS positions with the given information that we have. And if you look farther down the screen, reassign 1 release teacher to classroom. Originally, that was 3, reassign 3 release teachers to the classroom. And so we're able to reduce that down to 1. So we are doing our due diligence, and leadership and our superintendent are very proactive in reviewing and trying to minimize the impact to our employees, and looking internally where we can do so. So commend the team for of the work that we put into it, and making sure that we can be successful and be fiscally solvent.
Yes, so Joe,
one-
I'm just gonna speak to the EAOP contract quickly.
Mhm.
So just as you see, so when we looked at these reductions, remember the original reductions was when we thought we needed to cut 19 million. So the reason why we did the green originally was we wanted to be able to set people's minds at ease of what we knew we would bring back. As you just heard, there were some modifications to the gray. There will possibly also be some modifications to EAOP contract. But when we were thinking about the 10% reduction, this is the challenge that we have. We had talked about staying far away from the classroom and staying far away from our own employees. $1.4 million. I am an advocate of the college and career centers. I'm the one that helped create this contract and meet with them monthly to make sure that we continue to provide the supports to students. But $1.4 million equates to anywhere from 16 to 25 employees, depending on if they are either classified or certificated. So when I met with Maria and Yesenia, who both are in upper management for EAOP, what I told them was that once we were able to identify what our budget was after the revisions, that we would come back. But we can't have it, can't have everything if we want to stay away from the classrooms. And so because of that, we either had at that point when we were trying to find 19 million, we either had the option of hurting a program which is important, but touches around 1,000 students a year. That is a lot of students, but touches about 1,000 students a year, or 16 or more employees who possibly touch a lot more than that. And so our hope is that we'll be able to do some form of contract with them, but we do need to evaluate our time and what we think is going to have the most impact. Also, in terms of the 3 furlough days for management, I just want to mention that is something. Furlough days are always temporary. They're a short-term solution. Where we have done our long-term solutions is cutting in the district office positions. And that is the long-term solution, meaning you can only have furlough days for so many years in a row. Versus if you actually cut a position, then you have, and you can see the difference, right? The difference between the 9 and the difference between the 255, right? And so we are making significant cuts in terms of management in an effort to stay away from the classrooms. and stay away from both certificated and classified positions. So thank you, Joe.
So as mentioned, the 3 days furlough days for management was $255,000 savings, and the reduction of 9 district office administration and confidential positions is a little bit over $1.2 million. And so that's a long-term savings of the district office reductions. The other piece that I wanted to stress on was the moving forward as we continue is the district needs to right size to align to declining enrollment. And of course, if we're declining enrollment, then we need align staffing to match that. And I would say the same thing if we were a growing district and growing enrollment, then we would have to hire more staff accordingly. But because we're declining enrollment, we need to reduce staffing. So now, as we know, the governor and the state legislature are in agreement. However, we still do not know what those terms of the agreement. We have heard 0% COLA, and we heard some other options that are being released, but we're still going through those items. And the state has not yet officially released the details of that agreement. But so we know for sure that we have to submit a 45-day revised budget for PVUSD, and so do the rest of the districts here in California. The other component, as I mentioned last time around, was unemployment rates are going to vary and change as we go through time. The adjustment to property taxes being pushed back 2 months would also have an impact on the state budget. Consumer spending, and then what we talked about, the governor and the state assembly and state senate coming into an agreement. One thing we did hear though is that cash deferrals, depending on the outcome of the agreement, may increase for the out year for 2021. And so that is something that we are being very proactive. And I want to thank the board for for being proactive as well in approving resolutions in previous board meetings to allow the district to interfund borrow. This evening, we have a resolution to support California School Board Association and set up PVUSD to look at a trans so that we can borrow in a joint pool with other districts in California. And so that will be on later this evening. The state will be revising its budget, and so the district will have to submit a 45-day revision. And that concludes my presentation. And we will look at the end of the last meeting in August to present the updated revised budget. And as I mentioned, it'll include the new state information that we get from the state. We're completing our enrollment analysis for the 3rd year out, so there may be adjustments there. And then we've already, will update with any other negotiation items that we have on hand to date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any public speakers to this item? Trustee Holm?
Yes, we have quite a few. We have a little over 40.
Oh.
I will start with Anonymous. And that is, as a student coming from Pajaro Valley High School, there is not a need for there to be a police office on campus when we also have security in and around the schools all of the time. EAOP, on the other hand, has helped students for years now in applying for colleges, making sure we understand what we're doing, helping us make plans for our futures, giving us low-income students fee waivers, and the list goes on. Defund the police and let's keep EAOP. And then we have a voice message from, let's see, Bill Beecher.
I have objections to this budget. Let's talk about the process used. The district gets guidelines from state agencies on what to use for different categories such as ADA funding levels and health benefit increases. If the district chose to be more conservative, there would be no questions. History tells us that healthcare costs have been running about 6 to 7% increase, not 2 to 3. By using the state recommendations, the district will understate their real expense by $2.5 to $3 million per year. That will drop our ending balance to unacceptable. Secondly, the ADA attendance for 2022-23 is wrong. The superintendent and the CBO have said that we will lose close to 1,000 students, but do not have a plausible explanation for the sudden increase in the third year of this budget. We should cut 5.6% of our teachers. By not showing that, this budget cuts other positions in extended learning and academic coordinators. That directly affects providing tutoring to our neediest students. The news out of Sacramento is that the governor has been negotiating with the unions to take furlough days or pay cuts. I've been advocating this for our district. Why? This downturn is not like 2008 and 9, which was structural. This is the result of COVID-19. As people come off sheltering, the economy is turning around and unemployment is dropping. Last month it peaked at 24% and is now at 16% and dropping. So, whatever measures we take should keep that in mind. Laying people off and having to rehire or replace them in a year is not a good approach. It costs a lot to hire and train new employees. Willie Hero and I advocate temporary pay cuts like the governor is doing with state employees. Thank you for your time.
All right, from Rebecca Royston. Dear PVUSD Board of Trustees and Dr. Rodriguez, my name is Rebecca Royston and I teach at Radcliffe Elementary. After hearing the contingency plans for reopening the school, I urge you and the district to find other departments to make these budget cuts and prioritize staff that work directly with students and families. The proposed cut of 7 academic coordinators, 7.5 classified positions, not to mention the vacancies, 13 intervention teachers, and 4.5 release teachers is unacceptable. Now more than ever, our school sites cannot operate without a full staff. Students will lose valuable education opportunities and support, and our already overworked administrative certificated classified staff will burn out trying to fill in the gaps. Our classified staff have been essential in contacting and supporting students and families during distance learning, and we need our full-time academic coordinator to support teachers and students during distance learning and a new curriculum adoption. We should not be making cuts from those who work directly with our students and families during a time when they will need the most support. Please do not pass this budget and look elsewhere to make cuts. Thank you. And from Candace Nosworthy. Dear PVUSD Board of Trustees and Dr. Rodriguez, I urge the district to eliminate its contract with Watsonville PD and invest in restorative justice practices. The money spent on this contract would be far better spent on counselors, therapists, social workers, or intervention teachers. We are harming our students with police presence on our campus. Please end this contract now. From Rachel Banuelos. I am asking as a Watsonville High School alum and former student that benefited from the program not to defund EAOP. EAOP helps so many students meet UC CSU requirements and gain the support and resources necessary to receive high education. EAOP helped me from the first day as a freshman at Watsonville. They were always there to help me and so many other students with our coursework, our college search, and our personal statements to get into college. They helped me to pay for my college applications and were always there to talk to me when I was stressed. They helped me to go to a four-year university, and I want the same for every Watsonville High student. It would be detrimental to remove such an important and successful program, especially to our students who may not have the guidance and finances to go to college without EAOP. Our students are underserved, and to remove a program that helps our Latinx children receive a higher education would be a great disservice to our kids and community. Don't underserve our kids, PVUSD. From Celeste Gutierrez. I am writing to advocate for the termination of the contract between PVUSD and Watsonville PD. We have learned anything from the moment spurred by the murders of Breonna Taylor, Rashad Brooks, and George Floyd. It's that many police departments across the nation fail to understand the meaning of service and are ill-equipped to de-escalate routine situations pertaining to Santa Cruz County School District data and countywide incarceration metrics. Reflect a school to prison pipeline that disproportionately affects young people of color in neighborhoods deprived of proactive resources. The school board has a duty to protect students from a police department whose culture allows for the extraordinary acts that took the life of George Floyd. Officers that roam school hallways exhibit similar tactics that are as the officers on the street of Watsonville who use suppression tactics on young people of color. Concerning PVUSD's diagram for student success, which highlights the importance of relationship building and non-threatening learning environments, the presence of law enforcement personnel on school campuses stands in harsh contrast with the district's mission. In addition, data continues to suggest the law enforcement does not deter juvenile crime, rather it can have the adverse effect of re-traumatizing those who have endured Negative experiences at the hand of authority, according to the Justice Policy Institute, a research organization based in Washington, D.C. that explores the intersection of education and juvenile justice, among other justice-related topics. SRO presence on campus equates to more low-level behavioral referrals being dealt with by law enforcement. Unfortunately, districts and administrators also tend to struggle with involving law enforcement in proactive processes and instead acquiesce to their suggestions, which is often punitive. I believe that in order for our communities and students to truly thrive, their educational socioeconomic needs must be met by those most qualified to meet those needs, like counselors, psychologists, and social workers, and youth programs geared towards recreational health. We already know that investment in law enforcement personnel fundamentally fails to make the school safer for students and also disempowers school personnel. Too often, SROs are tasked with handling lower level discipline infractions in which they have no
2 minutes,
formal.
Trustee Hall.
Okay. From Jennifer Lingens. Budget cuts are always painful, but this is an opportunity to refocus our money where it makes the most impact on student learning and growth. Our students need and deserve direct strategic instruction and support from classroom teachers, IAs, ESL teachers, release teachers, and intervention teachers, especially with the interruptions and disruptions caused by this pandemic. We need staff consistently on one campus, such as academic coordinators, nurses, counselors, custodians, to provide a safe and supportive school site. This is the time to make sure the money to staying where it needs to be with the students and in the schools, and time to step away from micromanaging those who work directly with students. When looking at the items to greenline, is management furlough day is going to have more of an impact on student learning in comparison to 2.5 ESL positions or 3 release teachers. Please make sure that as you look at the numbers, you remember that cuts should stay away from as far away from our students as possible. From Jennifer Sandstrom. I am a 7th grade science teacher at Aptos Junior High. Please prioritize meeting budget cuts with the least amount of impact on our students. In other words, please do not cut our valuable English language specialists who students in our district need for support and academic progress. In addition, do not cut art and science in elementary schools by reassigning release teachers to the classroom and cutting release teachers. Elementary students need the sciences and the arts. As an alternative to these cuts, please require management to take the furlough days to meet the necessary budget loss. This has the least impact on students. Thank you for your consideration. From Diane Bloch, and she has a JPEG to share. Oops, all right. Hold on one second. My apologies. All right, so Diane states, dear school board members, I am writing about the possible relief from 10% state reduction chart presented in the June 10th board meeting. I find it unconscionable that 3 furlough days for management are greenlined on the cut list, while virtually the same cost 2.5 ELS positions will still be cut. This impacts middle school English learners in particular, since ELSs will be reduced to half-time positions at each school. English learner specialists directly support English learners, one of our most vulnerable groups of students. They coach teachers, monitor, advise, and teach EL students, provide professional development on the EL master plan, and support families. English learners are at disproportionate risk to distance learning as they require additional support to access instruction in the first place. This spring, middle school student participation was among the lowest in the district, especially among English learners. With a hybrid in-person distance learning format this fall, ELSs are needed more than ever to coach teachers and support small group and distance learning instruction. Reducing 2.5 ELS positions will save the district $262,000. Reinstating 3 management furlough days will cost $255,000. For the same price as 3 management furlough days, you can preserve 2.5 certificated ELs that directly support EL students. The district claims budget consideration should be student-centered and reduce positions that have the least impact on our students. Cutting 2.5 middle school ELS positions will have a tremendous impact on our most vulnerable students. I urge you to reconsider prioritizing management furlough days over English learner specialist positions. Thank you for your thoughtful leadership, Diane Bloch. From Jean Johnson, Dear Dr. Rodriguez and PVUSD Board of Trustees, after hearing the contingency plans for reopening the school, I urge you and the district to prioritize staff that work directly with students and families and find other departments to make cuts. Please do not pass this budget and look elsewhere to make the cuts. From Gwen Berliner. Dear PVUSD board members, I am a reading intervention teacher and thank you for already making the decision to greenline our positions. I hope after tonight to hear that we are cleared to do our important work. I know you are facing very difficult decisions in these hard times. I'd like to suggest one decision that you could make that would have another direct positive impact on students. Instead of greenlining the 3 management furlough days as you had planned, you could greenline the 2.5 middle school ELS positions you were planning on reducing. This would be a better decision because it keeps the cuts further away from the students, which I know is your goal. I would also like to put in a good word for our release time teachers. They have worked hard to develop programs that utilize the best teaching methods in their fields. To expect them to change positions with so little notice will not be good for the students. Again, please make decisions that are the best for students, keeping any cuts as far away from them as possible. They have been through a lot these last months and deserve the best instruction when they return. Thank you for your time. From Jen Crosby. Dear PVUSD Board of Trustees and Dr. Rodriguez, my name is Jen Crosby and I teach 5th grade at Radcliffe Elementary. Today, the board will vote on the final budget. After hearing the contingency plans for reopening the school, I urge you in the district to find other departments to make these cuts and prioritize staff that work directly with students and families. The proposed cut of 7 academic coordinators, 7.5 classified positions, not to mention the vacancies, 13 intervention teachers, and 4.5 release teachers is unacceptable. Now more than ever, our school sites cannot operate with these cuts. Students will lose valuable educational opportunities and support, and our already overworked administrative certificate and classified staff will burn out trying to fill in the gaps. With these cuts, our AC would have to split her time between schools, limiting her time in the classroom with students and teachers during the implementation of new curriculum. We should not be making these cuts from those who work directly with our students and families during a time when they will need the most support. Please do not pass this budget and look elsewhere to make these cuts. From Leslie Laszlo. My name is Leslie Laszlo. I am a former Watsonville High student, and I ask you, all of you, to vote against the budget. Many students in Watsonville and PV High are first gen and have no clue how college works. EAOP resources such as help when applying to college, its fee waivers, ensure a smooth transition to higher education. The fact that it is proposed to cut funds for such a valuable program is absolutely ludicrous. Moreover, the fact that you plan to cut EAOP while keeping a police officer on school grounds is very counterintuitive. Police officers are a distraction on campuses, they intimidate students, and are mostly useless. Safety on campus can be achieved with early intervention and recovery programs. I understand that because of COVID, funds are short, but why not get rid of the officer on campus and use that money to fund EAOP and mental recovery programs? Watsonville and PV students deserve to have the opportunity to pursue higher education. Without EAOP, I might not even be a UCSC student right now. For upcoming seniors, they need EAOP to help them apply to college now that it will be harder to reach out to teachers. I am asking all of you to please consider these students who have worked hard throughout their academic careers and vote no on the budget. From Adriana Gonzalez, this adoption would impact students directly and it should be avoided at all causes. Veronica Leon, I oppose the proposed contract elimination with EAOP. The numbers of underrepresented students going on to get a college education continue to be very low. Early academic outreach is essential in our district. PVUSD needs to provide students and parents with the appropriate information and the guidance to get students into university paths. Teachers in the classroom cannot do this alone. As a former EAOP student myself, I would have not received this guidance if it wasn't for programs like these. You have hundreds of other educators in the district that at one point in their schooling benefited from EAOP. Do not deny students the opportunity they deserve of getting the early outreach and be informed of their higher education options. EAOP is an essential program in our schools. From Gabby Davidson, when I went to Pajaro Valley High School, I wasn't sure what my next steps would be, but I knew I'd be going to college because of EAOP. It is what motivated me to volunteer, do my homework, and get involved in my community. My mom didn't have the time or resources to take me on college tours, and at the time I didn't realize the importance of taking it upon myself to look at colleges. To be honest, I mainly only applied to schools that I had visited during EAOP field trips because those were the only colleges I knew about and got to visit. EAOP is necessary in order to keep our students motivated and give them the chance to explore opportunities out of high school that they may not have chance to otherwise. It is our responsibility to make our community more equitable, and that includes making sure we do what we can to support our students. And I've got a sound file from Celeste Gutierrez. Let's see.
My name is Celeste Gutierrez, and I'm a Watsonville resident who studies the intersection of juvenile justice and education. I wrote this with my friend Julius Mills Denty, who works in this field. I'm writing to advocate for the termination of the contract between PVUSD and Watsonville PD. If we have learned anything from this historic moment spurred by the murders of Breonna Taylor, Rayshard Brooks, and George Floyd, it's that many police departments and personnel are ill-equipped to de-escalate nonviolent situations. Pertaining to Santa Cruz County, school district data and countywide incarceration metrics reflect a school-to-prison pipeline that disproportionately affects young people of color in neighborhoods deprived of proactive resources. Consequently, the school board has a duty to protect students from suppression tactics and provide the interpersonal interventions that SROs are incapable of offering. Concerning PVUSD's diagram for student success, which highlights the importance of relationship building and non-threatening learning environments, the presence of law enforcement personnel on school campuses stands in harsh contrast with the district's mission. In addition, data continues to suggest that the presence of law enforcement does not deter juvenile crime. Rather, it can have the adverse effects of re-traumatizing those who have endured negative experiences at the hands of authority. According to Justice Policy Institute, a research organization based in Washington, D.C., problem behaviors are often taken out of the hands of school staff and referred to SROs. In order for our communities and students to truly thrive, their educational and social-emotional needs must be met by those most qualified to meet those needs. Instead of paying the Watsonville PD to respond to school-related issues, those funds should be allocated towards more competent behavioral interventions, restorative justice programs that focus on the intricacies of connection between students and staff, and vocational development, which correlates with increased self-esteem. As districts across the country are thoughtfully considering the relationship between school and juvenile justice involvement, placing more money in the hands of law enforcement suggests an outdated approach to school change and a distance from the current push towards more restorative and community-oriented schooling. This is especially important when youth return to school after isolation and the traumas inflicted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
All right, from Holly Ota. The members of the PVUSD Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. Michelle Rodriguez, on the issue of district budgeting, I have one pressing concern. My concern is that we don't seem to be increasing the number of socio-emotional counselors. I am just 4 years into high school teaching now and have been dismayed at the volume of mental illness and acute daily crisis that exists. It is necessary for teachers to attempt to serve as therapists and social workers. I find this troubling. Our counselors are fantastic, making every effort to support students, families, and teachers, but they are simply understaffed and overworked, and they are exhausted. This is not a sustainable model. We will lose our counselors and teachers our counselors or teachers are wearing thin as we fail to meet the needs of our students. I am concerned about suicide in my students in crisis as they have expressed these thoughts to me. Additionally, students are increasingly mentally unhealthy due to the current shelter-in-place conditions and the societal unrest. How can we continue to be part of a society that contributes to the mental illness of our young people and not have the grit to face and treat it? We will lose excellent counselors and teachers. We will lose students that need greater support. The question was brought up in last week's board meeting regarding how to keep PVUSD students enrolled in the mainstream public schools rather than watching them leave for charter and public education. Surely we have to do better at each site in order to meet student needs that require increasing socio-emotional counseling. Certainly, if the board chooses to discontinue the SRO program, that funding could go directly to providing most socio-emotional counselors. If the SRO program continues, funds must still be allocated to meet the growing mental health needs of our students. Thank you so much for taking the time to read my letter and for serving diligently. I sincerely appreciate your efforts. From Angie. I am a parent of 2 kids that are under the PVUSD, and I am emailing to urge that the students need resources and support like EAOP. Now more than ever, students will need the most support during this difficult times in the virtual world, where teachers are not an easy access. The more resources we provide to our students, the better their learning will be. I also suggest that the district cut financial ties with the Watsonville Police Department while redirecting resources to services that are vital for the health and well-being of our students. Cops do not belong in schools. Having cops in schools makes students feel criminalized and outside of society. From Fabiel Morales. In regards to the discussion of cutting funds from EAOP, the school district should highly reconsider walking this back. Students in communities such as Watsonville rely on this program for guidance in reaching higher education. Cutting funds would limit the amount of resources the program has in order to cater to these students. From Anissa Balderas, I urge you to reconsider cutting the EAOP program. As a first-generation college student, EAOP was instrumental in my admission at UC Irvine. EAOP staff helped me to apply, write my personal statement, understand financial aid, all the things my parents did not understand. EAOP mentored me and gave me resources to succeed. I share this with you today as a UC Irvine alumni and now UCSC staff member. I ask that you invest in our youth by cutting ties with Watsonville PD and fully funding EAOP. From Jonathan Gracida, we cannot cut funds for the Early Academic Outreach Program, EAOP. It is through this program that many first-generation low-income students like myself are presented with opportunities to pursue their higher education. I am a current college student who, without the help of EAOP, would not have gotten into college. EAOP offers many resources from fee waivers, workshops, tutoring, and much more. Cutting funds for EAOP means you are cutting access to college for many students. If the district expects students to attend college, they should be pouring funds into EAOP, not cutting funds. Cutting a program like EAOP sends the wrong message to students who are part of the program and receive help. From Brittany Nava Contreras, as a PVUSD alumna who greatly benefited from EAOP's presence at PVHS, it's incredibly disheartening to hear that there are proposals to defund it. EAOP gave me the resources and guidance I needed to navigate college applications and acceptances. I am now a first-generation university graduate and now in graduate school getting my master's. I truly believe that I would not have been able to accomplish any of this if it weren't for the help of EAOP while in high school. Please keep the futures of these students in mind when discussing budget cuts. How is there money for officers on campus but not for college readiness programs? Increasing access to education should be the #1 priority. From Jackie, please reconsider the idea of cops belonging in schools. They don't belong there. They serve no purpose in criminalizing our kids. Brown kids that look and have similar names like yours, that money can be used to fund therapists and counselors to help the kids. They need help and guidance. Ask yourself why these cops aren't present in schools like Monte Vista Christian or Aptos High. Aren't they part of the same district? From Abel Mejia, esteemed trustees, budget cuts were purported to be the furthest from the classroom as possible. A glaring oversight is the priority in which those cuts positions on the chopping block might be spared. English learner specialists and release time teachers deal directly with our students. They need to be greenlined. Which resources do we need to close the learning gap? Which resources do we need to help the least advantage of our students with distance learning? How will we further assist our English language learner students? Keep in mind that many of our special education students are also second language learners. Release time teachers and English learner specialists will assist in reducing what people are calling COVID slide, the loss of learning opportunities due to the difficulties and inconsistencies with distance learning. We need a budget that centers on the needs of students. You have seen the employees' compromises. Tonight, you have the opportunity to avoid compromising the present situations and futures of our students. I urge you to be bold and convincing to the students that you have their best interest in heart and practice. Follow the dollars and do what's right for our students. Thank you. And let's see, I have 2 voicemail comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Garcia. I am a Watsonville High School alumni. I just wanted to express my concerns on 2 specific items on the agenda, which are item 10.1 and 9.1. First of all, all those school resource officers in our high schools are great for order and safety in our institutions. I believe we could use those specific funds on other resources like counselors, therapists, social workers, and intervention teachers. Students, particularly in PVUSD, need the right resources in order to be successful in your education. Without these resources, students will only be set up for failure. I would also like to talk about basically EOP and how we cannot cut funds for the Early Academic Outreach Program. It is through this program that many first-generation low-income students like myself are presented with opportunities to pursue their higher education. I myself was an EOP student. I was able to go to college, and I am still in college, and using these resources was a great benefit. How do we expect the number of students suspended and on probation to decrease when the resources to prevent that are not available or being taken away? It does not work like that. Basically, I just want for there to be help with not cutting funds for EOP. And yeah, that is all. Bye.
And for the next one.
Okay, I would like to leave this message for the agenda whenever they vote for the school budget. And I am firmly against the funds being cut from the EAOP program. As a alumni of Watsonville High, EAOP really helped me be able to apply to college, get the money to apply to college. Like as a first gen, I didn't know anything, and they helped me. And the fact that they're going to cut that program, it's very alarming, especially because recently, in recent years, a lot of PV and Watsonville High students have been attending more and more colleges, and the fact that they're cutting that program right when it's happening really shows that that whoever is in the board, especially you, Michelle Rodriguez, don't care about us students. I yield my time. Bye. Thank you.
All right, from Sere Aguirre. As the PVUSD board meeting takes place today, I want to express my concern on two specific items on the agenda. First, although the school resource officers in our high schools are great for order and safety in our institutions, I believe we could use those specific funds and other resources like counselors, therapists, social workers, and intervention teachers. Students, particularly in PVUSD, need the right resources in order to be successful in their education. Without these resources, students will only be set up for failure. What I mean by this is this: if the students don't receive the help they need in their education when they are still in school, they will find other ways of spending their high school years, which can include ditching not attending to school, and if they do not attend school, not completing the classwork necessary to pass the class. All these factors can contribute to the suspension of students, which in fact PVUSD is the top district with suspension rates, as well as criminalization, which is evident through the fact that half the youth who's on probation in Santa Cruz County are from Watsonville, making them part of PVUSD. Secondly, we cannot cut funds for the Early Academic Outreach Program, EAOP. It is through this program that many first-generation low-income students like myself are presented with opportunities to pursue their higher education. Again, how do we expect the number of students suspended and on probation to decrease when the resources to prevent that are not available or being taken away? It simply does not work like that. If we want to see more students graduate from PVUSD high schools and lower the number of students on suspension and probation, we need to make the right decisions. I ask that you consider all the points mentioned above and give these students the resources they need to successfully graduate from high school, pursue a higher education, and come back to their community to help with the issues that are on today's agenda. Thank you. From Jorge Ortiz, it's absurd to see that the city's budget is mostly going towards the police when there are students in our community that could benefit from a higher budget towards educational resources like EAOP. Police do not belong on school campuses. It criminalizes students and does nothing but alienate them. And it just doesn't sit right with me and many other community members, I am sure. Just because our council members might have personal relationships with the police does not mean that they get to make the decisions for our community based on those relationships, when the livelihood and future of our students are at stake. Defund the police. From Alexa Gonzalez, dear PVUSD board, my name is Alexa Gonzalez. I am a Mexican-American first-generation college student currently enrolled in my second year in the Cabrillo College Honors Program as a political science major. I am writing this message to you all to inform you of how disappointed I am in our local representatives and upon their negligence to the youth of the community. I was appalled upon hearing the possibilities of programs such as EAOP being defunded. Programs such as EAOP are vital to the success of our students. Defunding these programs would be turning your back on students who need our support more than anything. Upon recent years, Watsonville High School and PV High School have set record amounts of graduates to prestigious universities around the country. This is no coincidence, but instead a result of properly funded programs that have aided our students into higher education. If EAOP is defunded, I hope all of you will reflect on how you will be responsible for setting our students back. Do not fail us, do not fail our students, and lastly, do what is right for the future of our community. Thank you. From Z. Ramirez, I would like to hope that you not only will acknowledge the students' needs in regard to spending more on useful programs such as EAOP that are helping so many kids and not SRO that has no actual positive outcome. Having police at, for example, Watsonville High, not only belittle students in the sense that they feel they have to have that protection there because of the potential danger their own peers may cause, but that is putting the wrong idea out there for the bad kids once again, showing that they're in need of a cop to always patrol them or the school. Stop overfunding the police and fund programs that will help the root of the problem, not just be a temporary solution. From Cynthia, I am a 2019 Watsonville High graduate, and I strongly oppose the cutting of the budget for EAOP. When I was in high school, so many of my friends often utilized their various services, and a considerable amount of them are now attending Ivy League universities and other great places. If you truly care about student success, you would not consider cutting their budget and instead providing more. Thank you for your time and consideration. From Pam Sexton, as you make budget decisions today, I ask that you show us that you are truly committed to equity and justice and serving those in our community with the most need. We can't get support for English language specialists who also play a key role in supporting students who don't speak English as a first language, about 43% of our population. We can't simply get support for programs like UCSC's EAOP, Early Academic Outreach Program, a program which helps orient and support poor students and students of color to access higher education. As a privileged college-educated white parent of 2 high schoolers, even I have been daunted by the challenge of preparing my children for college and navigating the planning process. We can't pull another rug from those who need the support. I have not yet heard of voluntary or mandatory cuts to high-level administrative salaries, and if I miss this, please forgive me. I hope that those with the highest salaries take this opportunity to show solidarity with our poorest and most vulnerable community members for equality and justice. From Kristen Prestridge. Dear members of the PVUSD School Board, I am writing regarding the proposed budget reductions and possible relief from 10% state reduction presented at the June 10th board meeting. The proposed budget reduction of 2.5 ELS positions at the middle school will result in a loss of support for our most vulnerable students, our English learners. PVUSD faces many challenges, closing the gap in achievement for ELs being one of the greatest. As an English learner specialist at Lakeview Middle School, my job is to provide additional support to EL students and to ensure that our program complies with the state and federal guidelines designed to provide educational equity. English learner success is the sole focus of an ELS. We provide, we provide direct support to students and their families, support teachers to implement methods to better serve those who are non-native speakers, and work to develop programs at both the site and district levels to ensure EL success. From Jovita Molina, according to the governor of California, there should be no reason to have layoffs of any classified employees or of anyone. He has given all K-12 school districts full funding, which means that our district will get the same amount as we did last year's. So there's no good reason for any layoffs, especially ones that will affect students in school operations. If you want to save money, look elsewhere, not at classified, not at certificated, and not at vice principals or TOSAs, not at programs which benefit our students like EAOP. From Elizabeth, I am unsure my comments will be read under my SRO comment in regards to EAOP, so I'd like to reiterate them now just in case. When I was in distress in high school, I never went to security, much less the cops. I went to my counselors. The positive impact of EAOP alone in my life is immeasurable. Between my EAOP counselors and peer mentoring, we built positive school climates, learned about community, about conflict resolution and mutual respect. EAOP puts an emphasis on academic and social achievements for all students. They amplified my dreams, they listened to me, helped me grow. My counselors are who kept me out of trouble time and time again, not SROs. I urge you to save EAOP. I could write a book on how EAOP was the highlight of my time in PVUSD, and thanks to the skills I learned in the program, I truly could. EAOP enriched my life in too many ways to list. My most joyful memories in PVUSD are thanks to EAOP. Trips, universities, sleepovers. It is a disservice to our community if we let this amazing program go but keep SROs around. We need to refocus our budget to support our teachers and students above all. Thank you. From Daisy Robledo. The almost $500,000 that PVUSD spends on cops every year in 3 high schools could be reallocated and invested in counselor, therapists, social workers, or intervention teachers. In order for our communities and students to see substantial progress, their educational and socioeconomic needs must be met by those most qualified to meet those needs, like counselors, psychologists, and social workers, college prep programs such as EAOP, and youth programs geared towards recreational health. We have seen time and time again that investment in law enforcement personnel fundamentally fails to make schools safer for students and disempowers school personnel. To continue to invest in a police department with a history of misusing their authority is to continue to give money away to an organization that fails to understand the most basic elements of effective engagement with youth. As districts across the country are recognizing the school to prison pipeline as a systemic issue worth dismantling, placing more money in the hands of law enforcement suggests an outdated approach to the school change. This is especially important as youth return to school after isolation and the traumas inflicted by the COVID-19 pandemic. I urge you to prioritize investment in our youth, our soon-to-be future leaders. We have to do better for them, and cutting the resources such as EOP will keep many of our youth lost and misinformed when it comes to navigating the path to college. Take my experience as an example. If it wasn't for the support and guidance that my EOP family provided me with, I would not have applied to university scholarships, etc. Many students like myself are first-generation students that do not have English-speaking parents, and on top of that may not have any other family members that have gone to college through the application process. EOP offer that support for me. Thanks to them today, I can say I'm a UCB graduate. Not only did they guide me through the college app process, but they also provide me with the information necessary to have a smooth transition into higher education. From Laura Zucker. Good evening, my name is Laura Zucker and I'm a speech therapist at H.A. Hyde School. I am writing in regards to item 9.1, the proposed budget. Specifically, I want to address the proposed budget reductions and possible relief from 10% state reduction, which is described on page 20 of this item's PowerPoint. As the proposed budget stands now, reduction of 2.5 ELS positions remains on the list of cuts, while 3 furlough days per management are set to be reversed in case of relief from the 10% state reduction. This move does not put our students first. As we implement a hybrid in-person distance learning format, ELSs will be needed to help families navigate these new systems, as well as to coach teachers on ELD strategies and support small group and distance learning instruction. Reducing 2.5 ELS positions will save the district $262,000. Reinstating 3 management position furlough days will cost the district $255,000, but cutting 2.5 middle school ELS positions will have an immediate and negative impact on our most vulnerable students. Don't do it. This is exactly what we mean when we urge you to keep cuts away from the classroom, and yet this proposal has the district cutting right at the classroom level when we could, for the same amount of money, simply let management take 3 furlough days. Dr. Rodriguez has encouraged us to advocate to reverse the 10% budget cuts to schools. We have and will continue to advocate for our schools, and in line with this, ask for you to reconsider prioritizing management furlough days over English learner specialist positions. This should be a very simple choice. We should prioritize direct services to students and student needs over furlough days for administrative personnel. Thank you for listening. From Maya Banuelos. Hello, I believe it is despicable to cut funding for necessary programs such as EOP while still funding police on campus. Now more than ever, it is apparent that the district prioritizes targeting students rather than providing necessary resources and support in their pursuit of education. Programs such as EOP have only benefited students, especially first-gen low-income students. Slash the funding for the cops you keep on your campuses. They do not belong there. They only harm students. Put funding towards education, not criminalization. Thank you. From Alejandra Ponce Rojas. Hello, my name is Alejandra Ponce Rojas, PV High, RHMS, and Freedom Elementary School graduate. I am asking for the future of our students to be considered and centered in your budget. Defunding EAOP is not a move that invests in the future success of our community. Programs like these are what kept me on track and motivated to attend a four-year university. These counselors do not have enough funding to meet our needs. The contract you have with the police can be allocated to funding EAOP, teacher, and counselors. It is your duty to invest in our futures, not criminalize our presence and bodies. I call on you to cut your ties with WPD as they harass and instigate fear on our high school and middle school campuses. This presence is not welcomed or needed. Students deserve care, not cops. Please reconsider where you are putting a lot of your budget, fund counselor, and do not eliminate EOP. Get SRO out of our schools. From Adam Bolaños-Scow. Dear board members, this proposed budget is very concerning. First, the current level of staffing for our counselors and staff in our classrooms have long been inadequate and comes at the expense of our students. This problem is not new and this budget doesn't make it any better. In addition, the current salaries for our classified workers and teachers are woefully inadequate and reflects poorly on PVUSD. Previously, the district had a surplus and squandered an opportunity to improve staffing levels when it would have been financially easier to do so. If cuts are absolutely necessary, then we should start with a restructure and right sizing of the bloated administration. It is long overdue. And that's it for public comments on 9.1.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any discussion from the board?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, go for it, Karen.
Because I don't have my face on here. So
Yeah, so I think I am completely opposed to cutting EAOP because, wow, I've heard so many students that feel like they're in college because of it. I mean, lots of them. There was so many comments that they felt that they wouldn't have been in a university or in college if it wasn't for them. So at this point, I think I am opposed to completely cutting EOP. I think you need to consider on the green lining, they need to be one that we put back. And the other one I'm concerned about is, I know you said the put a couple of ELs people as Spanish teachers and for freedom and everything, but it is true that ELs are so incredibly important for our most vulnerable students, and to cut positions like that is so critical. But I'm just saying, the 3 furlough days for management is just for one time only, and so in terms of continuing to fund them, I'm not sure if 3 furlough days could continue to fund them. They can maybe fund them for maybe this year, right? Right, Michelle?
Yeah, so I think my concern with so we did put out for the furlough days for management. I will say that that management, in order to get to the 255,000, that included all site management. So that would mean that they would not be on site for some days to support. What I continue to encourage you to realize is management is not receiving an increase. We, for the most part, do not receive step and column. That's not true for everyone, but most are do not receive step and column. And so this would be, we would be the ones to take the reduction. In terms of the EAOP, so of course, I want EOP. EOP, but prior to my arrival, so was funded just from Gear Up. So let's remember what happened. So normally, prior to my arrival, what Gear Up happens is it moves through a cohort and then it leaves high school and it goes to middle school, right? And so previously, because you've had Gear Up for many years, what would happen is it would go out of the high school and then it would go to middle school. And during the years that it was at middle school, you would not have it at the high schools. So I was the one who brought them in to say it. And I'm fine with us, which I told them as well weeks ago, that I'm fine with us looking at what a reduced contract can be. But we have to make cuts. And we have cut, even in this new version, we have cut 20 district management positions.
29, yeah.
Well, 29, but we're reducing down to 9 because as we highlighted, the summer layoff window ended or closed. So we're not doing anything to academic coordinators. The academic coordinators are staying, right? They're staying there. But we are, even so, when people say that we are getting same funding, remember that's the same funding as last year. It's not the same cost as last year, right? We have step and column and we have increased costs in health and welfare, which we are absorbing. And any savings that we have, which is great, we have the contracted agreement, but any savings we have in terms of whether it's overtime or sub costs, we are giving that directly back to staff. And so we actually have less money when you're thinking of costs, right? Because costs have continued to increase. Luckily, we are doing a zero COLA, but that still is requiring us to go down. So we thought originally we were going to get 2.31, right, Joe? Is it 2.31 that the original COLA was?
It was 2.92.
2.92. And so we are deficit spending, and then we are actually receiving less than we thought. So the challenge is I cannot cut consultants and professional services and not touch our big contracts, right? That's a challenge. It's either our staff or it winds up being big contracts such as this, right? And you can't do a sustaining of a one-time cut on top of everything else. And so, you know, I know that it's very challenging, but the choice was to find people away from the classroom. We looked at what the English language specialists were doing. All of them, for the most part, if not all of them, was doing at least one section, one class with newcomers. Much of the rest of their job, even when we were off, was managerial in nature, testing, CUME work, looking at making master schedules. All that is management. And so what we said was we were going to make the middle school half-time. We didn't eliminate them completely. We said half-time because we still want them. We're actually wanting them to become more student focused, not less student focused. We're trying to take away the jobs that really management should have been doing and having them be significantly student focused. But I repeat, we're affecting very few people when it comes to certificated and classified. We have made deep major cuts when it comes to administration. And we have no other place to go, which is why we did the furloughs. However, as we said before, our teachers are underpaid. Our administration is also underpaid. And so now it would be asking them to take an additional pay cut when no one else in the system is doing it, and it's not a sustainable model, right? Which is why we cut instead.
And if the board recalls last time in the presentation, a major factor is also declining enrollment. So not only are our costs increasing, but we're shrinking in enrollment. So for one reason or another, students and families are choosing to either relocate, attend private or charter schools. And so I showed the slide of the impact of declining enrollment. And so we have to keep up with that. And so we can't sustain fiscal solvency if we don't make reductions to match declining enrollment. In May revise the state, it was a 2.31 COLA, but then they did a 10% reduction off the LCFF. And so it was a negative 7.92 reduction, which was approximately 19 million for PVUSD.
Well, I'm feeling a little bit better about the ELs. If you can have, Michelle, if you can have management do their management part of their jobs and then have them focus totally on the students still, and I feel a little bit better about the ELs if, you know, management takes all the stuff they were doing that was managerial kind of stuff and have them focus on the student-oriented stuff. I'm feeling a little bit better about that. I'm just hoping that we can figure out a way to make EOP something that we can do somehow, that we can, you know, because it seems so incredibly important for students to feel like they've got somebody there for them if they want to move on and going to college. And so I'm hoping in some way or another we can figure out how to get EOP. And of course, you know, everybody knows my feeling about the SROs. I think they're really expensive, and I agree with most everybody that we can use that money for other important things that we have in our district to do, because we have the PBIS, you know, we have a lot of programs. We're working on restorative justice. We have a lot of programs we can use for our students. So I don't think we need the SROs as well. And so we can use that money for EOP. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? So that's my feeling about that. But so I'm feeling better about the EL positions now, and I'm hoping we can figure out a way to continue to have the EAOP program as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Osmundson. Maria, was that you?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. May I?
Yeah.
Thank you. Michelle, you mentioned that in order to keep the EAOP program in place, which cost the district a little bit over $1.4 million, we would have to eliminate about 26 additional positions closer to the classroom. If we were to consider that option, what positions could these be?
I could not find them. That's why I cut EAOP.
Thank you. You also mentioned that there would be a bigger impact to students if we were to cut the additional positions versus keeping the EAOP program. Can you elaborate on the possible funding sources we will be looking to explore to continue to fund some part of EAOP program? And
Right.
are there any grant opportunities we can tap into?
So I think there's definitely an opportunity to bring back a portion of the program. I mean, 1.4 is a challenge. We do know some about the budget, the final budget. I think once specifically on the CARES Act funding, there's some variance on how much CARES Act funding we're going to get. That could, according to how much that fluctuates, that could solve a pretty significant problem. And then result in being able to do even the full EAOP. We did try. So when I first came in and I said college and career readiness is the most important, and I heard that Gear Up was leaving the high school, I said we cannot close the college and career centers. And I spent significant meetings with everyone from the Santa Cruz Community Foundation to Maya I went significant areas teaching people about the importance of it. Everyone agreed with the importance of it, but no one could sustain it financially for the long term, that much money. So that's when the board decided that it was a district priority and that we would put the significant funds towards it, because 1.4 million is significant funds.
Yeah.
So the challenge of that is we really did try. I mean, prior to asking the board to be the ones to fund it out of LCFF, we tried to find it. And I spoke to probably 15 different groups in an effort to see if we could get funders, and we never could get long-term funders, because we could get someone that would say, we'll all do $10,000. But then the challenge was that they saw that that generous donation would be eclipsed by such a big need, right? And so that's why we've been able to be successful in like funding LC Stemma and funding the Emerald Lacrosse, right? Because they're smaller amounts and people can see the impact of their contribution. And so hopefully once we know how much the CARES Act funding is going to come in, we'll be able to use some expenses that we had and use that funding for that to free up some general funding, fund funding, and be able to do something with it. And that is my goal.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, because that's definitely something that I want to continue to support. You know, we've heard lots of testimonials. We have awesome career centers. So whatever we can do to ensure that we continue to fund at least a portion of the program, I'm in full support for that. My next question is in regards to the ELS positions. Does reduced class size due to COVID or online learning, are those two things informing the possible decision this board will have to make tonight on the reassignment of these positions to teaching positions?
No, I think it was exactly what we had said before, that we are trying to find the positions that are the furthest away from the classrooms. So we looked at anyone who is doing managerial, paperwork, compliance work that could be done by management, and we were looking towards those positions. And so, of course, we understand that they spend a portion of their day training other teachers, checking in on students, providing direct support to newcomers. And that's why we kept the high school at a 1.0. They didn't change. And then we did reduce because of the size of our middle schools, which are small in comparison to most middle schools throughout the state. We changed them to a 0.5, but I wouldn't say it was related to class size or anything. I think it was looking at who has the most contact with most students. And and of course, when we were trying to make $19 million worth of cuts, we chose some things that were automatically green line that we brought back immediately. So that was the reason for the decision on the ELSs.
So based on that reassignment, you would say that they would be having a bigger impact in these teaching positions.
So our goal is to reduce all of their work around master schedules, compliance-based items, and have them specifically working directly with students. Yes.
Okay. And how many ELS positions do we have in total?
So we had 9. So we had 1 at each middle school and 1 at each comprehensive high school. And then it went down to, now it's down to 6. So it's 1 at each high school, and then we have 6 middle schools, intermediate schools, and they have a halftime now. So it went from 9 to 6. One ELS resigned, and then 1 was placed as a Spanish teacher, and 1 was placed in a dual immersion classroom.
Okay, so just for the community, I just want to clarify that even if we were to remove these 2 ELS positions, we will still have supports in place for our English language learners.
That is accurate.
Thank you. Now, in regards to the enrollment, there's a projected increase in enrollment for 2022 to 2023. What are we attributing this to?
So right now we're doing an analysis that was pre-COVID. So we're also looking at housing development here in our district boundaries and doing a further assessment analysis on the enrollment projection. But overall, with our demographer and third-party firm, we look at live census birth rates. We look at recent or past multi-year trends, development, and then we look at cohort numbers in grade levels throughout our district. And so we are doing a deeper review on that and looking at doing adjustments for that 3rd year out.
Thank you, Joe. And my last question is, how will not approving this budget impact the tentative agreement we have with PVFT that's up for approval as well?
So in not approving, so we're regulated by Ed Code to pass an adopted budget. This is procedural. As I mentioned in the presentation, in the previous board meeting, we were not sure that there was going to be a 45-day revision required. There will be a 45-day revision required because the state has in process of settling their budget agreement with the legislature. So once we get concrete and official notice from the state and the county, then we will make the necessary adjustments to our budget. If it is not passed this evening, then based on Ed Code, the county can intervene. We would have to hold our POs, our payroll, and other financial obligations would be paused until the county intervention and or until we can come to an agreement. The other piece of that is with the AB 1200 and our negotiated items are included within our budget. So that also would be impacted. So any financial obligations that are within our budget would be put on hold until we come to an agreement. I want to stress again to our Board of Trustees, this is procedural. We know where the budget's going to change. We will be submitting a 45-day budget revision, and hopefully we have more positive news as we get more information from the state.
Mm-hmm. So just to clarify, so if we were not to adopt the budget tonight, we couldn't move forward with the tentative agreement that we have with PVFT.
Correct. And all other financial obligations would be put on hold. Payroll, our purchase orders, etc. So right now we are ordering, just for an example, how extreme this could potentially be. We are ordering all COVID-19 safety materials as we speak. So all those materials would actually be on hold. All those requisitions would not be able to go through.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification.
You're
That's all the questions that I have as of right now, Danny. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Orozco. Trustee Holm, I see you.
Yeah, Maria got a bunch of my questions, so thank you for the ones that you answered. The additional question I had was, as a new trustee, who hasn't been through a 45-day revision process. So I know there was a lot of collaboration, between different stakeholders, for, where we were going to reduce. Would there be a similar process in developing the 45-day revision?
So with the 45-day revision, as I mentioned, some of the material items are still unknown, but as soon as we get that information, yes, we communicate in collaboration to union leadership, with department heads, school site leadership, etc., and of course the board of trustees. And we do a thorough analysis and what is that impact throughout the district. And so our superintendent has been very proactive in communicating with union leadership on factual financial information, and then we've been very committed to fiscal transparency. So we'll continue to do so.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other trustees want to make any comments, questions, concerns?
I'd like to just have talk to Dr. Rodriguez and the board for a minute too. So back to the EAOP, I know that this is, a program that the district would like to keep. Have we explored the possibility of working with our community partners and setting up some kind of program for within PVUSD that we can do kind of in-house? And maybe when the money, when we are able to free up some more money, then taking some of that money and doing a partial contract with UCSC.
So yes, I mean, the good part is EAOP is very dedicated to our community. And so we've already been in conversations about what they still can fund. And they weren't able to do their entire contract this year because with the distance learning limitations, and now we can't do field trips at this point. We can't do some of the things that we could do before. I would say we could create something in-house. The benefit of not doing it in-house, and the reason why we didn't do it in-house, was because we maintained the staff that was there when the grant was there. So the students felt no change, meaning that how I was mentioning the rotation of the cohorts. So the staff that was in the college and career centers at the high school level just stayed there, but we funded them instead of the grant. And so we definitely could. Can we replicate it? Not exactly, right? Because many of our nonprofit partners, they focus on different areas and not necessarily college and career readiness. I mean, we have such things as Youth Now, right, who provides some supports that may be somewhat similar. But EAOP definitely has a skill set that obviously, as you heard from the comments, is supportive for our students. But, we could, I think the good part about having a contract too is that it allows us to reduce without having to reduce our specific staff. So let's say that we decide that we can afford $750,000. We're able to negotiate that with a contract versus when they're our own people. Then it's, as you see, it's a challenge. Even when you want to move one or two people, it's a challenge to do that. So I think nothing is impossible, but definitely our other partners are more focused on physical health and social emotional health, I would say, most of our partners are in the other two categories.
Okay. I think that maybe we can do some reaching out to some of the other
just I think I can't talk, sorry, it's been a crazy week for me. I think it would benefit us to start reaching out to some of our partner agencies too for some ideas on what we can do, even on a volunteer basis, at least to keep something going for the kids in our district. I have talked to some members of our community, some lawyers, teachers, other professions who would be willing to offer their help if we did like a college night, or information about filling out application. How do you decide what college to go to, where they would be willing to donate their time. So I think if we can explore some of these possibilities, that can help alleviate some of the stress that students might be feeling about the potential of not having this program in place. From what I'm understanding from you is that we will have a little bit of this program in place, but we don't know exactly what form it's going to be in place for the upcoming school year, correct?
Yeah, and we will know by the 45-day revise. I just remember, well, I won't say remember, but just so that the public knows, the first part of the trailer bills dropped on Tuesday, right? On Monday evening, going into Tuesday. So we weren't able to know all the details, and then of course place it into our budget because we had already posted. And so we were hoping this was going to happen a week ago, and then we would have been able to have a different conversation tonight. But at the 45-day revise, we'll be able to tell you.
Okay, and we also don't know what's in store for this upcoming school year, as far as meetings that will be available because of limitations of in-person contact. So there's a lot of changes that are going to be happening, but we can't even figure them out at this point in time because it all depends on what the COVID numbers are at, what our health department decides, and if there's any state mandates that come out. So I think that we need to keep this in mind too, that some of these programs that we were paying for with EAOP might not even be happening next year. So we can use the portions of that to expand other parts of EAOP possibly, correct?
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee DeSerpa, did you want to make any comments?
That's okay.
What? Trustee DeSerpa?
If I could figure out how to unmute myself, that would be
Okay,
good.
there you go.
No, I mean, I think we all think that EAOP is a worthwhile, it's a worthwhile program that can't be replicated in any other way. They've got an amazing structure in place, and what they do is just, I mean, it simply can't be replicated, I think, by us on the inside. So I would, hope that if we get funding, that we could put that back. That could be one of the first things that potentially we could bring back. And I know that Andrea Willie and Dr. Rodriguez are looking far and wide for funding that could possibly do that. I know that they've already done that, and it continues underway. And I'm sure our friends at UCSC are also tapping into the resources that they have. Just a word on the ELs at the middle school level. I mean, we know from data that when kids get to middle school, their achievement and their numbers start to sort of decline. And so I just feel like leaving them uncovered at a time when they potentially need more support is hard. I will say that I'm very pleased that so far we haven't had to take away music, arts, or sciences. I think in the past, we have cut there when we've had to make really difficult decisions. So at this point, I'm pleased with the decisions that you've made, because you're trying to keep intact our staff, our programs, and some important things for kids. So thank you for that, Dr. Rodriguez. So what I thought I heard, and maybe you guys had already discussed this and I just missed it, is that that potentially 10% of what we thought we were going to have to cut will be returned in this new governor's budget. I know it might be still a little bit too early, but I've been hearing that from multiple sources.
So it's not 10%. It went from a 10% reduction to a zero COLA, which means it was a little over 2%. So 2.29% of the budget. What we did is we were told originally we were going to have a COLA of 2.29%. Then we were told that we didn't have that COLA and we were going to be reduced another 7, almost 8% for a total of 10%. We're not back to receiving all 10%. We're back to only being cut the 2.29%. And
Okay,
so
I don't know. I heard from multiple high-level sources that I thought we were going to potentially see a 10% increase in our budget, like putting it back into the budget.
yeah, that's not.
You haven't heard that.
It's a zero COLA.
Okay.
So all we know is it's a zero COLA, and we're still getting further details right now. There hasn't been an official statement released, but we
Okay.
do know that they do plan for cash deferrals in the out year. And so that's probably one of the biggest items, is that they are looking at withholding funding next year in order to meet financial obligations, and that's the state. So we will feel a cash flow challenge more so next year. But in regards to, as soon as we get more details about the state budget, we will make sure to update the board.
And certainly I'm an advocate for early planning on this. It's really rough to make these giant cuts in 1 year. So if there's some preparation we can do, I understand. Well, we'll see. I mean, I think on the 29th, the COE will, I think, tell us what they know. Okay, well, thank you. I think that's all the questions I had.
Thank you very much, Trustee DeSerpa. Trustee Acosta, did you want to say any words?
Thank you, President Trustee Dodge Jr. So a lot's already been covered and recovered and gone over in just different versions in different ways. I just wanted to verify, Joe, the 45-day revise. Is that going to be 45 days from tonight or 45 days from July 1?
It'll actually be 45 days after the state gives official notice. We're not sure exactly when that will be, but we do know by statute that we would have to come back to the board by the last meeting in August. And so we know that the governor and the legislature are following statute. And so that's where we came up with the last meeting in August. But the clock starts ticking once the official notice is given.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
For that elaboration and clarification. And then I know that, you know, my understanding about the current deal that has been agreed to between the legislative leaders and the governor's office, as I think many of us have heard, is full funding for our K-12 districts, county office of eds, community colleges. And I do hear what you had said, Dr. Rodriguez, that, you know, full funding also means, you know, for 2020, 2021 to be what 2019 and 2020 were, doesn't take into consideration of cost, but we also don't know, I think, full well what costs will be given full well what all costs will be in our 2020, 2021 school year, given this changed version of what we will be next year. And now I do know that some costs have gone up with cleaning and hotspots and in purchasing the PPEs as well. But then there's also the hope and the thought about what we may continue to get in additional funds, particularly at the federal level, possibly to help and deal with those costs that are incurred there. So, yeah, I just think that's really important to be really watchful of. And I'm sure, you know, between Dr. Rodriguez, Joe, you will be very watchful for that and diligent to see what, you know, we could also get in those federal funds to help support our district. I know at the public hearing we had discussed about the 7.5 classified positions, Dr. Rodriguez, and you said that you didn't want to mention the position because some of them were singletons. But I would imagine at this point in time, you do know which departments you're looking at there.
We're not doing any reductions to classified. We're only not doing the 4 vacancies. We're not filling the 4.
Okay. The 4 vacancies. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay. Thank you. I think that's good for me. Thank you, President Trustee Judge Jr.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that being said, do we have a motion to accept agenda item 9.1?
I'll make a motion. Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. I will now call.
President Trustee Dodge Jr., I'm going to actually ask you to call for a roll call vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, can I go ahead and get a roll call vote?
Yes, she is pulling it out. It will be, she's going to do it off of right here. So you'll hear her.
Okay.
Okay, President Dodge, I will call the roll call vote. Trustee Orozco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Osmundson, your vote? Trustee Osmundson?
Yes. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
Okay.
Trustee Schacher, your vote?
No.
Trustee Acosta, your vote?
No.
Trustee Holm, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee DeSerpa, your vote?
Aye.
And President Dodge Jr., your vote?
No.
God.
Okay, looks like the motion passes. Okay, agenda item 9.2, resolution 19-20-55 CSBA Trant issuance. Report will be presented by Joe Dominguez, our CBO.
All right, for this item, as I mentioned previous public hearing and earlier this evening, this resolution allows PVUSD to enter into a tax and revenue anticipation note through the California School Board Association. CSBA has been one of the leading agencies and very proactive in previous state recessions. And when they noticed the need from districts in California, the need to borrow for cash flow. And the board of directors of CSBA established a cash reserve program for school districts in here in California to take advantage of the pull power of districts and looking at obtaining loans for cash flow. And so CSBA works with Dale Scott and Company, Piper Sandler and Oric, and Harrington and Sutcliffe. And those are the 3 firms that they work with. Our financial advisor is Dale Scott and Company. And so this will allow us to enter, the resolution will allow PVUSD and enter into the pool of school districts throughout California. And so let me see if I can share my screen so I can show you the impact of what we have as far as the deferral. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So as of the May revise, for the most recent information that we got from the state of California was proposing to, in June of 2020 of this year and to July 2020, approximately $1.9 billion that they were going to withhold and for a month and then pay us in a later point in time. And this is throughout the state. And then for 2021, 5.3 billion they were going to hold for a portion of April, May, and June of 2021 and pay districts out in July 2021. And so now we're hearing, and we will confirm in our 45-day revise that that number has grown. And so with that being said, just with the current information that we do have, a conservative dollar amount is $50 million that we will need to have the tax and revenue anticipation note in the resolution with CSBA. And so this evening's item is requesting to have the resolution so that we can have the ability to have the cash flow and borrow from CSBA in a joint pool with other districts in California. The benefit of doing so, it's the point in time. It's any district in California that submits their application, we are lumped in together. So if there is 50 districts that go at the same time, then we're lumped in with the other 50. And so we have a reduced fee, a reduced interest rate, because that is spread amongst the 50 districts. And that's an example. And so it just depends on how many districts apply, but we would already be situated and positioned to do so. So we do have the need for $50 million. CSBA is the recommended option to continue. And so the recommendation is to approve the resolution up to $50 million from CSBA California School Cash Reserve Program.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item, Trustee Hall? Can't hear you. I know.
My apologies. From what we have one from Martha. I agree teachers are underpaid, high-ranked admin is overpaid. We have money to pay people over 100K a year, but we don't have enough money to fund programs like EAOP. Michelle, are you ready to take a pay cut? Not so long ago, you decided to lay teachers off to hire one person. Having worked for PVUSD for over 9 years, this disgusts me.
Thank you very much. Any discussion from the board? Okay. With that, can I now have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Now I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? All right. Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next up, agenda item 9.3, SELPA Education Annual Budget and Service Plan. This report will be presented by Heather Gorman, our SELPA Special Services Director.
Good evening, President Dodge, Jr., Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. I'm returning tonight after the public hearing on this agenda item, June 10th. The enclosed documents are the service plan and budget for our special education local plan area. These documents are required by the state yearly prior to June 30th. The annual budget plan includes administrative costs, services to students with severe and low incidence disabilities, services to students with non-severe disabilities, and supplemental aids and services. This is a consent item that I am asking for approval on at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item, Trustee Hall? You're on mute again.
I know. Yes, we have two. The first is Maria Gutierrez. Hello, board members. I'm writing about a few concerns of mine in regard to this budget cuts. At the last board meeting, when reviewing the budget, it was mentioned that special education would not be affected by the budget cuts. I do want to mention that although it's not shown, instructional aids were cut from different schools. This means that at Pajaro Valley High School, we will have 9 mild to moderate teachers and 7 instructional aides. These cuts mean that students will have less one-on-one support, which makes inclusionary practices such as co-teaching difficult. Moreover, it was my understanding that positions where people retired or resigned were cut. If the program director for middle schools resigned, why is the position additional duties special programs being created? How is this different than a program director position? Does this job have the same salary as a program director? By the description, it seems like she will become a program director for the Rise in Life Skills program. It seems like a play in words rather than trying to save the jobs of those who work directly with our students, or better yet, create programs to help our students. And from Martha, oh, sorry, there was a little bit more for the previous comment, so this is still Maria. All general education students have access to summer school or credit recovery after school, or access to alternate schools to make up credits. Our SDC mild moderate populations who are not being successful are stuck in a setting that is not serving them. They don't access to credit recovery after school or access to an alternative high school setting. They are legitly stuck in this environment until they turn 18. Why aren't we using the money to open up an SDC program in another smaller setting? It seems like our SDC mild moderate students are always the forgotten children of our community. In addition, the money being spent on SROs in our school needs to be reallocated into the interventions for our students. Our students need access to adequate and timely mental health services. Our students deserve professionals who are trained to de-escalate situations, intervene when students are going through crisis, and be there to listen. Sorry, it's cutting off on my screen. My apologies, this delay is my issue. As I previously mentioned, 20% of our special education students have been suspended at least once at Pajaro Valley High School, 3 times higher than other comprehensive high schools. How can we support having an SRO on campus when there is no positive reinforcement interventions being placed? Having a store and an app is not enough. Where are the awards for perfect attendance, for grade point average, for involvement in the community, for the arts? The only program I have seen give awards is the EAOP program, but apparently they are being cut. We could be doing so much more to encourage our students instead of sticking to this punitive system that is not serving our community's youth. And Martha's comment. Why do you insist on cutting staff that work directly with our students? Why don't some of the high-paid personnel take a pay cut for the time being? We don't need cops on campus. We don't need more money taken away from programs that help our children. We don't need to fire more teachers, etc. You need to care more about our children and not damage them. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion from the board? Trustee Osmundson?
No, I mean, we've already gone through the public hearing with her, and so I've read everything, and I'm okay.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay,
I'll
is there a second? Okay.
Second.
Okay. We'll now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
Me.
Aye. And Acosta.
Okay. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Next, agenda item 9.4, approve multi-year agreement with Pajaro Valley Federations of Teachers. This report will be presented by Dr. Chona Killeen.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. We are pleased to announce that we reached a tentative agreement with the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. Through a joint video presented by myself and PVFT President Ms. Nellie Vaquero-Boggs, we will share the highlights of the agreement. Special thanks to Director of Technology, Mr. Dan Weiser, for helping us with this video with his expertise, even though Ms. Vaquero-Boggs had more slides than I did, as she was considered more photogenic than I during the video production. But we did this in one take, indicative of our joint collaboration, and I look to Dr. Rodriguez to present the video. Thank you, President Dodge, Board Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. I'm Chona Killeen, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, co-presenting the PVFT tentative agreement tonight.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Rodriguez. I am Nellie Vaquero-Boggs, the President for Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers.
PVFT and our district came to a tentative agreement on May 26th. The parties signed a multi-year deal from 2019 to 2022. The following articles were included in the tentative agreement. Article 5, calendar, Article 4, workload and hours, Article 6, class size, Article 7, wages and related matters, Article 8, health and welfare benefits as related to total compensation portion of the tentative agreement, and no contract language contained in Article 8. Article 12, leaves, and Article 14, reassignments and transfer.
The negotiations team for Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers was myself and Radhika Kirkman, our grievance officer, Shireen Gabarzi, a teacher at H.A. Hyde, Grant Hewitt, a teacher at Aptos High School, Ian Licata, who teaches at Diamond Tech, Gregory Tucker, a teacher at PB High School, and Laura Zucker, an SLP at H.A. Hyde Elementary.
For PVUSD, in addition to myself, our team included Helen Berlanzi, Director of Finance, who's retired, and Colleen Bugayong came in place of Helen. Clint Rucker, Director of Administrative Services, Lauren Adcock, Manager of Payroll and Benefits, Allison Nizawa, Director of Human Resources, Elaine Legoretta, who also retired as Principal of Watsonville High School, Todd Westfall, Principal at Calabasas Elementary. The chronology for negotiations is that in the spring of 2019, both parties initiated negotiations by submitting notices of intent to bargain certain articles in our collective bargaining agreement, which were made available to the public. In the summer, both parties reached agreement on all articles except for those with financial implications. Article 18, early childhood education programs, and Article 20, mentor, were scheduled for future negotiations. And the parties agreed not to make any changes to Article 22, year-round education. In the fall 2019, both parties resumed negotiations on the remaining articles. In March 2020, schools were closed in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. In April 2020, negotiations resumed. And in May 2020, due to the forward thinking of our superintendent with support from our PVUSD Governing Board of Trustees, the district improved upon its offers by offering PVFT cost savings and make additional financial adjustments. Both parties were showing a willingness to be flexible and a collaborative spirit that allowed us to reach a tentative agreement on all remaining articles, including those with financial implications such as salary and benefits by May 26, 2020.
Article 5 for calendar, we agreed to the following changes in regards to calendar. In the coming years and moving forward, we're reducing the number of work days by 2 for future years without reducing salary amounts. The 2 days removed are district determined professional development days and 1 teacher work day. We then had to negotiate a memorandum of understanding to reflect the changes to the working year, including but not limited to the TK-12 teachers, psychologists, counselors, early childhood education program, etc., as per the tentative agreement. For Article 4, workload and hours, PVFT and PVUSD agreed to the following changes on Article 4, workload. Make every attempt to limit the number of different courses taught for general education teachers for 3 courses at the comprehensive middle and junior high and high schools. Add SELPA department chair at the middle and junior high schools. Provide stipends for hard to fill special education positions. Set aside time on early release Wednesdays to work on report cards and case management. Provide release teachers or roving teachers access to student information systems, a workspace, equipment, supplies, secure storage, and training for those who work with LPC students. Increase preparation time for special education preschool teachers and align preparation time for K-8 teachers to be equal to other teachers working with students at the same grade level. For Article 6, class size, PVFT and PVUSD agreed to the following changes on this article. To reduce transitional kindergarten to class size maximum of 22:1 student to teacher ratio. Clarify joint staffing committee language to ensure that PVFT bargaining unit members from different areas, for example, counselors, nurses, psychologists, classroom teachers, and union leadership, are provided a forum to make recommendations to the negotiations teams. Develop a new process for administration and class size advisory committee to address compensation for teachers with over enrollment, and establish caseload maximums for special education with a financial mechanism for compensating affected unit members when caseload maximums are exceeded. This serves as a historic precedent as caseload maximums are now part of the CBA, aligning PVUSD up to other districts across the state. For total compensation, PVFT and PVUSD agreed to the following changes for total compensation. For the 1920 school year, salary would provide a one-time bonus prorated by full-time equivalent for all PVFT bargaining unit members from savings on certificated substitutes and certificated extra work requests resulting from the March 16th closure to June 5th. And retroactive to July 1st, 2019, provide a 2% increase to the K-12 and ECE salary schedules for every $1 million above an ending
1920 fund balance of $30 million, including the reserve. Furthermore, for the 2021 salary, provide a one-time bonus prorated by full-time equivalent for all PVFT bargaining unit members for savings on certificated substitutes and certificated extra work requests due to distance learning and or any hybrid model in the 2021 school year. Effective July 1st, 2020, provide a 0.2% increase to the K-12 and ECE salary schedules for every 0.5% increase to per pupil revenue based upon the approved state budget this fall 2020 in comparison to the second interim budget of March 9, 2020. Provide a 1% one-time bonus to K-12 and ECE contingent upon the receipt of $2 million in one-time special education allocation from the state based upon the budget as modified this fall. And for total compensation for ECE, Head Start, and Adult Ed, early childhood education salary, revised salary schedules for the early childhood education and seasonal Head Start programs to exceed the governor's proposed minimum wage increase years ahead of schedule. And for adult ed salary, provide a 1% salary increase to 2019-20 and a 1% salary increase plus 1% one-time salary payment of 2020-21.
For Article 7, Wages and Related Matters, PVFT and PVUSD agreed to the following: establish 7 department chair positions at the middle and junior high schools, inclusive of a special education teacher. We also agreed to provide stipends for hard-to-fill special education positions in the following areas: visually impaired, orthopedically impaired, deaf and hard of hearing, and the RISE Academy and autism. For Article 8, Health and Welfare Benefits, PVFT and PVUSD agreed to the following as related to the total compensation portion of the tentative agreement. No actual language changes were made and contained in Article 8. So no changes to health and welfare benefits for 2019 to 2020 and 2020 to 2021. The district absorbed the entirety of the inflationary increase in costs. For 2019 to 2020, the benefit year, this meant the district absorbed up to 7% increase depending on the plan, and up to 2% increase in 2020 to 2021 of approximately over $2.3 million for the PVFT bargaining unit. For leaves, we just needed to comply with the new statutes. So PVFT and PVUSD agreed to the following: to comply with recent changes to statutes, revised language so each employee is provided with up to 1 12-week period for parental leave if all other eligibility requirements are met. For evaluation, PVFT and PVUSD agreed to the following: add language to clarify the primary evaluator, revised language for further explanation of written evaluation, setting up meetings and observation procedures, clarify plans and processes for pre-assistance, and provide further explanation of the peer assistance review function and formation. For Article 14, reassignment and transfer, PVFT and PVUSD agreed to revise the contract language to improve the notification and procedural practices and provide clarification for the processes involving teacher-initiated transfers. And for retirement, PVFT and PVUSD agreed that in addition to the state retirement teachers system, or STRS, add language to include the public employee retirement system, PERS, for bargaining unit members electing the latter option. And we also changed the date for the early retirement incentive program notification to human resources from March 1st to January 20th.
So PVFT and PVUSD agreed to the following changes on Article 24, which is our reopeners article. We're going to close out negotiations and any reopeners through the 2021 school year. And for the 21-22 school year, PVFT and PVUSD, by mutual agreement, may reopen the total compensation, which is our salary and benefits, along with 2 additional articles. Thank you.
That concludes our co-presentation. Thank you very much, President Pajaro Boggs, for working with us. And If anyone has any questions, this would be a time to ask questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item, Trustee Holm?
No, we do not.
Any discussion from the board?
Kathy.
Trustee Osmundson?
No, I'm happy that
Oh,
they were able to come to a tentative agreement. Thank you.
okay. With no more discussion, can I have a
I just-
motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve, but I would like to say that I just want to send a sincere appreciation to our PVFT. It's really, really rough time right now, and I just want to thank all the membership for understanding the situation that we all find ourselves in. And I just want to, on behalf of myself, just express sincere gratitude for coming to this agreement. Thank you.
And I would like to second. But I do want, if I can just make a quick comment.
Yes, I'll make a comment after you.
Yes, I also want to take our, extend my gratitude to the two negotiating teams, the district and PVFT, in getting to this point. I do want to highlight a couple of items that I'm very happy to see we reached agreement on, which includes establishing caseload maximums for special education, no caps or changes to benefits for the upcoming school year, couple of years, provide stipends for hard to fill special education positions, and increase preparation time for special education preschool teachers. These are all items I know are very important to our certificated employees and staff, and address many of the concerns that have been brought to my attention through the various meetings I've held and the emails that I have received. So thank you so much for addressing and reaching agreement on those critical points. And so with that, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work, both to the district and to PVFT and their members. I know that it's been very crazy for all of you, and I am happy that caseloads was reached. I know this was a very important topic throughout our district for our parents, our families, and our teachers, and it's been a long time coming. So I am happy that you were able to reach an agreement that will work for our children in PVUSD. So thank you. And with that, I second the motion unless anyone else wants to speak.
Any more comment or discussion from the board? Okay, now that I have a first and a second, I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next up, thank you very much, Chona. Thank you. Next up, agenda item 9.5, resolution 19-20-53, reduction of a particular kind of classified employee service. Report will be presented by Dr. Chona Kalin, Assistant Superintendent.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. For your consideration, we submit per the California Education Code a resolution for reduction of a particular kind of classified employee service for 5 positions: Administrative Secretary 2 and Instructional Assistant for Child Development, Analyst and HR, Senior Analyst, which are both confidential positions, and a Controller, which is a classified management positions. And the resolution reads as follows: whereas Education Code 45101, 45114, 45117, 45298, and 45308 authorizes the district to lay off classified employees for lack of work and or lack of funds upon 60 days prior notice. And due to lack of work and lack of funds, the being provided by the district must be reduced. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on the 31st day of August 2020, the position shown on the attachment will be reduced. Be it further resolved that the district superintendent or designee be authorized and directed to give notice of reduction of employment to the affected employees of the district pursuant to district rules and regulations and applicable provisions of the Education Code no later than 60 days prior to the effective date of such discontinuance as set forth above. And be it further resolved that the district superintendent or designee be authorized and directed to take any other actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Trustee Holm, do we have any public speakers to this item?
Yes, we have a comment from Buddy Renzulo, the Labor Relations Representative for CSEA. Dear Dr. Rodriguez, board members, staff, distinguished guests, and community members, my name is Buddy Renzulo, and I am the California School Employees Association Labor Relations Representative for the Pajaro Valley Chapter 132 members. I have represented the classified members of this district since July of 2019. It is an honor for me to be able to address you here this evening, and I thank you for reading my comments in my absence. As you know, we have all been operating in a stressful time of unprecedented unknowns and extreme financial constraints as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Both our certificated and classified staffs have jumped in with both feet to answer the call to keep our community safe, students and families fed, and lessons taught. As CSEA members, we have seen firsthand the reason why we have been termed essential workers. We were presented with very dire news when the governor came out with his May revision of his budget that outlined a 10% overall reduction to our funding. We also know that the Santa Cruz County Superintendent gave direction to all districts in the county to present a budget based on this May revise, stating, this budget revision includes funding reductions to local control funding formula allocations and some categorical funding. Shortly thereafter, our unit was presented with a layoff resolution 19-20-38, and we began negotiating the effects of these proposed layoffs. Tonight, there is another layoff resolution 19-20-53 before you for another layoff. The legislature has presented a very different budget to the governor, one that includes full funding to K-12 districts, county offices of education, JPAs, and community colleges. There is also a budget language that includes, it is the intent of the legislature that school districts retain all classified employees. With the amount of funding and flexibility provided to schools and community colleges in the Budget Act of 2020, schools and community colleges should avoid layoffs of classified employees in the 2021 fiscal year. It further states from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, inclusive, the governing board of a school district shall not implement layoffs or releases of any permanent or probationary classified employees of the school district who hold classifications in or assigned positions in nutrition, transportation, or custodial services. We know that there were proposed layoffs in the first resolution that affected our custodial positions. In light of this new information, I would like to ask the board to consider rescinding the layoffs for both resolutions at this time, as we now know that the Pajaro Valley Unified School District will be in fact receiving no reduction to the level of funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Trustee Holm. With that, any discussion from the board?
And so there was no layoffs of classified, but we are laying off some classified. I'm confused.
So what he was
Been
referring,
told that there's no layoffs of classified. What?
okay, so what he said, Karen, is the latest budget, the trailer that came out said that there should not be layoffs of classified in 3 areas in custodial, transportation, and food services.
Right, I got that.
There are none of those. The trailer bill is for the future, is for this next school year, but we are not laying off currently anyone in those 3 areas. As mentioned, 2 and 4 are confidential. They are not current CSEA members. They are confidential members, so they are not governed by CSEA. They will have rights to CSEA positions, and there are openings for them. So they're not being laid off, they're just being placed into CSEA positions. The controller is a management position and will be a layoff. She will be able to be on a 39-month rehire list if we decide within the next 39 months to reinstitute that position. The first number 1 position is for adult ed, and that is in an effort to be able to remain fiscally solvent and not have any contributions from our general fund. And then number 5 is ECE, and number 1 and 5 both have positions in which they can go into as well.
So the only real layoff, it sounds like, is the controller, who is management.
That is accurate.
And adult education, let's see. And then the 2 confidential who are not even classified, that can go into classified if they wanted to.
That is accurate.
Okay. So what is he saying that he wants us to vote against this? What does that mean when there's no actual layoffs except the management position? Why is he asking us to vote against it?
Well, I think he was referring to a past decision, and then I'm assuming it's due to number 1 and number 5. However, we can't tell programs that they need to maintain within their grant budgeting and not allow them to manage staff.
Mm-hmm.
So we have long said that we do not want to contribute general funds to adult education, for example, for number 1. And so they have rising costs. You saw that, you just heard about the deal, right? That was the agreement that was made. So they're going to get a 1% increase for this past year, and then a 1 off the salary for this next year. When this was first done, we weren't sure about their budget. We believe that their budget as well will be what's called workforce budget, so last year's budget, but they still have rising costs. And we're asking them to not have to contribute general fund to the program, because remember, the program spans not only our school district, but also Santa Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody else has any questions or comments?
I just wanted to clarify, Michelle, you said that the instructional assistant child development was going to be able to be reassigned?
Yeah, so she is very senior. There is a possibility that she may retire, but she is very senior. So she would bump into a general education instructional assistant position. She has that.
So we'll still have someone helping at the classroom level. It'll just be a position change.
Yes, if she chooses not to retire, she would have a position. We have purposely maintain these vacancies open so that these are not layoffs, but they just move into different positions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any more questions or concerns? Is there a motion?
I have I'm sorry, President Trustee Junior. I have a quick question.
Yes.
Michelle, so with the controller position, I remember reviewing her resume, and it was quite extensive, and the district's management administration team was quite happy to be able to recruit her and hire her. So why would we be, and I understand it's a management position, about the 39-month rehire, but why would you yourself and Joe not be looking to move her in to Helen's position, which is now open?
Well, she has she can apply for that position if that's what she wants to do. So she's on a rehire list, meaning she's not leaving the district with bad standing. But what we did do is we promised the board that this controller position would be cost neutral. We looked at it, and we have not been able to make it cost neutral as we thought we would be able to. And so, holding to our word, we are reducing this position.
Right.
But she has the absolute, it's not the same position, so she does not have rights to that position, but she definitely can apply for the director position if that's what she chooses to do, for sure.
So, but position 2 and position 4, the 2 confidential management positions, they have rights to move into other positions within district, within classified personnel, if I'm understanding what you said, because they are going to be doing that.
Yes. So like, for instance, number 4 will just become an analyst instead of a senior analyst. And the analyst position is not a confidential position. It's a CSEA position.
Okay. And the budget analyst, number 2, is going to move into what?
Staff accountant.
Staff accountant. Okay. It just seems to me that it would have really made sense for the district's administration to do everything they can within their power to make sure they retain that controller. I mean, I do recall her resume and her background being quite extensive, and I was thinking we were profoundly fortunate to get her. So, you know, I mean, that seems to be a no-brainer to me, but, you know, hopefully that works out, that she does apply for that position and gets hired.
Thank you very much, Trustee Acosta. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, with that, I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, agenda item 9.6, the NWEA MAP Growth Test / MAP Accelerator. Report will be presented by Lisa Aguirre, Assistant Superintendent.
Good evening, President Dodge, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. Tonight I have the opportunity to present multiple items for approval. The first is NWEA MAP and MAP Accelerator. The measures of academic progress assessment is administered to students 3 times per year. The assessment measures student growth in reading and math and shows what students are ready to learn. From the results, teachers can plan instruction based on individual student need, projects college readiness, projects CAS proficiency, and links directly to Khan Academy. So how does it work? Each student takes a unique test. The difficulty of each question is based on how well the student has answered the previous question. If a student answers a question correctly, the next question will be more difficult. If a student answers a question incorrectly, the next question will be easier. Questions continue to calibrate the student knowledge. The MAP assessment tracks student progress from year to year. This is a student progress report showing a student's math scores over 2.5 years. In this sample, you can track the student's MAP growth since the fall of 2017. The colors represent the percentile bands, green being the highest. The thick black line is the student score. The dots in yellow band is the average score of students across the nation in the same grade level, and the dot line in mostly orange is our district average for students at the same grade level. Not only does the report show the student's achievement, but also the growth percentile, additionally SAT, ACT, college readiness, and once again, the CAS scores are projected. So how does this information help classroom teachers? After the test is given, teachers have access to a variety of reports, from individual student reports to class level reports. One of the multiple reports that are available is the learning continuum. In this report, the data translate MAP scores to learning statements for students that they are ready to learn at that time. Teachers can use this data and the learning goals to set individual student goals, analyze content for reinforcement, reteaching, and tailor instruction to student needs. Can it be administered in a remote setting? Both remote and in-person administration requires a Proctor computer and student devices with a lockdown browser. So it's the same devices that are used whether it's being done in person or remotely. On the Chromebook, students have a direct click to access the MAP test using the apps feature. For the distance learning environment, there is a new monitoring of student engagement with the test. Proctors will be alerted to rapid guessing, which means that the teachers will be able to see when students are just putting in any answer. And the test will then lock down at the level the student was performing at. The system can be set to have test session automatically stop if it detects rapid guessing. When students re-engage in testing, test items will be at an appropriate level of difficulty, which results in more valid test scores. Additionally, the system will alert the proctor when there's a long time between answers. Guidance will be sent home to parents and students, and test setting environment expectations will be explicit. We are confident that we'll be able to administer the test in distance learning environments this year, as it is not as high stakes as tests such as the AP test, where students took this past spring. A quote from one of our high school teachers, Mr. Huth at Aptos High said, a number of us were disappointed we weren't given the MAP test as we were hoping to gain data-driven insights as to how our students' math learning progressed over the year, especially in respect to distance learning. There were quite a few teachers that I had to answer that. Unfortunately, we weren't going to give it. We weren't ready for the spring administration. So how does the test link to MAP Accelerator? So let's look at MAP Accelerator. We were one of the 5 schools chosen last year for the pilot MAP Accelerator from across the nation for students in grades 3 through 8 to support their math instruction. All the California districts that were in the pilot are continuing with the MAP Accelerator for next year. How it works. It works in the following way. Students take the MAP growth assessment, which gives you a clear picture of each student's current level and trajectory across the learning continuum. Results of the MAP growth assessment automatically creates custom learning paths for each student within the MAP Accelerator, powered by Khan Academy's master learning system. Teachers can customize each pathway, track progress, and identify the skills where students need extra support to accelerate progress. In other words, MAP Accelerate can help differentiate instruction for all students. In MAP Accelerator, students receive personalized learning paths and immediate access to practice and get personalized learning materials. PVUSD NWA data demonstrates the need to accelerate student growth. The program creates the automatic differentiation and personalization to fill gaps in student learning and can be used for acceleration. So let's look at some data from the winter of 2019, this past December. On the left is data from approximately 100 classrooms, 3rd through 5th grade, the pilot classrooms. On the right are the non-pilot classrooms. As you can see, 48% of the students scored in the average to high percentile band in the pilot classrooms, while 35% of students in the non-pilot classrooms only scored to the average to high percentile band, regardless of where they started in the fall. This shows a correlation of higher winter scores in the pilot classrooms. When looking at student usage pre and during COVID-19 school closure, there was an increase in usage as well as average skills leveled up. A Google survey was sent to all pilot teachers. When asked how likely it is that they would recommend MAP Accelerator to a colleague, close to 70% said they were on the upper end of very likely. And then when asked if they would like to have MAP Accelerator available for the 2021 school year, 84.9% said yes. Based on the valuable information used from MAP growth tests, as well as student data and teacher feedback, it is staff recommendation to approve the student licenses for measures of academic progress, as well as the MAP Accelerator digital program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item? Okay, Trustee Holmes says no, because she's muted. Any discussion from the board?
I'd like to say something.
Schacher?
So this program also is linked to Khan Academy, correct, Dr. Rodriguez or Lisa, whoever wants to answer?
That is correct. So what happens is that our the MAP Accelerator is the program where it links directly the MAP scores to the Khan Academy, where it personalizes the learning pathway for students.
Okay, and so students can work on areas of weakness in the Khan Academy to help boost their math scores and understanding, correct?
Absolutely, and students that are above their grade level, it also helps to continue in the area that they're ready to learn, so that if they're above grade level, it also links them directly to the above grade level content. So it's all individualized based on student need.
Okay, and we've been seeing some improvement in our overall math performance since we started using this program, correct?
So the MAP Accelerator, we were a pilot this past year, and from fall to winter, there was a correlation between classrooms, the pilot classrooms that used the program versus the classrooms that did not use the program.
Okay, thank you very much. I like this program, and I think it's very important, especially with the uncertainty that we have going on, that students have a way to access these programs and continue work at home, or even just use it as supplemental learning to get them where they need to be. So I definitely approve of this program.
Is that a motion?
Well,
I'll make
I'll
a
make a
motion, but
motion.
I think other people might want to talk.
But
Trustee
you can
Osmundson?
make a motion and we can still talk.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Yeah,
Trustee
so
Osmundson?
I just wanted to say how important it is, because number one, we were selected nationwide. They only selected 5 districts nationwide to be able to do this program, this math accelerated program. 5 districts all in the whole nation. So I think we need to support this program because we were selected as one of the few people that were selected to do this program. So that's another reason it's important to vote yes on this.
So I would like to second the motion, and then just highlighting the benefit to our students is very much student centric. So I'm all for that, and I echo what my fellow board trustee Jennifer Schacher had to say about the program.
Thank you very much. Any more comments, concerns? If not, I have a first and a second.
I do.
Oh,
Sorry.
Trustee De Silva?
I know, I'm so sorry. This is really important discussion. Lisa, so our kids, after distance learning went into effect, they didn't take any more MAP tests?
We didn't do the whole district MAP testing in the spring.
Okay, and that was a decision that was reached for what reason? Because it would have been kind of interesting, I think, to see the social experiment that we were doing, like how did it go?
Well, we'll get results in the fall, when we administer in fall, but I think
Okay.
the reason why we didn't administer it is because when we closed, a lot of people were almost in emergency mode, and a lot of our teachers who are working directly with our students were stressed under the pressures to completely change their teaching. Adding this to their plate, we felt that would have been an additional stressor to our system, and we didn't feel that we could push it at that time. And we thought it would be more beneficial to make sure that we set it up correctly and administer it correctly so that our results are as valid as possible.
So we were seeing positive results with the use of this program.
Yes.
In the short duration that we had.
Yes.
And I seem to remember it was like a $5 million investment in our district or something like that. Do you remember the numbers?
Steps to Brilliance.
Oh, that's Footsteps to Brilliance. But didn't we? Oh, so we were just selected to use this as a pilot, but there was no money attached to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have something to say? All right. I have a first and a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. Agenda item 9.7, Mind Research ST Math Digital Program. This
President,
report.
Trustee Dodge Jr.
Yes.
Just a quick, I just want to note that it's 10 o'clock. We have quite a few more agenda items to go, and there's quite a few public comments, especially for item 10.1. Can I get a motion to, or do we need a motion to extend the meeting if we're going to complete all these items?
I'll make a motion to approve to extend our meeting to 1 a.m.
Second.
Can I just make a suggestion on that? That also, if you can move item 11 consent agenda, item 12 deferred consent, and then item 14 the action items, all the items we will be voting on to before 10, because 10 are just report and discussion. So I would think it would be wise to move 11, 12, and 14 to before 10. So we could have our last items to vote on before moving into report and discussion. So I guess I'd be asking you, Trustee Orozco, if you'd be willing to amend your motion to move items 11, 12, and 14 to before item 10 with your extension.
I'm okay with that.
Do you need a second for it? Are we okay?
I'll amend the second. I just think it's important for the entire board to stay throughout the duration of the meeting.
It's not about not staying, it's about getting the voting items before report and discussion, that makes sense, because the reason for an extension has to happen because of items we vote on. and we don't vote on report and discussion items.
Well, that might be all well and good, but there's members that leave the meeting early routinely. So I just want to make sure that we're all here together. Thank you.
I haven't seen any members leave routinely early while we've been holding these virtual meetings at
So
all.
we have a motion and a second, so we can continue the meeting, please. Can you call the vote, President Daniel Dodge Sr.?
So all in favor to move the consent agenda up before item 10? All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed?
I think that was a whole vote. It was to move 11, 12, and 14 to before 10 and extend the meeting to 1 a.m. I think that was the motion made, and that's not the way you read it.
Okay, so to move agenda items 11, 12, 13, 14 up before agenda item 10, correct?
10.1, yes. And extend the meeting to 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
And extend the meeting till 1 a.m. Sorry.
Yes.
So yes, we're all in favor of that?
Yes.
Anybody
Yes.
opposed?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes till 1 in the morning. Okay, so we'll start over again. Agenda item 9.7. Is it the Mind Research ST Math Digital Program? This report will be presented by Lisa Aguirre, Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum and Instruction.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. ST Math is the next agenda item. The ST Math is another math digital program that's used in classrooms, elementary classrooms, where we don't have Math Accelerator. ST Math is a spatial temporal visual instructional program that leverages the brain's innate spatial temporal reasoning ability to solve mathematical problems. ST's math unique approach provides students with equitable access to learning through challenging puzzles, non-routine problem solving, and informative feedback. With ST Math, students build deep conceptual understanding as the program starts by teaching the foundational concepts visually, then connects the ideas to the symbols, language, and robust discourse of mathematics. This approach works because with visual learning, students are better equipped to tackle unfamiliar math problems, recognize patterns, and build conceptual understanding. Last item is that without language barriers, the math problems are accessible to all students, regardless of skill level or language background. Students have been given the opportunity to schools have been given the opportunity to opt into to use ST Math. Over the last 4 years, we have expanded every school year to add an additional grade level at a school and new schools by request. The schools listed above are the same schools that will use the program in 2020, 2021, and we will not expand this year. We are strategically making sure that students are not doubling up on screen time with the multiple digital programs. ST Math is mastery-based, which means students must pass each level with a score of 100% where they have all the puzzles correctly solved before the next level in a sequence becomes available to them. Each student has their own personalized journey and takes as long as they need to achieve mastery. This ensures that students are building and demonstrating a strong conceptual foundation. As you can tell from the bar graph, average minutes used increased after COVID-19 school closure, which meant students were completing more of the syllabus. On average, students were completing 1.05% of syllabus per week before school closure compared to 1.33% after school closure. This graph shows the increase in average usage minutes per week. In the time period of August 11th through March 14th, the weekly average student usage was 38.7 minutes. In the time period March 15th through May 23rd, weekly average usage increased to 46.3 minutes. We sent out a survey to teachers who use the ST Math program. The purple, which is a score of 10, the blue, a score of 9, and the 8, a score of 8, are the very likely, and the 0 is not likely at all. So the purple, blue, and red percentages total 82.7%. That means that 82.7% of teachers that participate in the survey are very likely to recommend the program to a colleague. And when asked, based on your experience with ST Math, would you like to have ST Math available this coming 2021 school year? Approximately 90% of teachers would like to continue to use ST Math in the upcoming school year. This data shows that teachers rely on ST Math as a support for student learning as it is intended and not as a primary teaching of new content. Based on teacher input, student data, and quality of math programs, staff recommends approving ST Math for the 2020-21 school year for our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this, Trustee Hall?
No, we don't.
Any discussion from the board?
Lisa, I just want to clarify something with you. ST Math is a visual math program, correct?
That is correct.
And so this works really well for students that have learning disabilities such as dyslexia.
Absolutely. And it works really well for our younger kiddos who are just learning math. And the majority of the usage is in the younger grades because Map Accelerator doesn't start till 3rd grade.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any more? Karen, did you want to say something?
I just want to say, so it didn't, you don't know, I mean, so in terms of all the other ones, the Math Accelerator showed us the advancement of students that are using it or whatever, how they're doing much better using it and everything. But this one is not quite there yet in terms of students doing better as a result of it.
We don't have all the data to show whether they were doing better or not. We know that based on the data from the company that when students do complete a certain number, percentage of the program, that they do better on the CASP. But a lot of our students are TK, are the younger kids, and they don't start taking the MAP assessment till 2nd grade.
Okay. So we wouldn't know until then.
Right.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion from the board? I just had a quick question. That was a nice presentation. Trustee Schacher asked some good points. I saw this wasn't at Mini White. Was there a reason why there wasn't a Mini White?
Well, we've been doing opt-in and we don't have it at Minty White. You're correct. They do have Map Accelerator, but not ST Math. And it's just been an opt-in because we want to make sure that the programs are utilized correctly. It's not.
Was that the decision made by the principal or by here in administration?
Principal and teachers.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a first and a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? The motion passes. Next up, agenda item 9.9, Naviance platform. This report will be presented by Lisa Agaria again.
Thank you, President Dodge.
It's 9.8.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Agenda item 9.8, the TUVA data literacy program. This report will be presented by Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. The TUVA data literacy program is the next one, which is a digital literacy program that we use, science literacy program that we use in our high schools. The name TUVA is inspired by the work and teaching philosophy of Nobel Prize-winning physicist Richard Feynman, and is based on a book that his friend wrote called TUVA or Bust. In the same spirit as Feynman's teaching in our district, the goal with TUVA is to enable educators to bring inquiry, discovery, engagement, and real-world application to science learning in high school classrooms. So I'm going to go over the what, the renewal subscription, the why, and the data and feedback from teachers. So what is it? TUVA is a data literacy program that provides access to primary source scientific data sets. Students learn essential graphing, modeling, statistical reasoning, and analytical thinking concepts and practices. It contains a content library of NGSS aligned activities and can use it in authentic real-world inquiry-based science. Students also can upload, and teachers can upload their own data. Students can upload their own data from their science labs, and teachers can upload data from local projects. So in this example that is on TUVA, it's a scatter plot graph. The data shows that the measurements of dissolved oxygen and water temperature in a pond. TUVA provides the data that then students can represent in multiple ways, and then they have to answer questions about it. So Tuva will pose the questions to students who will then use statistical reasoning and analysis skills to answer. Let you look at for a second. So it's question number 1. After the students answer that question, then it'll go on. If when you're looking at the scatter plot, the attributes, you can change those attributes to have the scatter plot be represented in different ways so that students will have to use that to figure out what the information is telling them in the scatter plot. So why Tuva? Our current board adopted science curriculum is outdated. It supports distance learning, integrates with Google Classroom, is interactive, promotes critical thinking, and supports teacher and students meeting NGSS standards. Since March of 2019, over 500 Tuva lessons have been used and over 750 databases used in science labs. And you can see that a lot of our watch program, they use the data when they're working with students, and it's local information or rainfall in Santa Cruz, data about the bird groups that are local. These are all uploaded into the Tuva program where then students manipulate the data, express it, and have to analyze and answer critical thinking skills in regards to the data. So we sent out a survey and asked for teacher feedback. One teacher said, I've used Tuva over the course of 3 school years and have seen it work well with all kinds of students from honors to English learners. Another teacher said, if some of all of our instruction this coming year takes place via distance learning, Tuva will prove a valuable tool to help fulfill the lab science requirement. Tuva will help teachers address our NGSS standards in these challenging times. The last quote I was going to read is, I love that it lets students interact with real data produced in the field. It also builds students' graphing skills by allowing them to manipulate data and make meaning from it. It allows students to practice real analysis. Based on teacher input, quality of NGSS aligned program, and cost to support teachers and students in a distance learning environment, staff recommends approving Tuva for the 2020-21 school year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item, Trustee Holm?
No, we do not.
Any discussion from the board? Okay, do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I actually have a comment, a question for Lisa.
Yes, Trustee
Well,
DeSoto.
Lisa, did we not adopt the NGSS science curriculum?
For high school?
Yeah.
We did for middle school. For high school, no, we were set to do our biology pilot this spring, but because of the closures, we had to put it off. And then that is one of the things we're looking at cost savings that were was pushed off was the science adoptions.
So is this like a curriculum in lieu of having books kind of thing?
No, this one supports the curriculum. So teachers can actually, you can do whole lessons from it, but this is not going to be the board adopted textbooks that we would use for Williams. This is definitely though a support. So the teachers would still use the textbooks, but this would actually give students real world NGSS experiences where they can use critical thinking skills in a distance learning environment or in person.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great, and I'm going to support it. I'm just concerned about the adoption that we're putting off now because science is so critical to kids learning and to making, engineers and scientists and doctors and everything. So I want to make sure that our kids get the most up-to-date and best curriculum that they can. Did we actually not rob is probably the wrong word, but did we take the money out of, because we had a placeholder for the science curricula. Is that money still there or is it gone?
That I do not know.
Does Michelle know?
Yes, so it's part of the deferred costs that we chose to do. So when we looked at recommendations and we co-looked at recommendations, one of the recommendations was not to implement new curriculum during times of distance learning. And so when we get back, then that would be when we would train the teachers and purchase the curriculum.
Did we already go through the motions of choosing the curriculum that we wanted to purchase?
No, we were just starting
Okay.
the pilot process. So we were in
Got
the
it.
process of scaling down which ones we were going to pilot.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a first and a second.
So I was just going to ask you, so any of the high school students are using it in all of our high schools. They're using the Tuva in Aptos and Potter Valley and Watsonville.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And yeah, and it works really good for distance learning. Yeah, I'm so glad we're doing science where they do a lot of critical thinking and, you know, think about how, you know, they can figure things out. It's good. Thanks.
Any more discussion? Any discussion from the board? Okay, for that, I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, now agenda item 9.9, the Naviance platform. This report will be presented by Lisa Aguirre, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. I'm now going to present on Naviance platform. Although this program does not have actual personnel associated, Naviance platform is a comprehensive college career and life readiness solution that helps districts and schools align student strengths and interests to post-secondary goals, improving outcomes and connecting learning to life. PVUSD has had Naviance for all high school students since the fall of 2016, and last year we added middle school. In Naviance, students explore college and career preparation, career exploration, build resumes, fill out college applications, find career clusters that match their interests, create their biographies, and many other tasks that lead to college, career, and life planning. From this slide, you can see Naviance student activity. It is particularly high at the beginning of the school year, and it levels as engagement becomes a steady part of the learning. Additionally, engagement with Naviance is growing from year to year in our implementation. Since 2017, our seniors have filled out 6,345 college applications. Additionally, 19,518 college documents were sent directly from Naviance to colleges, and they are from counselors, registrars, and teachers. These documents are items such as transcripts, letters of recommendations, and school profile reports. Through Naviance, we have found a correlation between the number of tasks students complete and the percentage of the colleges that students apply to. Over the last 2 years, there was a 60% increase of students completing 10 or more tasks. We need to focus our efforts on understanding why our African American students had a lower completion percentage on tasks, that we remove any barriers that we may have created and put in place necessary support so that all of our students receive the same educational experience through Naviance. The intentional learning objectives that Naviance provides becomes an integral entry point for students to make connections between core academic learning and life after high school. Being able to engage in future planning and self-knowledge is a social-emotional experience. Even in challenging times, having a vision for the future and a growing self-understanding of the world of work and the student's place in it provides hope and meaning to core subject areas of learning. The Naviance platform allows for group and independent learning and distance learning, in-person and hybrid environments. PVUSD has a Naviance implementation framework for both middle school and high school that both our teachers and our counselors use. Over the years, Naviance leadership has been responsive to PVUSD requests for product improvements, including language and assessments to make them more relevant to the student grade level. A Spanish language translation for all aspects of platform is coming in the spring of 2021, and a new feature which will incorporate a tool for students to connect to work-based learning opportunities for students in the fall of 2020. An important thing to mention is that Naviance has been directly responsive to amending pricing on our contract with the budget challenges we are experiencing due to COVID-19. When asked about their Naviance experience, student Angelina Ontiveros said, Naviance has been very helpful in helping me figure out my future. It gives me options of schools that might be good for my career. It also gives lessons that could help me with applying for college. Student Joshua Powell said, Naviance was so great to have, especially during the applying period of my college experience. It helped me stay super duper organized with what schools I've applied to and with what the next step was in the long, difficult process of getting into college. It's a 10 out of a 10. High school staff. Mr. Slider at Aptos High said Naviance is a solid component of the American School Counselors Association national model. We're building out lessons with Naviance at the center in the core counseling curriculum lessons delivered by our staff. And middle school staff say the school counselor and migrant counselor shared with the larger guidance team that the students, some of who were students who typically didn't engage in class, were more engaged in the Naviance module than in their other classes. It is staff recommendation to approve the Naviance 5-year contract for our students' college, career, and life readiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any public speakers to this item, Trustee Hall?
No.
Any discussion from the board?
Lisa, this is programs bilingual, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I think with us losing our EAOP, that this program becomes even more important to have in place for our students and aiding them with their college applications and career decisions. Is there anything you can add to support that piece?
Absolutely. No, as the discussion was happening earlier, I was thinking that this is a perfect piece to help us get us by until we can bring back the EAOP. We've only had it for a few years, so we haven't been able to explore how much more in each year it does increase with engagement with our students. So it does show a correlation with the number of tasks that students complete, the more likely they are to apply to colleges. I think one of the great things is that we added to the middle school. So starting in middle school, students are exploring the different types of colleges. They take a self-assessment to determine their personality style, what careers they might look into. And then they redo that and once they're in high school. So it's like a cluster. Then once they figure out what careers they might be good into, then it directs them to what colleges would fit based on their interests. And then it goes through the different steps. It saves all of the work that students do when they first start. So if they complete the task and go all the way through, by the time that they are a junior and early senior, when they're in October and they're applying, they have the majority of the necessary documents in there. And then also teachers and counselors can go into there and then use that information in there to help write their letters of recommendation.
Okay, great. And then students have access to this at home also?
Yes, they do.
Okay, thank you. With that, I would make an emotion to approve. I know there's probably some other board questions, so.
So I just want to say, I'm just wondering if the students that we heard from tonight that talked to the AEOP, if they had Naviance when they were there, because this sounds like it's really good, especially since there's not AOP or it's going to be reduced. I mean, Naviance feels like it could be, I mean, they don't take students on field trips, obviously, but we can't do that now anyways. But it sounds very close to what the things, many of what AEOP was offering to students, that they can get it through Naviance. Is that correct?
That is correct. EOP did, they had a high focus on first generational college students. So what we'll have to do, that one slide that I broke out by student demographics, we just have to ensure that we do a lot more data analysis, that we are hitting all of our groups that we want. And it's not just a certain subgroup that it's working for. It shows that it does work for everybody, but as long as we're doing that analysis, yes, that's absolutely correct, Karen.
Wow, so that's good to know, because like I said, I don't know if all those students that talked about AOP had experienced Naviance at the time that they were, so this is really great to know that students can, I mean, did they say AOP provides them tutoring as well? Or I can't remember.
EAOP, I believe, does provide tutoring as well. They have their EOP is a similar but different service because they also have personnel that are there. This is a platform.
A platform, but it does provide them, I mean, students are really talking about how it has really helped them think about going to college, and that's what we want to do. Great, thanks. And so hopefully it's equal for everyone, that everybody of any subgroup can feel good about it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wants to make a comment? Okay, we have a.
I do. Hold on, I do.
Yeah.
So, how long have we had Naviance, Lisa?
So-
4 years or 5?
So in let me get it. So it's fall
it's
of
4.
2016, all high school students, but Aptos High actually purchased it themselves the year prior, and they brought it in, and then we saw what a great product it was. So then we said, no, we need to have this for all students and not just the students at Aptos High.
That's kind of how it went. So Peggy Pugh has a dear friend who works over the hill at a very, very high achieving district, and they were using it there. Meanwhile, Pacific Collegiate School here in Santa Cruz also used Naviance. And so Peggy brought it to Aptos High, and the parent group was
they paid
for it.
That's right.
And so I asked Dr. Rodriguez if we could have this for all the kids in our district, and she agreed. And it was at a very tight budget time. And so I want to remind everybody and thank Dr. Rodriguez for her approval of putting this at all schools for every student. And I think it's very, very helpful in terms of getting kids into college. Yeah, so thank you. And thanks to Peggy.
Thank you very much, Trustee De Serpa. We have a first and a second. I will now call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Next up, agenda item 9.10, PVUSD CTE Program and Collaborative Ed Advisors Grant Funded Statement of Work. And this report will be presented by Lisa and Gary.
Correction, it's going to be presented by myself, Assistant Secretary. No worries. Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez and Board of Trustees. My pleasure to give you a little bit of an update. In the past 15 months, PVUSD CTE staff, including Andrea Willie, our grant writer, and the Collaborative Education Advisors, have worked to secure over $1.4 million in restricted funding for CTE programming. Those grant awards are based on plans. Those plans are around key accelerators from implementing rigorous and relevant information within our CTE pathways. In order to receive that funding and those allocations, the district provides plans to the state to receive those allocations. Within that award, it was a call out for using additional partners with expertise within CTE programming. The expertise of Collaborative Education Advisors has led to the build out of over 6 different sites with their CTE pathways. Customized professional development, as we know that it's very specific to the CTE movement within each one of those. It looks very different from what we're doing within auto shops to ag, and those are very specific traits and professional development pieces that have to be built out. In addition, we looked at alignment and compliance of funding streams. The last big win was looking at the minutes that Renaissance had, and in that compliance piece with the audit of it, 4 minutes. So looking at 4 minutes and the additional piece of their schedule allowed us to be able to apply additional monies for Perkins, which was a find within Collaborative Educators as well. In addition to that, they've helped us with grant application assistance and really looking at the curriculum development of our exploratory pieces within 2 of our middle schools as well. So the 2 middle schools that will be also moving in the direction of CTE and exploratories will be Aptos Junior and Pajaro Middle. And then the additional piece that you saw just this last board session in regards to the articulation of post-secondary with dual enrollment and additional options for our kids with pathways. In addition to this work in the partnership with Collaborative Educators Advisors, we also receive incredibly in-kind, substantial in-kind services. So again, much like Naviance, you have a partnership with somebody that really is trying to service our kids at the highest level need. The organization does that within additional hours that they do not charge the district for, including pivoting the entire program when COVID hit. They were essential in coming in and helping us really move those programs and shifting them to digital platforms to allow our kids to still move through comprehensive CTE pathways. The accomplishments of this partnership, you've already seen this year within the highlighted pieces in the board presentations. earlier on in the year that Julie Edwards provided, and then this latest one that you guys just saw in referencing really the dual enrollment and the new course establishments that Lisa went through this past time. So we are eager to continue moving in this work and accelerating the key components. Staff is recommending approval of the contract, which is in alignment with the grant award and the plan submitted to the state.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item, Trustee Holm?
No, we do not.
Do we have any discussion from the board?
Great work, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sounds good.
I would like to make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Next up, agenda item 9.11, adopt resolution 19-20-54 regarding the education protection account. This report will be presented by Joe Dominguez, the Chief Business Officer.
Good evening. This board item and resolution is really centered around fiscal transparency. So LEAs or school districts are required for our education protection account funds on a quarterly basis and are calculated based on our ADA. The state aid portion of the LCFF is reduced by the amount of EPA funds received by the district. And then districts are required to bring to the board annually how the district intends to use these funds. So this resolution outlines that we will use these funds, and more importantly, in the resolution, it states, whereas the monies received from the education protection account should not be used for salaries or benefits for administrators or any other administrative costs. Currently, the funding fluctuates because it's based on taxes and it's on the top tier income tax bracket. And so it fluctuates annually. For this coming year, it's about a little bit over $21 million of EPA funds, and it's in our LCFF. And all of that is for teacher salaries and benefit costs. And we have done so since the inception of the EPA back since 2013-14. And so this resolution is more for fiscal transparency to show PVUSD will continue using the funds as they are meant to be used. And so the recommendation is to approve the resolution so that we can follow that protocol.
Thank you very much, Chief Business Officer Joe. Do we have any public speakers to this item, Trustee Holm?
We do not.
Any discussion from the board? All right, could I have a motion?
Move to approve.
A second.
Okay, first and a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Our motion passes. Next up, agenda item 9.12, approve Renaissance High School parking lot improvements, number 8160 RB. This report will be presented by Joe Dominguez, the Chief Business Officer.
This item is a notice of award for Renaissance High School. I'd like to definitely commend our facilities manager and our maintenance and operations director and our grounds team. Long overdue for Renaissance High School, the asphalt parking lot. For those that have visited the site, it has been numerous years of disarray, and so this item allows us to completely remodel and re-asphalt the parking lot, the student quad area. And so we advertised the project on May 28th, and based on the request from the site and from staff and students, we had an informal bid opening on Thursday, June 11th. We received 4 sealed bids, and all were from local contractors that we've worked with previously. The lowest bid that you see this evening is Earthworks Paving Contractors Incorporated, $136,800. They are based out of Santa Cruz, and they actually just recently completed the quad renovations at the site. So the intent of the project is, like I mentioned, to replace old and aging asphalt and also address some, when we were out there at the state during the rainy season, it also helps with drainage. So it also is a safety concern. So look forward, and the recommendation is to approve the item. And the other component that we're able to do during this time is additional striping for the parking lot. And so it also get a fresh look to that as well.
Thank you very much. Any public speakers to this item, Trustee Hall?
No.
Any discussion from the board?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, I have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Next up, agenda item 9.13, approve contract extension for construction management services for Pajaro Valley High School Playfield project. This report will be by Joe Dominguez.
So as requested from the board previously, an extension for the contract of construction management services specific to Pajaro Valley High School. We have reduced the staffing of this, the consultant, the contractor management services from 3 to 1 part-time staff. And the Coming Construction has assisted the district, and you see a summary of some change orders that they help reduce. And I'll just read a couple of them. For example, change order number 6, the contractor submitted the change order amount for $74,355.76. After review with our team, both facility staff, myself, and Coming Construction, we were able to get that down to $58,135, which was a savings of $16,219. One of the directives from the board was to make sure that the contracts are cost neutral or cost savings, and we are working very hard to make sure that this is cost neutral. So this is an extension for their contract, and the amount of the extension is $57,000, and it's the remaining months of the project to see it to have it finalized. We have 2 pending orders that we're looking at right now with Kent Construction. One of them is change order number 27 of $29,462. And the other change order that the team is working on is change order number 43. And that's a lot contention on this one, but that could be approximately $111,000 savings. So the recommendation from staff, and I met with our senior construction manager, Ryan Block, and I've asked him if he feels that we need the services to finish the project. And he was adamant in saying that, yes, we do. I have also been attending the construction management meetings at the site in the construction trailer myself, and more hands-on and supporting Ryan. Once again, this is for 1 part-time position, and it would be eliminated once the project is completed. And we are also working on a transition plan, not waiting till the end of the project, but making sure that the team, or his name's Frank, that is dedicated to this project, would also train our internal staff. I think we would take the opportunity for our internal facility planners to learn and get some professional development as well. So the recommendation is to approve this contract to the end of PV High School football field project or sports field project, so that we can finalize that.
Thank you very much. Any public speakers to this item, Trustee Hall?
I have one public comment from Kevin Cordova. And he says, my comment is in regards to what I believe is a lack of communication from the PVUSD district office regarding this very important project to the PV community. The students, parents, and staff of Pajaro Valley High School have been awaiting the completion of this project since the school opened. Although this is only a step in the long-awaited completion of a high school that has once again seen another graduating class come and go without adequate facilities, the completion date is something everyone has been anticipating since ground was broken in April of 2019. Since that groundbreaking and the preliminary construction timeline was submitted from Kent Construction with the closeout date of August 2020, we have heard almost no substantive updates on the progress of construction outside of rumors and false hope. It was even suggested by our own superintendent at a meeting earlier in the school year that the field may be completed before graduation of the 2020 class. Now we are forced to find tidbits of information on the real completion of the field in the school board docs. a project that has been going on for around 14 months and is only 1 month away from the original proposed completion is only 50% complete. We are approving funds to continue paying a management company for an extension on construction that extension has not even been communicated to the PVHS community. Since the construction is only 50% complete after 14 months, is it realistic that the project will be completed by October, which is only roughly 4 months away? The completion of this project is important to our community, perhaps now more than ever. With the upcoming fall sports season and the possibility of practicing under new COVID restrictions while we yet again share a field with Watsonville, it is critical that student athletes and staff are given up-to-date information. This is a sign of systemic communication problems between the DO and our school, and we have still not heard official approval for summer practice as Santa Clara and Hollister already have. Please, for the sake of those that care, understand the importance of this information to our students, parents, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any discussion from the board?
I actually, President Trustee Judge, have a quick question.
Yes, Trustee Acosta.
You know, and I know we don't usually do a back and forth with public comment, but I do know that, you know, with the whole COVID-19 global crisis and when all of that came about in mid-March and to our state and affected our state with all the shutdowns, that a lot of contract services were shut down. Is that part playing into this delay, Joe? And or Michelle, either one of you want to answer.
So a portion of the delay is COVID-19 related. We had issues with subcontractors, one mobilizing on site and social distancing. And then we are still, for example, rebar and some other items that we're waiting that are in delivery or have been ordered for a couple months now, but we're still, the COVID-19 has an impact on the delivery schedule. But the other piece was the rain. We had a very wet winter season this past winter, and so that's also contributed. But the team is working on tightening up the schedule and actually a recovery schedule, and we're currently in process of doing that.
And I imagine that heavy rainy season really did have a pretty good impact, especially with the type of soil and land out there where it is within the slough land country, right?
Yes, it is.
That further impacted it. So do you have an estimation of what we are looking at, a fairly solidified date of completion at this point, or is it still too hard to say with everything that's going on?
We are looking no longer than 4 months, and we are looking at the timeline to establish a confirmation date. So we are working on that as we speak. But we feel confident that the 4-month timeline is doable.
So hopefully before we get into another rainy season.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just have one comment, if I may.
Trustee Orozco.
So Joe, now that we have a new updated schedule and a possible timeline for completion, I think it's important for us to communicate that to the school site so that everyone is well aware of where we stand and why the project has been delayed. I think having that open communication with community is always good. So we can do that on behalf of the board, that would be great.
Will do.
If everyone else is in agreement with that.
I agree with that. I'd also think that maybe putting an update on our website would be helpful, just to have an update that's easy to find, hopefully.
I would agree with both of you on that. And I think we do have a PIO, right? A public information officer. So maybe she could be charged with that duty at the direction of the superintendent to make sure it's publicized in as many places as our website, the school, as you mentioned, Maria, the Trustee Orozco, the stakeholders there, and maybe some sort of publication in the local paper.
Yeah, I will say that
update the community.
We definitely can. I do want to just make a note that we do receive a weekly report from them. We have been providing significant push to change dates. So we actually have, we made up significant time off of the rainy season, unfortunately with the COVID-19, and that's why we did the resolution to put it as an essential project. We had a slowdown that occurred with that. but we definitely can communicate. I will also, we will also work with site administration because they do receive the weekly updates to continue to provide updates to his community as well, because it is also, the site leadership has the ability to communicate as well with his parents and with his community. So we'll make sure and do that.
You know, and maybe part of the communication needs to include some language about how, you know, certain contingencies can happen that are out of control, such as weather, and then when you run into issues on construction sites, which, you know, we have typically found inevitable in our district. So maybe some of that language in there, that this is what's projected, but also that, you know, contingencies happen that are out of control. You know, just so nobody's holding anyone hostage to a specific date 4 months from today.
Of course.
I know we have the soil issue out there, so I think that's a good piece of information to include. With that, I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. If we're done with discussion, I would like to call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Agenda item 9.14, approve the rebid Bradley Elementary School exterior paint and site improvements projects number 8120 RB. This report will be presented by Joe Dominguez.
All right, so more positive news here. So from board direction, last time we came forward with Bradley Elementary dry rot and painting project for the whole campus, and direction was given to go out for a rebid. So we did, facilities department and myself, we were able to post the bidding in 2 local newspapers and also online, and then at the trades hall. And we were successful, and pretty pleased that we had a good turnout, more contractors than the previous bid. And in doing so, we were able to save quite a bit, approximately $38,500. We got approximately 13 contractors that were present at the job block at the site, and showed a lot of interest. And so out of that interest, as I mentioned, the savings, we tried to get more interest on the bids. Out of the 13, 5 submitted. And sometimes you have contractors that come out just that they're interested or they want to see it. And for one reason or another, whether it's the job scope or capacity or other jobs that might come up, they decide not to submit a bid. But we were able to get a pretty good amount of bids. And so the recommendation is to approve the bid this evening so that we can move forward with the project. The low bid was Yoda Painting at $183,450. And then for clarification, I also added that we did follow all public contract code and bidding process. And we work with Facilities Council as we always do. And so I just want to assure the board that we did follow all internal protocols and procedures within Ed Code and by public contract law. And so we're really excited. Our school site principal and our bond oversight committee have already approved the project, and they're very excited. And so the recommendation is to approve this evening so we can move forward. The project will not be completed as originally presented in the prior board item, but we will make sure to get to work as fast as possible at Bradley Elementary.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this agenda item, Trustee Holm?
Yes, we have 3. The first is from Michelle McClay. Dear Board of Directors, I would like to discuss repainting and repairs at Bradley Elementary. As I understood from a few meetings ago, that the last proposal was shot down because the bidder D&D Painting was not a local contractor. So it went to rebidding, which shouldn't have happened. The contractor is lowest this time. Yoda Painting is not a local company either. It's based in San Francisco. The work needs to be done. The school is in dire need of repair. This should have been approved the first time around and been completed over summer break. When students arrive back at school, if they do, there will be work being completed while they are trying to learn. This is not the best case scenario. I am thinking of the health and safety of the students having extra people on campus. Please approve this so it can be completed and Bradley can get the dire repairs it needs. From Beth Hill, dear school board trustees, please approve this bid. There were many people very upset when the bid was not approved the first time around. While local workers are awesome, if the law says we need to take the lowest bid and they are out of the area, then we cannot control that. Bradley School is in desperate need of this painting and improvement. Our school looks terrible. The paint is peeling and dry rot covers a lot of the school. Our school looks run down. We have been told for the last several years we are getting new portables to replace falling apart old ones. Each year we come back to no new portables and no painting. It would be a huge boost to morale for teachers, students, and parents to come back to school to a painted and inviting environment. Summer is also the perfect time to do that, as there are no children and no learning to be disrupted. I think it would also bring some excitement to the community to see the progress of a facelift at our school. Bradley is long overdue and deserves to have this bid accepted and started. Please help our school and raise morale. Thank you for your support, Beth Hill. From Brandy Shaw, I am a teacher at Bradley and I would like to urge the board to accept the latest bid to repaint and repair our school. The exterior of Bradley is an eyesore and in some ways a safety hazard. Benches are falling off of their posts due to dry rot and termite damage. Walls around the school are peeling and have holes in them. Many of the roofs have no rain gutters and the water pools around classroom doors in the winter. I can only imagine what parents think when they come to our site and see how run down and uncared for our school looks. Although the facilities department has tried to do small jobs such as repairing windows and painting some of the walls, it has not been enough to make up for the overall decay, which is the result of years of neglect. According to the report at the last board meeting when this issue was discussed, there was no written record of the last time the school was painted. Please approve this bid so that the Bradley community can feel like we matter to the district. Thank you, Brandy Shaw. That's it.
Thank you very much. Any discussion from the board?
Yes, President Trustee Dodge Jr. I actually have a couple questions.
Trustee Acosta?
Thank you. So Joe, thank you, because this bid actually breaks out what was actually asked for about at the last board meeting on about this with regards to the dry rot from the painting. So I see that we have the 43,450 in unit pricing for the dry rot repairs, correct? Just for the dry rot, and then the painting's the $140,000 balance, correct?
Correct, and the 43,450 is included in the 183,450. So it's included.
Right. That's why the balance of 140,000 is just for the painting, correct?
Yes.
All the prep work, all of that goes into the painting with a 9 to 10 person crew.
And we had a post interview with the contractor, because we've been stressing to very extensively the not to have change orders, and so this price includes all foreseeable and has a cushion built in with it for limiting change orders. And so the owner of Yoda Painting is confident in his number, and so we have that built-in cushion.
And again, you could speak to the specific on a change order is what? It's a specific percentage. It's
by code, we cannot exceed 10% of contracted amount.
But you cannot exceed that, otherwise it would have to go to rebid. Correct. And then I see where you did speak about this about how many workers will be there on the project. Also, could you just elaborate and speak to so the public contract code 20111, right, that requires all governing board, right, districts within the state of California, that it requires all of them to take the lowest bid contract, correct?
Correct. So when we do a sealed bid process, public contract code 20111 dictates that public agencies, government agencies, when they do a sealed bid bidding project, they have to, if it's 5 bids or 50 bids, they have to provide and go with the lowest dollar amount, the lowest bidder of those bids, sealed bids that were submitted by the deadline.
Whether it's a bond funded project or even just a district funded project, correct?
Correct. Any public construction project.
So Can you just elaborate and speak to regards to PLAs on that and how that plays into that, and that we cannot accept a PLA project if it were higher than the lowest bid contract? Because this, what you're essentially saying is that this public contract code 20111 locks us into that.
Yes, so the way the sealed bid and the public contract works, as I mentioned, it's the lowest bidder, the lowest sealed bid. And then there's a bid opening. So staff and myself are not aware of the amount submitted. And then it is opened and contractors are invited and it's transparent. So the sealed bids are open and they're tallied and noted. And there's no preference given, whether it's geographic contractor or a specialty contractor, or whether it's special licensing for a specific project or multiple licenses. So all of that is not, they have to have the right requirements or the right licenses and bondability insurances, etc. But in regards to the demographics, location, etc., it's based on the lowest bid.
And so if there was one that came in that was a PLA contract, a bid, right, from a PLA contractor, and it was higher, then we cannot accept it according to this the public contract code law.
If it was the lowest,
I'm saying if it wasn't.
Right, if it wasn't, no, we could not. And it not only does it have to be the lowest, but it has to be the most responsive. So I know I'm getting more into the details, but for the public and for the board, it's the lowest responsible and responsive bid. And so then when we have the post, we want to make sure that the firm is able to meet the cost and the timeline of the project. And so just making sure they have the means and methods to complete the project.
Which is why your staff has already met with them and started to affirm a lot of that. Okay. So I'm glad to see that that these bids came in much more closer and relative to one another. That's a lot more confident about the prospective change orders that we may have seen with the last bid. So with that, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item 9.14.
Is there any other discussion?
I'll second.
Okay. Maria, I think was the second. Is there any other discussion?
I just have one question for Joe.
Okay, Trustee
So,
DeSouza.
yeah, I really want this project to be completed. Joe, I think one of the things that we were concerned about last time is like the wild differences in the bids. Like one was almost $1 million. And so now this one is 183,000. We were concerned that the scope of work could be done within that and done really well within that price. So what do you think? Because that's not a lot of money and it's a big job.
Yeah, so to be exact, it's about, it's $38,500 savings from our lowest bidder last time around. The Yoda Painting is a well-established contractor, and we did confirm they do have the staffing available, and we also called references, and so we feel confident that they will meet our expectations and our specs and standards.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
President Trustee George Jr., I'm sorry, I did have one. I'm sorry, Joe, I forgot to ask, but just if you could elaborate on real quick. One of the other things that was a concern with the last time this was brought forward with regards to at least the dry rot issue or separating out the dry rot and the painting. So I take it discovered through this process, the dry rot issue is not something that our classified personnel at our district can handle? And that's why you've put it back out to bid?
Correct. So in the review, we reviewed internal capacity, and this was a project that we do not have the necessary staff to fulfill the project as it was developed in the scope. And so the dry rot repair is pretty significant, and that's why we went out to include that in the rebid.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. We have a first and a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. Next up, agenda item 9.15, the July 18th, 2020 special board meeting. Final contingency plan report will be presented by Dr. Michelle Rodriguez.
Yes, well, good evening. So as we mentioned at the last special board study session, we will be completing 3 major tasks prior to the July special board meeting. We will have closed our survey window, which is closing on this Friday, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting. We will have hopefully completed our demand to bargains with both CSEA and PVFT, and we will have further clarification from the health department on some of our limitations and some of the movement forward. And we will also convene our subgroups to use all that information. So ASR, Applied Survey Research, is already codifying the work as we speak. So we will be able to see all of the responses. As I mentioned, we have about 4,000 responses right now. We saw a large increase today, and we hope to continue to see the increases, of course, hopefully surpassing the 7,000 that originally took the survey. And so we're asking for this to be placed on the agenda so that we can have you review the final contingency plan.
I move to approve.
Do we have any, well, before we take a vote, do we have any public speakers to this item, Trustee Holm?
No, we do not.
Okay, I have a first and a second.
A second. I don't know if you had someone second. I know
Yeah.
Trustee Orozco moved for first, but I'm willing to second. I just had an elaborating question.
Yes.
Dr. Rodriguez, I know that we had also talked about at the, oh my gosh, the meeting, the special meeting last Wednesday, the 17th, right? About the pools. And you were having a meeting with Gail that Friday. I guess that would be the 19th, right? Did you have anything come out of that meeting with regards to us being able to lease out those facilities or open them up?
Yeah, so not at this time. She's still waiting for the governor to release his information on youth sports, and that has not happened yet.
Okay, thank you. So we're still at the same status where it's just for lap swimming, and we're not looking at opening up the Watsonville High pool for that.
Yeah, we're not at this time. We did provide a proposal in terms of conditioning for athletes. Currently, that is not approved. We're going to have further discussion on Friday about that, but it's currently not approved.
So maybe we'll have more information yet, hopefully July 8th, if not before. I mean, I guess if you have something before that, you'll probably put it in the B2B, right?
We will, yes, and we're going to be pushing pretty significantly on Friday because we have a lot of athletes that want to start conditioning, as our other counties.
Okay, thank you. And I take it because we're looking at our fall sports for like water polo. We're talking about our athletes, right? Or not just limited to our swimming athletes, but all athletes?
Yeah, so there's significant requirements that would be in place, but yes, it would be for multiple sports.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I know we have a first and a second, I believe.
Yes.
We do.
Okay.
Yes.
I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion passes. All right, so it looks like we're going to agenda item 11, the consent agenda. That's correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All
I'll
right.
make a motion to move to approve the consent agenda. I'd like to defer item 11.5.
I'll second.
Thank you.
So we have a first and a second to approve the consent agenda, except
11.5.
Okay, 11.5, thank you. All right, I have a first and a second to approve the consent agenda minus agenda item 11.5. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. So now agenda item 11.5.
What is that?
It's a award the architectural agreement with Maddie-19-6 for the transportation electrification project.
Okay.
So this item is for a recommendation is for board approval for an architectural agreement. This is with Maddie Architectural Firm, specific to our transportation bus yard. We were excited and really pleased that the district was able, in the process of getting a grant with PG&E that allows us up to receive about $480,000 in reimbursables. And this is associated with the infrastructure cost and needed to install charging stations. And this will allow us to get 10 charging stations, but also replace our aging buses with new electric buses. And so they have to be 40 plus years old. And so we qualified for the grant. And so this is an exciting opportunity for the district. And so Maddie Architects is going to be the architect to assist us in designing those charging stations.
That's exciting news.
I'm sorry. Any discussion?
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to acknowledge. Thank you.
I was muted. Trustee Acosta.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Joe, for that clarification on this. So, because current point, I mean, looking at the cost for the architect, along with the construction estimate, we're looking at it being about a bit over $477,000, right? Because I take it the 462, 349.80 and the 14,680 are two separate costs, right?
Yes.
The 14,680 is not included, right? Yes. So, and you're saying that we are going to get a grant from PG&E for $480,000, that we are slated to receive that?
Yes, we are, and it's based on reimbursable costs or approved costs, and so we will try to maximize as much as we can to get the full amount.
So I guess, just to clarify, so it's grant, so it's going to be a specific money, meaning it's not coming out of our general fund. The district's not out cost on this, correct?
Correct.
How are we feeling about the upholding of the grant? I mean, we're not, just in light of everything that's been going on, as well as the issues PG&E is as well having on a financial level, do we have any hint or concerns that there may be some backpedaling on their end with this grant?
Not
that we would be on the hook on it for it.
Not to date. We are, in our facilities council is working with the agreements that we have with PG&E in the grant process. So there isn't any concerns right now. If we are informed by PG&E that funding is questionable through the grant process, then we'll definitely make sure that we pause and reevaluate. But right now we are in line to receive the funding, and so and there are other districts that also have applied and are in line. So but if there is a question on funding, we'll make sure to reassess and put the project on hold.
Okay, and because I take it we're going to receive those funding in we're not just going to receive that grant all at one lump sum. We're going to receive it in tidbits, right?
Right, it'll be based on reimbursement. So we have to
so we will be out the cost on the front end, but then we'll be reimbursed.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, that was just a really big concern that I have, that maybe in light of everything that is going on, that we can end up somehow being on the hook for it. So, but if you and I'm sure the superintendent will keep us apprised of that. If there's any hint of that, then that's some solid reassurance. So, so since, I mean, it's not at a cost to us. I know there's the upfront cost that we have to pay for it, and it's a reimbursement. But in light that you and the superintendent will keep us apprised if anything, if there's any hint that something's going to go amok with the grant from PG&E, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this item.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I see Trustee Holm for the second. All right, I will now call for a vote. All in favor for 11.5, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed?
Thank you.
Motion passes. So now we, agenda item 13, closed session. Agenda item 14, action report on closed session.
First motion is for closed session item 2.2. I move to approve the certificated personnel report as presented by district administration on June 24th, 2020, with 1 and 8 additional action items.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed?
I abstained. I wasn't.
And 1 abstain. Motion passes.
And on closed session item 2.3, I move to approve the classified personnel report as presented by district administration on June 24th, 2020, with 4 and 7 additional action items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed or abstain?
I abstained, shocker.
Thank you very much. Okay, now back to report and discussion items. Agenda item 10.1, the school resource officers, SROs, report and discussion. Report will be presented by Rick Ito, Student Services Director.
All right, good evening, Board President Dodge Jr., Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. There we go. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'll be sharing information about our district school resource officers. Well, what's going on here? Let me try one thing, sorry.
Yeah, hover down at the bottom left and you should see it come up. There you go.
All right, there, okay. Oh. Let me go back, sorry. And then this will do it manually.
So where it says slide, yep.
Okay,
There you go, right there.
okay. Oh. This one won't do it manually, Dr. Rodriguez?
It should.
Okay, okay. So we have our first slide, School Resource Officer History and Happenings. Currently what we have in our district, we have 1 Watsonville police officer, SRO, at Watsonville High School that started in 1996. We have 1 Watsonville police officer, SRO, at PV High School that started in 2004. We have 1 Santa Cruz County Sheriff at Aptos High School in 2000, that started in 2004. The rationale for having the SROs: response time to a school threat, response to increased gang violence, prevention of drug use on campus, and to deter criminal acts on campus. SRO status of other districts. 5 of the 7 districts that are shown here have SROs on campus. St. Louis has probation officers and has increased the number of them. Santa Clara uses their SROs for diversion. They are not on campus every day. And Gilroy, they've increased due to the incident at the Gilroy Garlic Festival. Of the districts that have SROs on this list, none are removing them from their campuses.
We don't know that, do we?
School resource officers and school statistics. In 2007, Department of Justice reported that there were 17,000 SROs. In 2019, the National Association of School Resource Officers indicated that there were between 14,000 and 20,000 SROs on school campuses. In a 2018 annual report by the Bureau of Justice Statistics and National Center of Education Services found using 22 indicators that there is still violence on school campuses as indicated by the numbers below. So if you see the numbers below, it gives you an indication what this report found. School resource officers research limitations and variables. The Department of Justice no longer monitors SROs. Most research is done regional and not done locally. School resource officers training is dependent and defined by departments and district agreements. Services provided in contracts are established between school districts and agencies. This is why SROs' roles and responsibilities vary so much from district to district. Data is reported from formal police reports. This does not quantify positive or preventative contacts. SRO data collection needs to be revisited. So the Bureau of Justice and Statistics, they are introducing a new data collection system, or they did introduce a new data collection system in 2019. The Survey of Law Enforcement Personnel, they will gather national level data on the extent of law enforcement involvement in K-12 public education or public schools. Data being collected is listed below. So it's those, the years of experience, training, recruitment, all of those that I have listed. In the summer of 2021, they will publish their findings. This report will give us a better idea of what we need to do. School resource officer training. So as you can see, the base standard is SROs are full-time sworn in officers. They go through an extensive background checks and they attend a police academy for 6 months. So some additional requirements that are by Watsonville Police Department, they go through field training for 4.5 months. Ongoing training, they have implicit bias, de-escalation, and crisis intervention trainings. And then the SROs for Watsonville PD also have an additional 40 hours of training. School resource officers contracts and evaluations. So as you can see here, we have 2 Watsonville police officers as SROs. We have their total compensation, but it is broke down by salary and by benefits. And then we have the Santa Cruz County, which we have 1 officer. We also have their salary broken. We have their total compensation broken down by salary, benefits, and also there's a vehicle expense also in there. Our resource officers at the high schools also support middle schools. So that is, I know they're assigned to particular high schools, but they do support middles and alternative ed, the alternative ed schools. PVUSD has input on testing and the selection process, and their contracts are for 1-year terms. Oh, and also evaluations are done annually. So some of the data that we collected, you're going to see data that we collected from the California dashboard, which comes from, we report through our CalPads. We use our student information system, which is Synergy in the district. You're going to see that the data reflects multiple program impact. And we just want clarification that with penal code and ed code, SROs do not deal with discipline unless asked by administration. So SROs do not suspend students and SROs do not expel students. This is from 2017, 2018. This is the California dashboard data on school suspensions. As you can see on the far left, we have a number of groups that are in the red, which is not good. We have a few in the orange, which is a little better. And then as a district, we are at the orange status. And we have 4.4% students suspended at least once. This is 2018, 2019 dashboard data, also on school suspensions. As you could see, that the students in transition or homeless students, Hispanic students, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students all moved from red to the orange indicator. And overall, we're at 4.9% suspended at least once. This data is from Synergy because we do not have the 2019, 2000 or 2020 data yet. It will be uploaded into the California dashboard sometime in August, I believe. So the 3.8 is what we projected, which should be reflected on the dashboard when we see the data in August. Our Hispanic suspension rate was at 4%, 1.4 decrease from 2019. And then our white suspension rate was 2.2%, 0.8 decrease from 2019. So, and if you need examples on the bottom here, we have examples of how we calculated these. So it is done by each of the number of students that were suspended and then the total number of students that are in that particular ethnic group. This is our 2017-18 and 18-19 expulsion data. As you could see in 2017 and 18, we had 39 expulsions. And then below that are the most frequent ed code violations for these expulsions. So it's 48900B, A2, C, and A1. And then the number in parentheses is the number out of the 39 expulsions in 2017 and 18, 15 of them indicated that it was be possession of a knife. So many times when we have expulsions, they list more than one ed code that is violated. So there's a number of usually a couple of them listed on each expulsion. You could see in 2018 and 19, the total number of expulsions went down to 14. Those are the ed codes underneath it again. And if you look at C2 and C3, those are both mandatory expulsions. Here we have the 2019, 2020 data. We had 14. And then once again, those are the violations, A1, B, C2, and C3. And once again, C2 and C3 are mandatory expulsions. This is our on-campus citations and formal threat assessment. So you could look at, this was reported by the 3 comprehensive high schools, and then we also met with Watsonville PD to verify the Watsonville citations. These are on our school campus, and they were our students. So there are incidences at Watsonville High where if you run the report by an address, it'll come up Watsonville High, but it could be someone that is walking through campus and maybe not one of our students that is being cited. So then we had to go through and make sure that we remove those citations or from our data. And then the bottom of that page or the slide are the threat assessments, and all threat assessments involve law enforcement. So these are anytime there's a threat to the school campus, it's whether either by a student or if something is happening in the community and the school needs to lock down. So this is the SRO impact on attendance, or how they help with attendance. So at Aptos High School, they collaborate with the administration. They do welfare checks and home visits, and they connect students to diversion programs. At Pajaro Valley High School and Watsonville High School, they also do home visits. They meet with students and families about attendance and truancy. They promote positive attendance. They observe grounds to look for truant students. They bring truant students back to campus. They're part of the SARD process, which is the Student Attendance Review Board. They're part of the panel, and they work with middle schools. PVUSD risk management data. So now we're talking about our campus security officers. They are our district employees. So after the last 4 fiscal years, we had 8 injuries. The cost increasing every year. There are 5 that remain open claims. Campus security officers, they do receive training. This year we had a postponer training, which is the SB 1626, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We had to postpone it. Campus security officers, the position is difficult to fill. We have 2 open positions at this point, and we have 1 on leave. And then just so you know that the SROs, the school resource officers, are independent contractors and do not fall under PVUSD workers' comp. This is just a graph that shows from 2016 to 2020 our Keenan claims, the financial impact of the claims by the campus security officers. So this is site administrative leadership feedback. So we asked our high school administrators, would you describe the relationship between school resource officer and students beneficial? You had almost 86% of them said very beneficial. We had about 14% say somewhat. And as you can see, there were none that said not beneficial at all. Do you find that having a school resource officer is effective for de-escalation? Once again, 86% very effective, 14% somewhat, and we did not have any not effective at all. Some more information from our site leadership. Do you feel that school resource officers play an intricate part in the overall safety of the school? 93% said yes, 7% said sometimes, and then we did not have any no's. And do you believe it would be a detriment to the school to eliminate the school resource officer? 85.7% said yes, 14.3% said maybe, and there weren't any no answers. Testimonials from site administration. Some of the comments were, they also act as counselors or advocates or a confidant for many students. Many, they take preventative actions. They work closely with social emotional counselors, campus security, and the administration. They build relationships with the students. They de-escalate hostile situations, and they are good role models. This is our student voice. So this is from the California Healthy Kids Survey, which is 2018-2019. This is only given to 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students. So we're focusing on the 9th and 11th grade students because of the high school. So students reporting seeing a weapon on campus, 16% of 9th graders, 11% of 11th graders, which would be 27%, and that's only half of the school that has seen some kind of weapon on campus. And then we also did the ethnic breakdown to the right there, so you could see how each individual ethnicity responded to these questions. Some more student voice. Students reporting having been in a physical fight, 9th grade, 8% of them said they had been in a physical fight. 11th grade, 6% have said they've been in a fight. And then once again, you can see the ethnic breakdown on the right side that lets you know how they answered. Students perceived safe. They felt safe on campus. And then this is also California Healthy Kids Survey information. So grade 9, 61%, grade 11 was 63%. Student leader feedback session. Do you believe that students and staff are safer having an SRO on campus? The answers were yes, I do. I don't see any harm having them on campus. They provide safety. It is better to be safe than sorry. Have you ever seen a student being arrested or cited? No, none of them who answered ever saw that. And have you ever witnessed or heard of drugs on campus? Yes, it was usually over social media on campus, but never witnessed it. Yes, on social media and witnessed it in the restroom or the bathroom. In the parking lot, there was vaping in cars and in the bathrooms. Some more student leader feedback. Have you heard any threats by a person against somebody else, either in person or online, including threats to campus or harming themselves? The answers were on Snapchat, threat to school and at school events. Yes, threats on campus and after school. A friend claimed some self-harm statements on social media. And then final thoughts on SROs. There are 3 answers there. The top one, I feel like we need them, especially now. And then you could read the other comments. Staff recommendation. Staff recommends school resource officers continue to provide support to PVUSD with contract alterations, data monitoring being increased, and board presentation of updates in 2020 and 2021 school year. The contract alterations that we're thinking about are professional attire addressed. So we would like to see them, and we've discussed maybe just polo shirts with their badge around their neck. Infusion on PVIS and MTSS teams, which I know that is happening at one of the sites already. The SRO is part of the MTSS team. Seek partial split funding, so that will allow us to free up some money so that we can hire or add some social emotional counselors. Create opportunities quarterly for students to meet with SROs. And then some student recommendations that they came up with were include SROs in more activities on campus, rallies, sporting events, just be active and participate with the students. And then SROs to visit and interface with elementary and middle schools in a positive activity. And so we talked about how at the elementary school, having the police officers go there and hand out their stickers and make a connection with the kids. So. At this point, I just also wanted to say that from Watsonville Police Department, Captain McKinley and Officer Zamora are online to answer any questions, along with Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools. Schaus is also available, and Ruth Bouillon is also our Risk and Safety Manager, is online to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Trustee Holm, are there any public speakers to this discussion item?
Yes, there are. There's about 42.
Okay, let me get the clock ready.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
From Rebecca Lee Royston, dear PVUSD Board of Trustees and Dr. Rodriguez, I urge the district to eliminate its contract with the Watsonville Police Department and invest in restorative justice practices. The money spent on this contract could be far better spent on counselors, therapists, social workers, or intervention teachers. We are harming our students with police presence on our campus. Please end this contract now. From Emma Ahern, as a former student of Watsonville High School, I want to attest that the presence of school resource officers and law enforcement on campus always felt like a reminder that PVUSD students, excluding those in Aptos, felt like our educational experience was worth less than the students in Santa Cruz and Monterey. It was a reminder that PVUSD would rather invest in policing their students of color than building supportive academic, athletic, and social programming. The fact that there was often no nurse on campus, only 2 guidance counselors for 2,000 students, and our books were falling apart, but there would often be 4+ officers in a patrol car on campus was insulting to the Watsonville High community. I recommend that you end your contract with these officers and use those funds to reinvest in uplifting youth in the PVUSD community rather than policing them. From Rachel Banuelos, I am asking the district to remove school resource officers, cops from our schools. This is almost $500,000 we spend on police presence at our schools. There's more and more evidence of police brutality, profiling, and bias against people of color, especially Black people. As a Watsonville High School alum, I have not seen the need for officers on our campus. We have school security. There is no need for armed officers at our schools. How can our kids who are largely Latinx POC feel safe around officers when we see again and again how officers use biases on who they target? Let's make our kids feel safe. Let's provide them with resources that do not intimidate them or threaten them with criminalization. Defund school resource officers and use that money on therapists, social workers, and intervention teachers. From Jen Crosby. Dear PVUSD Board of Trustees and Dr. Rodriguez, my name is Jen Crosby and I teach 5th grade at Radcliffe Elementary. I urge the district to eliminate its contract with the Watsonville Police Department and invest in restorative justice practices. The money spent on this contract would be better spent on counselors, therapists, social workers, or intervention teachers. We are harming our students with police presence on our campus. Please end this contract now. From Jeremiah Daniels, I think community resources are better spent and children grow more when we invest in programs that teach, connect, and educate rather than punish and criminalize. I don't think we should be making it easier for kids to be out into the criminal justice system, nor is it healthy for kids to live in fear from the adults at their school. It is a detriment to society and damages their brain development. From Karina, good afternoon. I think we should replace SROs with therapists, psychologists, counselors, and behavior trained staff that can help our students overcome challenges in our school settings. In school, our children are being sent to learn, to be taught when children display behavior or challenges, we need trained personnel to help them overcome and hopefully change the path they're on, rather than criminalize or red flag our children before they are even done with high school. As a mother, I ask you to invest in changing the way we support our students. Thank you. From Anissa Balderas. Dear PVUSD Board, I am writing to advocate for the termination of the contract between PVUSD and WPD pertaining to Santa Cruz County School District data and countywide incarceration metrics reflect a school to prison pipeline that disproportionately affects young people of color in neighborhoods deprived of proactive resources. The school board has a duty to defend, protect, and value the lives of students of color. It has been proven time and time again that police fail to de-escalate situations. So I ask why they are present in the first place. The presence of law enforcement does not create an environment conducive to learning, growth, and feeling safe in school. I have been a student of PVUSD throughout my education and have taken notice to police patrolling the halls and use of detection dogs. Police presence has made us feel like we cannot be trusted in a place where we are meant to thrive. Instead, I urge you to reallocate funds back into our students by providing counselors, psychologists, social workers, and other youth programs geared towards healthy living. Instead of paying the Watsonville Police Department to respond to school-related issues, those funds must be allocated towards more competent and cutting-edge counseling services, mental health, first aid, positive behavior interventions, and restorative justice practice that focus on the intricacies of the connection between students and staff. From Abel Mejia, school resource officers at the 3 high schools need to be eliminated from our district's budget. This is not a personal attack on any one officer who has served in this capacity. This is also not a popularity contest as to which side of this argument has received more support through surveys or social media. We have to reinvent what it means to be safe on campus by listening to the students on the streets and in the gatherings around social and racial justice. In June, my students made presentations about their research findings. The school to prison pipeline presentation and discussion was an honest and sincere reflection about campus safety. I wish this board had listened in on our conversation. Here were the best and brightest of my class stating that they felt uncomfortable with an armed police officer on campus. They felt intimidated, harassed, and unnecessarily monitored. There were students that didn't have to worry as they were collectively a very respectful, kind, and honest group of students. Between them, the only disciplinary problems they had were being late to class. It's time to amplify their thoughts and listen to the fear in their voices. We should have a nurse or psychologist on every elementary, middle, or high school campus before we have a single school resource officer. Once we have taken care of the students' needs, our next step will be to pass the Schools and Community First Funding Act in November to bring up to $12 billion for our communities. Our law enforcement agencies can then fund SRO positions. In the next 6 months, we can reinvent the terms campus safety. Our 3 high schools will be closed, so why will we need school resource officers? Let's see. And from Elias Gonzalez, I'm opening up file. Dear School Board Trustees, buenas noches. First and foremost, let me take the time to say thank you for your service and dedication to the students of PVUSD. Though I may not see eye to eye with each and every trustee, I appreciate the time and thought you put into this work. This letter is in regard to the presentation and discussion around SROs on PVUSD grounds. Again, I will reinforce that SROs are not what is needed on our high school campuses, and these are any times. Our students are in need of social emotional support to navigate a health pandemic and social unrest. As a lifelong resident of Watsonville and graduated of WHS, I can personally attest to some of the unhealthy interactions I had within the SRO on campus. I will not go into details, but I, like many of my peers, did not feel supported like some students may have, not emotionally, academically, or personally. We need to reinvest the $390K in support for students through counseling, after-school programming, culturally relevant programming, and mentoring. We must also prepare our young leaders with the critical thinking skills and ability to analyze and interpret for themselves. This banking concept of education is simply not benefiting our students of color. We must follow suit with the other districts in Minneapolis, Seattle, and Portland who have promised to remove SROs, saying the presence of armed officers prohibits many students and staff from feeling safe. We must follow suit with Oakland, San Francisco, Acosta leaders who have expressed support for eliminating SROs. We must follow suit with Los Angeles and Chicago, two of the three largest school districts who are pushing to get police out, along with their teachers union. We must follow suit, and we must follow suit now. At a time when many school boards across the nation are taking proactive steps to invest in their schools and students, I urge you to vote to stop SRO funding at PVUSD campuses. Lastly, I would like to kindly remind you of the resolution you all passed at the last meeting around addressing systemic racism. This vote gives you an opportunity to prove to the community that your resolution were not mere fancy words. Thank you for your time, Elias Gonzalez. From Adam. Hello, board. I am once again writing to urge you to use our money wisely. Cut the SRO program. You are spending money to terrorize students at a vulnerable age who do not feel safe around police. In a place where they are supposed to feel safe and comfortable enough to learn and grow. Help create a peaceful environment in our schools by keeping cops off campus. I'd like to understand your reasoning in spending such a huge amount of money on this program when each year I have to buy supplies not only for my child, but for the classroom because our teachers are so underfunded they have to provide their own supplies, but don't have enough money because you don't pay them what they deserve. I urge you to reconsider how you are spending these funds. Support parents, support our kids, make the right choice and cut this unwanted program. Invest in our teachers, hire counselors, not cops. EAOP is such an important program in our schools. You are once again considering making the wrong choice and cutting it. While I understand it is more of the budget than SRO, this program actually contributes good for our kids. It provides opportunities to kids that otherwise wouldn't have them. This is the type of experience we need to promote in schools, not feed the school to prison pipeline, but to encourage the school to higher education pipeline. Give EAOP a chance, reformat it if needed, but do not cut it. You are harming our children when you cut programs like EAOP, but consider keeping costly programs like SRO instead. Please make the right choice and keep cops off campus. We are paying attention to the message you send our community. Thank you. And Holly O'Brien sent a message. So Rick, if you can stop sharing, then I'll share mine. Or
okay. Yep.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez and the school board. I'm Holly O'Brien. I'm a PVUSD parent and a teacher in the RISE program. I've worked with students with emotional disturbances for 7 years now, and I have a degree in criminal justice from San Jose State. I'm here to speak on SROs on our campuses and the impact of their presence. 2 weeks ago, we heard from many former PVUSD students who told us how they felt having police officers on our campuses. Many reported that they felt less safe and some were afraid to attend school knowing there were police on campus. Their experiences are not something we should choose to ignore as we as a district reflect on our practice of policing students on campus. In broad nationwide surveys, students of color feel less safe when there's an officer on their campus, while white students feel more safe. When we take time to research this, we're hard-pressed to find the fact that SROs actually improves campus safety. In fact, what we find nationwide is that campuses that have SROs tend to expel and suspend students at higher rates than those that do not. We have to be careful too when looking at anecdotal data, such as testimonial from administrators. We all have our own personal biases, so it's important to look at the nationwide data through a wider student-centered lens as opposed to our own personal experiences. When SROs were originally brought to PVUSD, they served multiple roles: de-escalation, truancy officer, social emotional support, and community liaison. However, over the last 5 years, we've greatly increased our social emotional support staff at PVUSD. We have a team of behaviorists, we have more community liaisons, and most significantly, 2 years ago, we adopted a crisis intervention model known as Safety Care. In the last 2 years, Safety Care has certified more than 150 PVUSD employees, including myself, at a fraction of the cost of the over $440,000, the price tag of having SROs on our campuses currently. We now have trained staff on our campuses that are trained to de-escalate and proactively engage students who are in crises. Duplicating our services through costly hiring practices is not what a progressive and responsive school district like ours should be part of. It's important decisions are made through the lens of our students and that we take an unbiased, data-driven approach when considering having police officers on our campus. With all due respect and respect to the law enforcement agencies that work with our community, thank you very much.
From Raul Zamora, opening up a file from him. To whom it may concern, I am a PVUSD student that's been affected by SROs on campus. Starting in elementary school, I would act out and make decisions that led me to get suspended pretty often. Throughout middle school and high school, I continued to do the same. My mother did her best raising my sister and I, but due to being a single parent, she worked a lot and I often had a lot of free time and hung out around town with my friends. We skated everywhere since there wasn't anywhere for us to hang out at. I happened to get kicked out from Pajaro Valley High School my sophomore year. Instead of having someone guide me in the right direction, they made me move schools, and after that, I had no desire to finish high school. I was labeled as a gangbanger and made sure the principal did not give me another chance at the school. I carried that label with me to my next school, and I noticed I was watched a lot more often than other students were. At that point, I was completely over school and fell behind almost a whole school year. Thankfully, with the help of my mother and one teacher, I was able to get back on track and continue with school. I was a kid who needed direction, but instead I had an SRO label me and change my whole high school experience. I asked that you use the money planned to give to the police services on campus to be used in our community where it is needed. Sincerely, Raul Zamora. From Lane Edwards, I would like to call on the school board to remove all SROs from PVUSD and replace them with school counselors, therapists, social workers, and other systems of care. Our youth need care, not cops, and the school to prison pipeline and PVUSD. From Angelina Zuniga. Dear PVUSD School Board, my name is Angelina Zuniga and I am a student at Pajaro Valley High School. I am here to talk on my concerns over cops, SROs on school grounds, and I'd like to say that I would much rather have the money used for SROs go towards our students, which includes me and my friends, something that will actually help us and benefit our education future. We don't need to put more money into a system that is built to tear us down. We need to put more money into the areas that are going to build us up. I personally have dealt with police harassment at school simply because of the fact that my brother had dropped me off in the wrong place. The officer said I wasn't talking to him right and could get into more trouble. From then on, he said he would be watching me. I couldn't do anything besides nod. I mean, school's supposed to be a place to learn, not watch your surroundings, and I feel like you're in a prison with a guard always watching you. It makes us feel obligated to learn. I really hope you take our words and stories into consideration. And from Amy Ramirez. Dear PVUSD board members, specifically this letter is in regards to funds that PVUSD is investing in SROs, which I'm against. I'm a product of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. I should have been a class of 2007 graduate from Watsonville High School. Unfortunately, I was pushed out. I was labeled a gang member or chola. I was discriminated against because of my sexuality. During my senior year of high school, I was in an abusive relationship. I pleaded with my teachers for support and guidance. No matter how hard I pleaded for support, it was always taken as defiant. My teachers, who I thought cared about my safety and well-being, knew nothing else but to call an SRO. Immediately when the officer came, I was greeted with shame. I was greeted with fear. I was on the school to prison pipeline. PVUSD paved that way for me because of the lack of community resources. I was arrested on May 3rd, 2007 at Watsonville High School. I was pulled out of class and told I had an award waiting for me. I walked in and was greeted not in a friendly way by Juan Trujillo, a Watsonville police officer. I was asked what a restraining order was, and I didn't understand why I was being questioned by the police or why faculty allowed this to happen without the representation of parents. I was afraid and my instinct was to walk out. As I walked out of the officer grabbed me by my backpack and I ran. A 17-year-old Indigenous woman, a minor, was in police custody. I remember Officer Trujillo had informed the SRO that I was in custody. I remember his response, "Good, I'm glad you got her. She is nothing but a pain in the A***** anyway." With satisfaction and a smirk, he placed those cuffs so tight that I could feel the circulation cutting off in my wrists. Officer Trujillo threw me in the back of the car right in front of the Mellow Center. I remember praying to myself, please don't let the bell ring, please don't let the bell ring. And as soon as he turned left on Lincoln, I asked for my mother. I was embarrassed. I was ashamed. I asked him where he was taking me. His response was, don't worry about it, and he continued to drive aggressively. I formerly worked as a case manager for the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County for 8+ years. My job was to ensure that each youth and their family members felt supported and heard. I cannot begin to tell you the countless stories I've heard regarding SROs and how students did not feel protected, valued, and respected by their presence. PVUSD and Santa Cruz County seem to be taking a trauma-informed approach, but
2 minutes, Trustee Hall.
okay. From Anthony Flores. Hello, PVUSD School Board Trustees. My name is Anthony Flores. I am a Watsonville High School graduate of 2020, and I write this letter to tell you all to speak against the use of school resource officers on campus and the defunding of EAOP, a program which helps many low-income families. To start off, the use of SROs makes many students, not only in our community, but around the country as well, feel watched and criminalized. Having officers on campus makes students feel like they are always doing something of a criminal nature. This creates an environment where students feel unsafe and have a need to be aware. Another problem is that statistically, SROs are more likely to arrest Black and brown students than white students. In the wake of the George Floyd protests, many school districts across the county have canceled their contracts with SROs, and we students and residents of the city of Watsonville expect you all, the board, to follow in suit with the rest of the country. Schools need resources, not school resource officers. The money used on SRO contracts can be moved to funding EAOP, a program the board wants to remove. It is ridiculous that the board feels the need to enforce police on its students, but not provide resources such as EAOP, in which helps thousands of low-income students. EAOP has provided so much wealth to our community, and to try and remove them would be a huge and great injustice to the incoming seniors, juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. Please do not make the mistake of continuing funding for police on campuses and moving towards bettering our campuses with providing funding for programs such as EAOP. The community is watching you, and we will not stand for the wrong choices. From Anonymous, please stop criminalizing our kids. Use this money to hire therapists and counselors. Why aren't cops present at Monte Vista or Aptos High? They aren't necessary, so please stop funding the SROs. From Danica Marcus. Let's see. To whom it may concern the PVUSD district, my name is Danica Marcus. I am a proud 2020 graduate who spent 3.5 years attending Watsonville High School. I'm writing to you today to bring awareness toward the school resource officers patrolling the campus. I say patrolling because it felt like they were there to intimidate rather than protect. Being one of the few Black students on a campus in a predominantly Latinx community, the color of my skin makes it so I stand out against my peers who are of lighter complexion. With the racial tension and prejudice spreading across America, the usage of school resource officers creates a sense of distress between the school and its students in attendance. I understand that they are meant to protect, but if anything, it only fuels the underlying tension and apprehension among the students when in the officer's presence. As a female who is both Mexican and Black, I've witnessed harassment by the police against family members of both sides of my family. As the racial oppression rises that's embedded in the system, the funding for school resource officers should be invested in other programs on campus that could benefit students. Instead of having officers roam the campus in the name of our safety, it should be taken into consideration to continue funding academic programs such as EAOP, Upward Bound, and tutoring to help the students of our future thrive and succeed in life. If we truly want the students of the school to feel safe on campus, they shouldn't have to worry about the officers who could potentially harm them due to the color of their skin and potential racial profiling. As the Black Lives Matter movement continues to grow and expand, the voices of our students and community needs to be heard. By defunding the school resource officers, the money could be invested in tools needed to help the students academically and emotionally. We want the students to feel safe and welcome when going to school, which ironically enough is the opposite of what the officer's presence provides when on campus. I hope that my perspective as a student who once attended WHS brings a sense of understanding when speaking on behalf of the school resource officers patrolling the school. Change needs to be made. My only question is, what change will you provide in dark times like these? Thank you for taking the time to read this. May you have a good day. From Kiana Zamora. Hello, PVUSD School Board. My name is Kiana Zamora, and I'm 14 years old. I will be a freshman next year, and I wanted to tell you why I feel we shouldn't have cops on school campuses. I think it's enough that we have security guards because they could break up fights with students or call the police departments for emergency. I also think it's unnecessary we're paying SROs to be at our schools because we should be spending that money on other things to make Watsonville better, like new places to go. My friends and I go to the same places all the time. We have to find ways to keep us busy, and most of our ideas could probably get us in trouble. I've seen cops pull over people for walking and even just looking suspicious. I don't think it is fair for cops to pick on people just because of the way they look, dress, or the way they are. Especially with what's going on in the world right now, I feel like the last place police should be around is around us students. From Nayeli Gill. Dear board members, I firmly believe that it is completely unnatural to have police in schools. Due to the fact that the Mexican community does not trust the police in the streets, they should not trust them in school hallways. We need to think about alternatives to school safety so that students can feel safe and can learn in their environment that it is safe to thrive. Police undercut this culture. Therefore, I encourage you all to redirect spending towards other priorities like social workers, school counselors, therapists, and others. Education, not incarceration. From Mons Spitia. Dear PVUSD board members, I am writing to advocate for the termination of the contract between PVUSD and WPD. If we have learned anything from this historic moment spurred on by the murders of Breonna Taylor, Rashad Brooks, and George Floyd, it is that many police departments across the nation fail to understand the meaning of service and are ill-equipped to de-escalate routine situations. Pertaining to the Santa Cruz County school district data and countywide incarceration metrics reflect a school-to-prison pipeline that disproportionately affects young people of color in neighborhoods deprived of proactive resources. The school board has a duty to protect students from a police department whose culture allows for the extraordinary acts that took the life of George Floyd. Officers that roam school hallways exhibit similar tactics as the officers on the street of Watsonville who use suppression tactics on young people of color. Concerning PVUSD's diagram for student success, which highlights the importance of relationship building in non-threatening and learning environments, the presence of law enforcement personnel on school campuses stands in harsh contrast with the district's mission. In addition, data continues to suggest that law enforcement does not deter juvenile crime. Rather, it can have the adverse effect of re-traumatizing those who have endured negative experiences at the hand of authority. According to the Justice Policy Institute, a research organization based in Washington, D.C. that explores the intersection of education and juvenile justice, among other justice-related topics, SRO presence on campus equates to more low-level behavioral referrals being dealt with by law enforcement. Unfortunately, districts and administrators also tend to struggle with involving law enforcement in proactive processes and instead acquiesce to their suggestions, which are often punitive. I believe that in order for our communities and students to truly thrive, their educational and social-emotional needs must be met by those qualified to meet those needs, like counselors, psychologists, and social workers in youth programs geared towards recreational health. We already know that investment in law enforcement personnel fundamentally fails to make schools safer for students and also disempowers school personnel. Too often, SROs are tasked with handling lower-level discipline infractions in which they have no formal training to address. Instead of paying the Watsonville Police Department to respond to school-related issues, those funds must be allocated towards more competent and cutting-edge counseling services, mental health first aid, positive behavioral interventions, and restorative justice programs that focus on the intricacies of connection between students and staff. Okay. From Pam Sexton. Please end all SRO contracts in our district because police don't make our schools safer. Police in our schools create an atmosphere of distrust, implicit threats, and fear, particularly for students of color. Police in schools have been a national experiment, and the experiment has failed. Wealthier white schools do not generally employ police. Schools with high numbers of students of color and poor students do. These students are thus labeled as potential criminals, and the school-to-prison pipeline is in place. Police in schools leads to an increase in school discipline rates, referrals to law enforcement and youth and juvenile detention centers and probation, and a decrease in high school graduation and college enrollment rates. We see these harms play out in our own school district. This is not about individuals, bad apples. It doesn't matter how nice or well-intentioned an individual officer may be. The history and current reality of policing in this country follows that individual. This is about finding the systems that really work for our youth. Please invest in counselors, therapists, social workers, or intervention teachers. This is evidence-based support for our students. We know that there are record levels of depression, anxiety, and trauma among school-age students, and COVID-19 is intensifying the need for us to focus on our students' emotional well-being. For years, I taught positive discipline classes at PVUSD's Watsonville Adult School and was a part of a group of students who brought positive discipline to Alianza Charter School. Discipline, security, and safety in our school must be grounded in justice, inclusion, belonging, and respect. The emotional development of our students is key to both school safety and future success of our students. School counselors and psychologists offer critical resources, a safe space for students to navigate some of the hardest years of our life. Don't ignore the evidence. From Lucia Umeki Martinez. I believe that there should be no school resource officers on any campus in the PVUSD school district anymore. As a student, I would rather see the money that goes towards SROs instead go to the EAOP program, which is extremely beneficial to myself and my peers, and also go to providing more mental and emotional support to students, such as counselors and therapists. And no name, I think it is crucial to keep these two budget items that are crucial to educational advancement for the Watsonville community than to keep funding school resource officers. 1, 2.5 English language specialists, $262,000 worth. These are teachers who work directly with our English language learners, students whose first language is different than English, about 42% of our student population. Number 2, EAOP, a UCSC program that operates at our 3 comprehensive high schools to offer support for students and their families on academic achievement and the college going process. The district is considering to cut the entire program, $1.4 million worth. This is a huge loss for our students and families. School resource officers are not necessary at school. Put more money into education and counselors and therapists. From Elizabeth, I want to talk about our trans kids, their relationship with police, the trauma it is to be on a campus with a cop, misgendering a student, period. Now, especially if we are in a situation where a cop who tend to misgender our trans community had to be involved. You're causing unnecessary pain to our children that need us most. The police involved in altercations with our trans community, the violent history behind it, our trans youth know this trauma and are forced to walk on the edge of campus with a cop. Keeping cops on campus shows them that we do not care about their safety and mental health. For our trans youth, I ask you to please keep cops off campus. SROs receive school funds that could go to hiring counselors, psychologists, and peer campus monitors. Restorative justice and practice programs are a better use of school safety funds. When I was in distress in high school, I never went to security, much less the cops. I went to my counselors. The positive impact of EAOP alone on my life is immeasurable. Between my EAOP counselors and peer mentoring, we built positive school climates, learned about community and about conflict resolution and mutual respect. EAOP puts an emphasis on academic and social achievements for all students. They amplified my dreams. They listened to me, helped me grow. My counselors are who kept me out of trouble time and time again, not SROs. I urge you to save EAOP. I could write a book on how EAOP was a highlight of my time in PVUSD. And thanks to my skills I learned in the program, I truly could. EAOP enriched my life in too many ways to list. My joyful memories in PVUSD are thanks to EAOP. Trips, university sleepovers. It is a disservice to our community if we let this amazing program go, but keep SROs around. By keeping SROs, you are funding the wrong people for the wrong reasons, and you're getting the wrong results at the expense of our children. I urge you, don't. Thank you.
Trustee Holm, how many more do we have?
About 13 more.
Okay.
From Anonymous, as a student of PVUSD, I believe that there should be no more school resource officers on campus. I understand that they are there for our safety, but when arriving on campus, they make me feel like a prisoner, and that it just makes students want to retaliate even more. Instead, funding should go to programs that count and enrich students. Programs like EAOP that will help with keeping students on the right track towards college so that they can become successful young adults. Funding towards mental and emotional support for students and faculty, such as counselors and therapists, would be far more beneficial than having an SRO on campus. Students can learn healthy ways of coping instead of causing trouble. From Leah Sugarman, dear trustees and Dr. Rodriguez, the presence of SROs, police officers in our schools is to intervene and react when there's a crisis, and this will inevitably trigger trauma around incidents in some students' lives and communities related to law enforcement, even if they never interact with an officer at school. This is the opposite of school safety. Stakes are very high right now, and you as the school board members have an opportunity to do something very concrete to work towards abolishing the school to prison pipeline. As a 20-year special educator, I implore you to do some research of your own, as I have, into the effectiveness of SROs, especially in relationship to our students most vulnerable and disproportionately represented in the school to prison pipeline, Black and Latinx and students with disabilities. We can be agents of change or perpetrators of the status quo. We need to do better by our students with disabilities in so many ways, and that starts by supporting their basic needs, human rights, and creating true safe spaces for them to learn to not criminalizing them. Students need counseling and teaching, not policing. It is time to listen to students and community members who have gone through our schools and take a lesson from their negative experiences with law enforcement. As our elected officials, I implore you to take responsibility and action to reinvent school as a truly safe place for all students to learn and thrive, with the elimination of school resource officers in favor of real interventions that can directly serve and benefit students. Thank you for your time and consideration. From Dr. Angela Irvine, as a community researcher specializing on the school to prison pipeline and someone who has recently analyzed exclusionary school data from PVUSD as it is linked to the school youth justice system in Santa Cruz, I strongly recommend ending the use of SROs on high school campuses. My analysis found that experiences with suspensions and expulsions increase the chance of being arrested, and being arrested increased the chance of being suspended and expelled. Eliminating SROs would break this cycle. From Justina Craig, please divest from the WPD and spending the large amounts of money to keep police officers in our schools. Take that money and spend it on school counselors, therapists, and other beneficial resources. Schools need care, not cops or school resource officers. From Alexa Gonzalez, Dear PVUSD board, my name is Alexa Gonzalez. I am a Mexican-American first-generation college student currently enrolled in my second year at Cabrillo College Honors Program. I am writing in hopes that PVUSD will not renew its contract with the police force. Police officers do not belong on school campuses. There have been no conclusive evidence that states having an SRO on campuses makes school any safer. Conversely, research suggests that having SROs on campus leads to greater amount of arrests at schools and disproportionately affects students of color. Our students should not be criminalized. To increase police presence on school campuses is to perpetuate the school to prison pipeline. Instead, these funds should be reallocated and invested in mental health counseling, paying teachers livable wages and other resources for students. I hope you all make the right decision in abolishing SROs in our campuses. From Evelyn Polito, firearms ban on campus, but we have a police officer walking around with one. Who is he protecting us from? Our community members, ourselves, or is he protecting himself from us? I have never felt unsafe at school until I walked past the officer on campus. The intention for his presence is to inflict fear onto the students. You should not invite an individual on campus who works for a force that brutalizes students' families. From Anonymous, school police officers are not needed. Cut ties with the police and keep EAOP. If a police officer is needed, you dial 911. Why would you use funds that are desperately needed in other areas to do just that? We are paying attention to your votes and consideration. Keep that in mind. From Ramiro Medrano, you have heard from plenty of voices in the community asking you to remove SROs from our high schools. Regarding today's presentation from student services, one, why were SROs placed at Watsonville High School in 1994 when they are placed in AHS until 2004, 10 years later, and only after Watsonville youth were bused to Aptos? How does PVUSD compare to county districts regarding suspensions and criminalizations of our youth? How many youth are given citations in PVUSD as compared to other districts in our county? How many PVUSD youth are on probation as compared to other districts in our county? How many PVUSD youth are in juvenile hall as compared to other districts in our county? Slide 14 is proof that there is an equity problem with our 3 PVUSD high schools. How is it possible that PV High, which has almost half the population of WHS, have almost 3 times more suspensions and 9 times more citations? Why does AHS have only 3 citations in the last year, while WHS and PVHS have 39 citations combined? This is outrageous. Can you not see the connection between suspensions and citations? At AHS, even the school year 2018-19, there were 2 threat assessment responses. There were 0 citations. This is what should be happening in our South County schools, not punitive measures, but restorative. Of course, administrators want SROs on campus. They rely on them to decrease their workload because they too are stretched thin. They need to rethink their strategy because they're relying on police is hurting our youth. The presentation did a poor job in reflecting student voice. It seemed like 3 student leaders were interviewed. Students in leadership positions are usually top academic students who have no interaction with SROs. A better focus group would be to have students in special education. Please be on the right side of history and vote to eliminate SROs from our schools. We need more preventative measures. From Emily Halbig, good evening, trustees, Dr. Rodriguez and Mr. Ito. Police officers wishing to become school resource officers are required to take one 40-hour course, which is intended to prepare them for working with young people on school campuses. Teachers and counselors, school nurses, and administrators spend years and are required to pass multiple tests in order to be certified to work with our youth. Rationale included in the presentation for tonight's discussion include response to increased gang violence in the community, prevention of drug use on school grounds, and deterring criminal acts on campus. The best way to respond to these issues is through prevention, not with the threat of force. We do that by addressing the root causes of these destructive behaviors. As members of law enforcement with limited training on working with children, SROs are not adequately trained on building relationships with students in a way that teachers and counselors are. Investing in our resources in the training teachers of restorative justice programs would be more impactful in the prevention of gang violence, drug use, and criminal acts by our youth. Please discontinue the use of school resource officers on PVUSD campuses. Thank you. From Crystal, I am writing to advocate for the termination of the contract between PVUSD and WPD. The school board has a duty to protect students from a police department whose culture allows for the acts that took the life of George Floyd. Redirect these funds towards resources that are vital for the health and well-being of our students and youth and communities. From Jonathan, I am a Watsonville High School alumni who at no point felt safe when having a police officer SRO on campus. I felt rather safe in the college and career center. Seeing a police officer on campus every day for 4 years made me fearful of being on campus. I don't see a need for a police officer on campus when the police stations for Watsonville High is 2 to 3 minutes away. What is the point of having a police officer on campus if they at no point were of any help to me during high school? Defund the police. From Alma. Hello, school board members. I am writing to voice my disdain for the school resource officers currently placed at our schools. Sorry, I skipped a line. I'm writing to voice my disdain for school resource officers currently placed at schools in the district. I work at a neighboring district with no presence of SROs, and our schoolers are doing absolutely fine. I write as well as a speech language pathologist who was born and bred by the PVUSD. All of the data shows that most juvenile delinquents suffer from a cognitive language or learning disability. These students are often the first to be reprimanded by police. They require speech and language intervention, mental health counselors, community support, not an officer presence. I ask that the current contract with SROs be thoroughly viewed with a fine-tooth comb. What does the data show if instead we implemented actual help for these students? With COVID, why wouldn't these contracts for SROs be reviewed if we are looking at the possibility of no student presence? The community urges a limitation on the school to prison pipeline, which starts at the preschool level with Black and brown students being the most suspended. From Anna, to police students on campus creates a hostile environment in which the students feel criminalized every day. The media has shown how the police treat people of color, and the district has a duty to protect the physical safety as well as emotional well-being of its students. People of color have overwhelmingly expressed their feelings of fear and unsafety in the eyes of the police, and we are promoting this environment by maintaining a police presence on campus. Schools have a duty to create a welcoming environment of education and learning. Policing students on campus robs students of a welcoming environment. Rather than having police on campus who needlessly intimidate students, we should instead be providing students with more counselors and nurses, people who are better qualified to help the students' problems in a non-harmful manner. From Angela Rockney, there's absolutely no reason why PVUSD should be able to find the resources to pay for SROs, but not academic programs such as EAOP, which helped various low-income students to apply to colleges and universities. Throughout my 4 years at WHS, not once have I seen an SRO do something beneficial for my school other than stop the occasional student from ditching class. Now that it is likely that students will engage in online learning rather than conventional schooling in the fall, it is more necessary to spend thousands on SROs to police an uninhabited campus. The money with which PVSD wastes on these officers would reach much more beneficial results if spent on academic programs like EAOP, which help first-generation low-income students like myself navigate a college application process which would otherwise appear too daunting for some students to even consider taking on their own. Now more than ever, students need these funds to be used for more beneficial programs to help them navigate through school and college applications from afar. Being a rising senior, it breaks my heart to know that I will no longer receive the support from EAOP, which I was so relying on to help me with my college applications. To think that this money would have been helped to make me feel more confident and secure about my college applications might instead be used to pay SROs who will be patrolling an empty school is almost in part comical, although sickening to me. Help prepare our students for higher education, not prison. Thank you. From Maya Banuelos, and I've just got 2 short ones left. As a Watsonville High School alumni, SROs have no positive impact on our campuses. Police presence is in no way beneficial for students. Any personal relationship the trustees have with the police is completely unrelated to the relationships that police have with the students. Their presence is detrimental to student learning. During COVID and in the wake of BLM protests taking place in the last few weeks, it is more than clear that the district's relationship with the police and SROs needs to be criticized. It is ridiculous to think that SROs could ever be a positive presence in our community. From Helen B. Cops do not belong in campuses. As a PVUSD parent, I can say that the officers on campus only distract and disrupt what's meant to be a welcoming and learning environment. Especially with the presence of COVID-19, it is completely unnecessary to maintain officers on school campus. If you're going to cut actually useful education resources like EAOP, then it makes 0 sense to do anything else but cut the police presence in our school system. And that's the last comment.
Thank you very much, Trustee Holm. Any questions or comments from the board?
Well, I guess I should comment, I guess, Karen. I have told you how I think I am agreeing with all 40 some comments that have been made today. And so I am with everybody who has commented, thinking that they are very correct that we need to eliminate SROs on all of our campuses. And we're working on all of these programs to, for example, PBIS, which is in every school now, right? It is trying to work on better behavior from students. And we could work more than we have yet on restorative justice programs as well. So these are the kind of the programs that will benefit students, I believe, and don't have anything to do with officers. And they are very expensive at a time when we're having to cut programs. Whoa, keeping officers who, I couldn't believe the one in Aptos is even more expensive. He has a $6,000 car allowance, plus he's paid 89,000 plus his benefits, whatever. No, not 89,000. It's whatever he's paid. Anyways, our SROs are paid at least 130,000, I think, plus benefits, and we need to. And everybody said what we need to use this money for, so I don't need to say that again. Lots of comments. So I am supportive, and I would vote, and this is a discussion item, obviously, but I would vote to eliminate their contracts when we do decide to vote about it. So that's the way I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Osmundson. Is there anybody else?
Yes.
I have a couple.
Trustee Schacher, was that you real quick?
Yes, it was.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can.
So what I wanted to just go over is we had suspension. We talked about expulsion rates, but we didn't talk about suspension rates. So this would concern Trustee Orozco too, since we kind of share an area. PV High School has an 8.7% suspension rate, and Rolling Hills Middle School has a 13.2 suspension rate, while Watsonville High School, Aptos have 3.4 and 4.0 comparatively, and Lakeview 5% comparatively. I think we need to look at why this is happening, number one. Number two, we've heard from parents, a little bit from parents. We had some emails from students, but I think as a district, to really understand the issues at hand and collect information and data, we need to send out a survey to not only our students, but to our parents, and get their feelings and their feedback about SROs in the school. After all, our job as a board is to provide support to our community members and our constituents. And I don't think that we can do that without getting feedback from our stakeholders. So I think that's something that we should look at doing. Also, we know we've heard of safety care. We've talked about safety care and training people in de-escalation. I know a lot of things have been put on hold because of COVID-19 and in classes and whatnot, but that is something that I think too, as a district, we should further look at getting more of our staff trained in de-escalation techniques, making sure our campus security is trained in de-escalation techniques. As Trustee Osmundson pointed out, this is a discussion tonight. We are not voting on this. We are gathering information. I don't think this is a decision that's, made lightly. This is a decision that we need as much information that we can get in order to make a proper decision. I know that Oakland just this evening voted to remove SROs from schools, but I believe also they had their own police department. I'm not sure on the details with Oakland, but they did vote tonight unanimously, their board, to remove policing from schools. And I'm sure we're going to see this issue coming up with more boards in surrounding areas. Also, we need to look at, if we do remove the SROs, what are we going to put in place? Are we going to be able to put a social emotional counselor in school, a school psychologist? What are we going to do to support our students? It's a question that needs to be answered. If we do remove SROs, how are we going to maintain a good community relationship with our police department? Are we going to do a community liaison with our police department? Because although I think we're fairly lucky in Watsonville with Chief Honda and acknowledging the issues at hand and trying to make a difference, we do need to have a plan to help parents and kids understand police responsibility, right? So there's some things that we need to look at in Rick Ito's presentation, he mentioned about changing some things if SROs do stay on our campus, and one of them was the uniform. I 100% agree with that. From some of the students that I talked to, they're very intimidated by the uniform. And that is something that does need to be changed. We also need to look at our district policy. You know, the SROs don't make policy. They are there enforcing district policy. But some of the information that I came out from talking to different police officers in our community were that some of these students, let's take bringing weapons to school as an example, bring weapons to school because something has happened to them and they're scared. So rather than throwing them in a police car and taking them to jail, let's find out what the real issue is at hand and see what we can do to prevent that. Is it a bullying issue? Is it an endangerment issue? Or is it bad decision making? So these are some questions I think that as a district, we need to answer and think about. Are we going to remove an SRO from schools? Well, do we remove all of them from all 3 schools at once? Or do we remove one from a school, replace with a social emotional counselor, and then come back and look at the data for the following year on suspension rates, expulsion rates, student feedback, student safety? So there's a lot of thought that needs to go into this decision. And I encourage everyone to be patient and really think about the answers to these questions to make the decision that's right for PVUSD. And I know we're running late, so I'm going to stop talking and give my other trustees a chance to talk. But I just wanted to bring up some important points that I think that need to be answered.
Thank you very much. Trustee Orozco, did you want to say something?
I do. I have multiple questions. Can everyone hear me just fine?
Yes.
So what factors resulted in the decision to bring SROs to our schools? What influenced that decision?
Are you talking?
Nobody probably knows.
Yeah, I mean, this is a question that I'm asking to anyone who wants to step in to answer. And this is just for the community to know.
Maria, from the question, I asked this question to some community members because obviously it's way before my time, right? When this happened, I was still a teenager. But my answer that I received, and I see we have our lovely Officer McKinley here, so I'll let him take it. But my answer that I received was there's a lot of things going on at the time in Watsonville High School with gang violence and students feeling unsafe, so the SROs were brought in. So I'll defer to Officer McKinley because he's on now.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, Board of Trustees, district staff, and members of the public. My name is Michael McKinley. I am the Watsonville Police Captain that is in charge of our school resource officer program. One of the questions was, well, our program actually started in 1994 at Watsonville High School. Our SROs are there basically to teach, counsel, and to protect our school community. The program was successful, and our SRO, an SRO was placed at Pajaro Valley High School in 2004. And one of the things that I wanted to point out is that we're there for safety. We're not there to arrest the youth. We work closely with our nonprofits and prevention partners. They do very important work. And what we do is we try to divert the youth away from the criminal justice system. We have a youth diversion program. It's called Camino. It's been in place for about 8 years now. We've had 3 kids go through that program. We've had, I believe, the success rate of 81%. 6 months later, 91% of them did not reoffend. And a year later, 86% did not reoffend. And so they were diverted from going into the criminal justice system. We're there. Our officers are trained in implicit bias training. procedural justice training, crisis intervention, and de-escalation. And they do utilize those when they're up on campus.
Thank you. I have a long list of questions here, and it is a discussion item. So I'm just going to list them as well. And hopefully at the next presentation, when the item is brought back, that can be answered thoroughly. The second question I had was, do we attribute the drop in expulsions we have seen to the implementation of SROs or to other initiatives such as PVIS, the PIS along other initiatives in place, and what benchmarks have we used to determine SRO effectiveness at our schools? That was not answered by the presentation given tonight. Evaluations are done annually by who? And are we involved in this process? If so, how? If not, why not? Right? And the reason why I bring that up is because it is the kids, right? It is our school communities that you're working directly with. So if we're not involved in that evaluation process, I think we should be. Another question is, did we interview any students who have actually had interactions with SROs? Most of the student testimonials shared or in the presentation seemed to me that they were from our leadership groups on campus, but not necessarily from students who have actually had that interaction with our SROs. So I would love to hear the perspective from that student population directly. For community's sake, can we clarify what a citation means? If a student is cited and then diversion is recommended, if students don't follow through with the stipulations of the diversion program, are they placed under probation? So there's just a couple of things that that I would like to have answered at the next board meeting when this item is brought back. I know that as a district, we have become very intentional and data-driven as to when and how, where, how we invest our money. So, whatever the board decides, if we decide to reduce the number of SROs or eliminate them completely, I definitely want to make sure that we consider redirecting those funds to hire a psychologist and a social emotional counselor. In addition to that, I would also like to recommend that we establish solid homeschool visit systems at all high schools, and that our campus security are continuously trained on de-escalation and self-defense tactics. So if those questions can be elaborated at the next board meeting, that would be great. I think there is a lot to consider. But I think the number one priority here is, what's best for our kids above everything else. Thank you.
Is there any other trustee that has any comments or questions?
I do.
Trustee Holm?
Just as we are evaluating this, one thing I want us to be very, very cautious of is not conflating a sense of safety with safety. I was trying to look through, the studies in other areas, since we don't have like the data here. And I saw study after study that said, yes, the presence of SROs increased the sense of safety, on schools. But when I dug into those studies, there wasn't hard data on whether or not there actually was increased safety. So I just want to be very cautious about that. And, when we talk about dismantling systemic racism, it isn't always about, somebody going, aha, I'm going to go target people. It's about practices and, structures that keep things going along in a way that is detrimental to, an important segment of the population. So it's like keeping all of that in mind is really important. And, but really just taking a genuine look at what, are we safer? And that's what I really, really need to know. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Trustee Hall. Anybody else?
Well, I just want to add too, not like I'm anti-police or anything. I used to go to the youth violence prevention meetings that were like every single Saturday. And in our meeting, we had about at least 3 police officers from Watsonville, and they were super wonderful guys. Young police officers from Watsonville. So, I mean, I loved working with them with the youth violence prevention task force with them. That was really great. It's just that having officers on campus that actually wear weapons, for one thing, oof, that's for me. I mean, that's really not good. So
Trustee Osmundson, I want to see if the Serpa wanted to say anything.
No. I'm just finishing mine, and anybody can say whatever they want.
I know, but we're kind of on the time, so I don't want to.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Somebody else.
The Serpa, did you want to say anything?
Hi, thank you. You know, I definitely see the point of, you know, all the comments. You know, when I've been sometimes on campuses, I've been with my own kids, I've been sort of dismayed and surprised, not at the SROs, but at our own like assistant principals who, or, you know, some of our campus security who kind of stare down kids and make kids feel guilty for just, you know, going to their car to get something. You know, everyone thinks they're out there like smoking pot or something. I mean, so it's not the SROs. It's sometimes attitudes of school personnel when they concerned or worried, or they don't believe the kids are doing the right thing, trying to bust kids essentially. So so I've talked to Dr. Rodriguez about that over the years because I haven't liked that perception. But I will say that I'll start my comments by saying I'm a social worker. I started my career in child welfare. I worked right alongside law enforcement with investigations. I'm a hospital social worker. I work in the ER with law enforcement all the time on multiple cases. I've sat on this board for 10 years and had to expel a lot of kids, unfortunately, for having weapons, for selling drugs, for sexual assault. So bad things happen on high school campuses, whether we want to believe it or not. The thing that I feel most strongly about is the unbelievable gun violence in our society. 1,316 school shootings since 1970, 400 school shootings since 2010, 3/4 of them during school hours, 400 kids wounded, and over 200 students, our children, were killed and mowed down by gun violence. This has been increasing since 2010, with the biggest jump occurring between 2017 and 2018, where incidents more than doubled. April 2020 marked the first month without a campus shooting in our country for obvious reasons. We have 25 to 35 school mass shootings every single year in this country. So I feel very emotional about this, and I feel very safe having an SRO on our campus. So for that reason alone, I would support keeping them, but I do understand, and I do think reform is needed. And if there's a way that our SROs could be better liaisons to our campuses and to our kids and make them feel safer, I'd like to see that happen. So thanks.
Thank you very much. I just had a quick question for Officer Zamora, if you're still here.
Officer McKinley?
Yeah, I'm still here. Zamora's here.
Okay.
Zamora's there. Okay.
Mr. Zamora, you've been around Watsonville, I believe, all your life, and I just wanted to ask you why you think it's important. You went to Watsonville High. I went to Watsonville High. I live in a certain neighborhood. I know that the things that happen in my area, and I just wanted to let you speak and give your piece.
Yeah, so first off, I've learned a lot during this meeting. And I'm glad that this is being done with Spanish translation. I think that's huge because a lot of our monolingual Spanish speakers have never had that. And then also I want to recognize and thank the students that have participated in this, because I've always, I always talk about, youth need to get involved in something other than gangs and drugs, right? And if they want to be an activist, then fine, do it. And even if they want to be an activist against police, fine, do it, as long as they don't fall to, that self-defeating monologue that they're not good enough. I did go to Watsonville High. I'm not alumni, but I am alumni from Watsonville Radcliffe Adult School. And I'm very proud of that. There's so much that goes into it, and I've been taking notes throughout this whole thing, and I really appreciate the intent of being precise with data and being precise and very intentional in moving forward. Reform, which we just talked about. Reform is always a good thing. It's never a bad thing to talk about reform. And people talk about, well, we shouldn't change things, or they resist change. Well, if we don't change, we all know this, then we will fail. We talk about gun violence, right? School shootings. When I respond to when I used to respond to these gun calls at the high school, early on in my career, I started in 1996, and responding to a call at the high school when there's someone at school with a firearm, or potentially with a firearm, and the school gets locked down, it's comforting for me to know that there's an officer there that could prevent somebody from being killed, right? So that's the extreme. So that's one of those things. I heard there's so much access to information now, and for me, it's almost kind of like which information is valid, right? And which information is it's like a moving target, right? So which one do I gravitate towards? And when I've heard a lot about the Juvenile or the Justice Policy Institute and the research that was done in 2018, and that really had to do a lot with Tennessee, with South Carolina, and Mississippi, I think. And while I acknowledge that there are issues in some areas in this country, I think we have to be, and even for me, right, when we're talking about police issues, I have to be very deliberate and intentional to not import other stories into the community that don't necessarily exist here, right? And I'm not saying that racism does not exist, because it does. But I've always had a sense that we work very well with our community-based organizations. We work very well with our city leaders and the school district and educators. But I really am interested in, someone mentioned the having a survey, right? Because I think it's important to get the voice of everyone, right, to be able to move forward effectively. And I don't know if that answers your question, but I think we need to recognize that there's a lot of components that go into this. And although the comments were very one-sided, I agree with some of the things that have been said. I believe that reform is needed at any time, not just now. And I think that we can collectively move forward, and we can move forward effectively, because I do believe that education is the golden door. But I also believe that just leaving police out of the conversation is inappropriate, because we are part of this community, and I feel strongly that way because I grew up, 3 blocks from the police department, and I would walk to school. So anyway, sorry, I almost felt like I was rambling because there's so much that goes into it, and I know you all understand that.
Well, I just wanted to ask you, but thank you for your words, and thank you also to the Officer McKinley. So I don't think anybody else has any comments or anything. So
President Trustee Dodge Jr., I
Yes.
know that we still have another item 10.2, which is slated for 30 minutes.
Yes.
Hence, this was why I said it was a good idea that we moved all of our voting items earlier, because if we do go over, we cannot be penalized. We have nothing left to at least vote on tonight.
Yes.
I just wanted to interject, and I will be quick. I want to thank Rick. Thank you for coming tonight in your presentation. Officer McKinley and Zamora. Officers, I didn't catch if it was officer, sergeant, or captain for sure. So I didn't want to be disrespectful in any way. I also wanted to thank Vice Clerk Holm for all of her reading tonight and reading in all those comments. So thank you, and everybody's input. I think it's very unfortunate that this landed on tonight's agenda that was already so heavily impacted. I do think it deserves coming back, probably because I've heard several of my colleagues sound like I think a lot of us have more questions. I don't think it needs to necessarily come back as a voting item, but it does need to come back, I think, as another report and discussion item where more attention could be given to it without such an impacted agenda, hopefully. I appreciate Officer Zamora and your comment about reform. I mean, Rick, as he has mentioned in his presentation, we've had SROs on Watsonville High School campus since 1996, right? That's almost 2.5 decades. And what have we done to look at that in the 2.5 decades? So, I mean, to me, that makes an obvious question that we probably do need to look at that, because things change, right? Things change in 5 years, let alone in almost 25 years. You know, it's a similar kind of contrast. I also heard one of my colleagues was mentioning about, you know, the gun violence that we've seen nationwide in our schools, which is just so heart-wrenching. And I know there has been criticism that I've heard that people feel since this current administration we have has come, that a lot of fencing's gone up around our schools. I remember I've raised all 3 of my children here in Watsonville with my husband. My husband was born and raised here. I've lived here over 35 years myself. I remember a time when we could just go to Minnie White School and all this EA Hall and McQuitty and just get in, and we were coaching on the campuses with the little leagues, with really having not an ask permission relationship. And I know there's been criticisms about that, but then on the other side, with the fencing and the gates that have gone up, anything that can improve safety for our faculty, staff, and students is got to be an upfront priority. I kind of reflect back to that emergency board meeting we had on Saturday, March 14th, with the whole COVID outbreak that we had at one of our schools and in our county. The first and utmost priority is the health, safety, and well-being of our faculty, our staff, and our students, right? And the greater community. So that has to be a part of the conversation. And that's not saying that maybe there's not some level of reform, as Officer Zamora had said, that could be involved in that. But I think this really needs to come back as another report and discussion item, hopefully not an agenda that's so heavily impacted, and we could have some more time and devoted to it, because now we have about 18 minutes left and we still have another presentation. So I'll stop speaking, but those are my thoughts. Thank you, President Trustee Dodge Jr.
Thank you very much. Okay, so moving on. Do we have enough time to move on, or I'm not sure how we do this.
Yes, if we could, because we need to do it within this fiscal year, if we can do it, and we will do the presentation quickly.
Okay, all right. Agenda item 10.2, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Review Presentation. This report will be presented by Joe Dominguez, the Chief Business Officer, and Bill Beecher, Citizens Oversight Committee Chair.
So good evening. This item is our annual update to the board from our Citizens Oversight Committee and our chairman, Bill Beecher. And so this is in alignment with Ed Code 15280 that requires our annual report by the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Your attachments, and then I'll go ahead and we'll get Mr. Beecher's report. But in the attachments, you have the voter pamphlet for our bond program, our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee bylaws, Mr. Beecher's presentation, and then two items that we're very proud of is our recent bond audit, which had no financial findings on our bond program, and that's a huge accomplishment of the team. And then one request that was requested by our Bond Oversight Committee was to provide new principal orientation regarding our bond program. So when a principal assumes a role at a school site, what they walk into and inherit, and what are those bond projects in the process. And so we provided a training on June 15th and want to commend the team on that. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and if we can bring up Mr. Beecher's presentation, and I'm not sure if he submitted an audio, but I do know he submitted a PowerPoint. See if I can.
I will do it. I have it.
Next page.
So I did not, or is it just, does it have voice to it, Joe?
No, I believe he was going to send in another audio, but I guess this is what was submitted.
Okay, we got that.
That's all that there is, Joe.
Okay. So as mentioned in the presentation, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee received our bond audit, and then we also provided updated information on all our bylaws, and then recently completed the principals orientation. And with that said, in Mr. Beecher's presentation, we met all the requirements and internal processes. And so my recommendation is to accept and approve the report.
Joe, can I ask a question? Usually when you and Mr. Beecher do this presentation, you sort of do an overview of all the projects that happened in the last year. Do we not have anything on that this time?
Usually the summary of bond projects are completed in a later portion of the year after summer is completed. So we will bring back a bond update of all the projects completed in the next couple of months.
So probably at the end of August, beginning of September. Okay, thank you.
Watsonville High School cafeteria, PV High sports field project, and some other Cesar Chavez Middle School, or some other major ones that are underway, and we should have a very positive report for the board.
And
are any projects? Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe there was public comment. I'm sorry.
No, there wasn't. I was just, you were asking about the, because in the new principals meeting presentation, there was project overviews.
So so I guess the next only quick question I have is, are any of the projects, because of what has happened with the school campus closures with COVID-19, are any projects getting completed earlier than anticipated?
I believe Cesar Chavez Middle School is a little bit ahead of schedule, and so we're able to mobilize a couple fronts, some of the areas that we needed to address. So that was very helpful. Watsonville High School cafeteria, I think because of having the campus student free, it's allowed us to stage equipment a little bit faster, and so we are on schedule and hopefully ahead of schedule here. And we have a follow-up meeting with the contractor, but those are flowing pretty smoothly.
Great, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I was able to, you know, in our packet that we read before this meeting, you had Bill Beecher had all this information about all the other stuff that we've done in all these other schools. I was able to read about all, I mean, he did have in his presentation all of the other schools that they have completed. You know, we got to read about them. I don't know why you weren't able to show them when you were with your presentation with us, but I read his presentation and had a lot of all the other schools that were benefited by Measure L.
Yeah, that was.
Well, there it is on the side. There's all the stuff on the side there.
But this is the principal presentation that was referenced by Trustee Acosta.
So as you
There
can
you go.
Trustee Hall. Trustee
EA
Hall,
Middle
thank you.
School, see? This is there's all the projects. He's going to show us all the projects. H.A. Hyde. Equity.
And that's all that was on the slideshow from the principal. So this wasn't an exhaustive list, but this was some examples.
Could I just suggest that I think something that might be good also in the future, I know we usually do year by year what's been done in the year with the Measure L, but I think it might be also beneficial for the community to do something as a collective whole of what's been done with Measure L throughout the years as a presentation to show the community what's been done as a big sort of presentation with that Measure L funding. And then, of course, if there's still things that we're wrapping up, maybe like at PV High and whatnot, I just think that would be really beneficial to show that to the community as a sort of a whole package, right? Because that's really how they voted on Measure L as a whole package. So just my thought.
Yeah, we could summary in our board update.
Yeah, it's nice to see what's happening year by year, but I think that would be really good for the community to see that, especially if, you know, down the road, we're looking to have to, you know, submit for another bond just to show it as a big collective whole. So thank you.
Is there any other trustees that have any questions or comments? Okay, I would just like to finish up and just say thank you, Dr. Michelle Rodriguez and Chief Business Officer Joe. I've only been here like a year and a half, but I see the progress, especially at Watsonville High, Minnie White and EA Hall. I know it's been long, but I just wanted to say thank you guys for working on it and hearing me complain about it all the time. So thank you. And so with that, our next board meeting is a special board meeting scheduled for July 8th, 2020. And I'd like to adjourn this meeting at 12:51 a.m. So we've got a couple minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank
Night,
you. Good
everybody.
night.
Thank you.
Good night.